be it via memes or be it via a proper professional, or even in the community, because we're always in an outreach to make sure that we have collaborating partners to make sure that we are reaching to the community and organizations parallelly. So first, Mananiju, would be increase in mental health budget. Second, to make sure that the people regulating the mental health services are governed. And third would be an early investment. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Hope you have a good session today. Thank you.
I don't know about you all, but I honestly had goosebumps around when I was hearing Shreya present. It is such a topic that it's unspoken, I guess, right? I'm only going to talk this from the perspective of being a man. They say, "Mardala dard hudena," hey? Mard darta nahi hai. All this in Hindi or Nepali. Now, for us to come and unpack such an important topic, which we really are hesitant to talk to our parents, hesitant to talk to our best friend because, it makes us feel weak. We all been there. I'm sure you all have been there. You all resonated to the presentation that Shreya has presented. And trust me, my job was to say something nice about the presentation, but I was so absorbed in the presentation that I only had goosebumps because these sort of things have gone in your life, in my life. Let's not neglect it. Everyone has their own issues. Everyone has their own. Would be hearing from me. Thank you. Now, there's a lot going on today, and there's a lot to absorb, right? We also have a special addressing from our Finance Minister, Sonim Wagleji, very soon. So we are really waiting for that to happen. And it is such a pleasure to have this addressing from all the way from Nepal. So you all have traveled from different parts of the world. And to address that, our Finance Minister will be saying a few words, and we will be able to get some enlightenment over what's happening in this space. But before we get there, I still want to continue with the Thriving Under 30, which is this segment, and I would like to call upon our next speaker. What do I say? With the next speaker, it is something very unique, The speaker that I have are Sweta and Suchana Podel, and they bring such a unique entrepreneurship journey to Australia. Now, being a proud father of 2 kids, I understand the challenge of nappies, yeah? The challenge of nappy changing, we all have been through it. But they have actually gone into a business where they have really brought something unique out of this business. So I will not be stealing their thunder because I would like to ask them to tell their story because the storytelling goes from them because they have seen it all. So just to get a bit of a background on them, they represent a new generation of founders choosing to build their own future instead of waiting for the opportunity to arrive. And they have arrived here. So I would like to welcome Sweta and Suchana Podel to the stage, please.
This is my first time being up here on stage and sharing my story, so Please don't mind me if I'm a bit shaky. But I just want to start with Suba Vihani. Good morning to everyone. And thank you for FINE and IAS for giving us the opportunity to stand here and speak our journey and share our story. And it's an honor to stand here and be alongside so many inspiring entrepreneurs. First of all, I just want to take a moment to think about my grandma Boo and Ama for, giving us the opportunity, because the women we have become is because of them, and I just want to thank them and think about them for a moment. Before that, I just have a question. How many of you guys love kids? I think there's like a love and hate relationship with the kids.
Let's go!
So we all love kids, right? I mean, some days they do get our nerves up, but for us, that love was always bigger than starting the business. Our journey actually began with Baby Essential subscription service. So we started with, as babies grow old, they go from size like 0 to 3 months to 3 to 6 months. So that's how we started. Okay, we have to get an essential package for the busy parents that can get a subscription delivered. And on that subscription, we also had a really high quality brand, Australian brand, well-known legacy brand in the subscription. As part of the journey, we started distributing that, and we genuinely believe we were offering the best premium quality product to the parents. But once we started speaking to childcares and parents, we kept hearing the same thing. So on one side, you have premium brand with great quality with a very high cost, or on the other side, you have affordable option, but they have to compromise on the quality. So that's basically where the journey of Snugs began, and that's where we found the market gap. I think this
Next slide, please. Another one as well, please.
So that was our first finished sample.
Another slide as well, thank you. Yep. So finding the gap was one thing, but building a product people could genuinely trust was another. For the next 6 months, our lives became research and development. Every sample that arrived from manufacturers went straight to our mum. We test it, compare it, because when you've changed close to 100 nappies every single day for 15 plus years, you notice details people never would. The softness, the absorbency, the fit, the leak protection, the tabs, everything mattered to us.
So we went through countless samples, lab testing, trials, making small improvements until we finally created the product that we genuinely believed in, and the one that we were proud to put our name on. Creating a product was only our half the battle. The bigger challenge was earning the trust. When you're selling a product for babies, people don't buy because of fancy marketing. They buy because they trust you. So instead of spending thousands on advertisement, we invested in building relationship. We created customized sample boxes. For individual childcare.
Yep, that's the slide.
Listening to their feedback, taking notes, and making adjustments.
Next slide, please. Yep. But the smartest thing we actually did was we started building trust before our first container even arrived. By the time our first 20-foot container landed in Australia, we already had customers and childcares waiting. It wasn't always luck, it was also preparation. Those childcare relationship has become the foundation of our business. Next slide, please. This is going to be an interesting one because people often ask us, what is it like running a business with your sister?
Yeah.
I don't know, there's a lot of questions. The honest answer is it's amazing and it is challenging. We're completely different people, we think differently, We solve problems differently. We don't always agree. And in the beginning, it did cause a lot of frustration.
We fought a lot.
By the way, even making this presentation, we actually fought, picking the pictures. So
I was like, no, yeah, we had to look good in all the pictures, right? So eventually we realized we didn't need to think the same. We needed to trust each other's strengths. So she comes from accounting and finance background. So she's naturally analytical, as you can tell. She looks after our numbers, operations, cash flow, keeps the business commercially disciplined. Whereas I'm more focused on the vision, the brand, the sale, relationship, and growth. We've learned to stay in our own lanes and trust each other's expertise. And when there's a big decision to make, we come together. Not asking who's right, but more so what's best for the business and what's best for our purpose. So we get a lot of people asking, where do you see Snugs in 10 years' time? And I think most of you guys expect us to say more countries, more products. I think we have, yeah. More products, more revenue, and yes, we absolutely want all of them. But that's not what excites us. What excites us is what we can do with all the things we achieve there.
next slide, please.
So growing up in a Nepali family, we've always believed that success isn't measured by what you keep, it's measured by what you give. So business has never been our destination. It's simply a vehicle. Our dream isn't just to become Australia's biggest premium baby care brand. Our dream is much bigger than that. One day, we want to build orphanages, support children's education, create safe space, fund healthcare, provide essentials, not because it's good marketing, not because it looks good on social media, but because no child chooses where they're born, and no child chooses their circumstances. Yet together, we can choose, we can do something about it. Imagine this, every childcare we have, every carton we sell, every country we enter, every family who supports Snugs becomes part of that mission. They're not simply buying nappies, they're helping children create opportunities. Children who they've never had one. That's the business we're trying to build, not to be remembered for what it's sold, but what is made for what is possible.
So, when we're 80 years old, we don't think anyone will remember how many nappies we sold. They won't remember our revenue, our profit, how many containers we've imported.
But maybe a child somewhere in Nepal will have a safe place to sleep, a chance to get to school every day, a future they thought they would never possible. If it happens, then every difficult day, every fight, every rejection, every sleepless night, every risk will have been worth it for us, because success is never the goal, the impact was. I actually meditate every morning, and I see this vision of me speaking in front of so many people, sharing my vision, and it's coming true today. It's actually true. So I'll leave you with one challenge. I would recommend not to build a business people simply buy from. Build a business people believe in, because products can be copied, prices can be beaten, marketing changes, technology evolves, purpose is impossible to compete with. So with that said, all of this is possible with the help of my family. My dad is here today, so if you can stand up and get a round of applause to him. My mom couldn't be here. He has been our biggest cheerleader, biggest supporter, biggest fan of us, and I just want to thank him and my mom and my cousins who's been there through every container, every box, every little thing with us, every frustration, and I'm so glad to be standing here and sharing our stories, and I hope we can all come together and make the change and the impact in Nepal and developing countries together. Thank you. We have some questions, I think 3 questions.
Kaguji, congratulations for having such a wonderful children. So, do you have any plan to lunch in Nepal? This is what Finia does. Nepalma lunch garniyo snuggles.
Do we have any plan to launch Snugs in Nepal?
Yes.
Yes, but we're waiting for the opportunity and the platform and something like Fine that after we heard what Fine offers and has for us, we were so excited. And after speaking to Dipal uncle, we were so excited, and that it's been our dream to take Snugs to Nepal because that's where everything started.
So yes.
Perfect timing. I'll come see you after. Yes.
Hello. Namaste, good morning. My name is Sunil. I'm the director of Nova Tax Advisory. As I am in the discipline of finance and accounting and business, I have a question to both Sweta and Suchana. As you are growing your business significantly faster, so how do you manage your finance risk, the credit risk, the liquidity risk? That is the most important part of your business. How you manage the sales, the expenses, and the intricacies between sales and expenses. And how do you source the finance? How do you organize the running cost of the business if there are any the significant delays in collecting accounts receivables? Thank you.
Significant delay in finance. Can you I think we couldn't hear it properly. Or maybe summarize a little bit.
So, to put it in a nutshell, because we know that the business is growing very fast. When the business goes very fast, the risks are also associated with that growth. So how do you manage those risks, especially in terms of finance, along with the growth? There is a growth, and there is a risk is growing as well. So how do you manage that?
I think in this sense, relying on, I guess, trusted accountant, who is also one of our uncles, is the most important thing. Also seeking advice, making sure that we're actually profitable, not just making sure we're actually profitable and actually seeking advice and mentor from people who have expertise in that sector. So, yeah.
And we have a lot of them here today. It's a round of applause. Last question.
Anyone?
Hi, Shweta and Suchana. Congratulations on this wonderful presentation. I'm Kajal, and I'm here from Hong Kong. I'm actually a mother of 3 young girls. All 3 are here in Australia as of now, starting this week. Ani, I am actually truly impressed by what you girls have started and you're doing, and congratulations to your father as well. So my question to you, I think, comes more than being a founder of my own business. It comes as a mom of 3 girls. So, as a founder, I know that the most difficult part is taking the first leap, but before that is knowing what you want to do, right? So I would like to know, did you always have it in you that you would be doing a business, to make a change? Or when you were growing up, what was it that you started so early and you have so much of focus and vision and you know what you want? How did that come in you?
Again, 2 different answers, 2 different people. For me, I always knew I wanted to do business. I always knew I wanted to make an impact, not just through business.
From year 4, by the way, year 4.
Yeah, I remember, I think I spoke on the podcast as well. In my year 4 portfolio, you can see future Suchana as a businesswoman. That's what I kind of quoted myself in year 4. So I always had that vision, yes, for me. However, for her, it's completely different.
For me, I never thought I'd be even standing here or doing a business. Yeah, it was the help of obviously my sister and my family. I'm here, but from when I was little, I love kids. I just love kids, and I think are you asking more in sense of the impact where it came from? So, as we were separated from our parents for 6 years because they had to come here. Migrated here, and we were fortunate enough they could bring her after six years. So even though during that 6 years we had a great care, but we forgot what fatherhood and motherhood is like. And I think we missed that chapter in our life, and I know what it's like after growing up, what it feels like not having a parent around, not having someone. We always had someone that my grandma, who we look up to, she was there, but the figure wasn't there. And I think that's where all the impact side of the story comes from, because we were away from them for 6 years, and I feel like you always need someone to be there next by holding, especially in your childhood age, because that's the most important part of your life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Last. Okay. As Ranju Thapa, always empowering women, and then when I see such a youngster women doing this kind of business, actually I inspired by your Fine podcast, and I took my daughter-in-law to just for your session as well.
Thank you.
To learn. And Prima is here, she's second generation, and this is very inspiring, the second generation starting the business in Australia. My question is that how you manage the passion with challenges when the container not arrive in time to provide the item into the childcare. You might have a date, and then that date is not managed by the container arrival because of that, all these challenges, and your passion. How do you manage those stress level?
And speaking of that, we are currently going through that challenge this week. We have a container arriving tomorrow, and we had to somehow make sure the childcares had enough size 5, but the size 5 we were missing enough of that to supply. I don't know, somehow it always works out for us. I don't know how, but even if it's to supply like one size less, like if they order 5, then we supply 2 so we can distribute alongside. And most of the childcares we work with, they're in groups of 11 or 5, 20, so they all kind of network with each other. So I would say, can we bring the remaining size next week? And round of applause to my dad for making it happen, because he does all our deliveries as well. But yeah, somehow it always works out for us in the last minute.
I think it's also about being transparent with your customers.
Yeah.
Also letting them know that, hey, we don't have size 5. Is it okay if we can supplement for size 4, size 6? And they're always very supportive. So I think being transparent with your customers and showcasing that you're actually going through that change in period is what actually makes it.
Thank you so much, guys. My dream came true. I'm so glad to be here.
Thank you everyone.
So many burning questions, so many questions to be asked. You know what? That's why we will have a networking session tomorrow. We have 2 hours networking session where all these burning questions will come alive. So I really had a question too, but as an MC or a host, they say, no, you can't ask any questions because we're running out of time. So what do I do, right? So we had Shreya all the way from Nepal. We had 2 sisters from Australia who are doing an amazing job. And we have someone from all the way from America now. It really makes me think, what was I doing when I was 30 years old or under 30? you know, thriving under 30. I mean, really, you guys are such an inspiration. Every word that you say comes with such a confidence. Look, I'm shaking at the moment to deliver my hosting here, but you guys have absolutely nailed it. Come and talk about your vision, talk about your passion. So this is amazing. A round of applause for these two speakers, please. Thank you. Look, actually, I'm running out of words because when I'm hearing these people and they're delivering their speech or presentation or storytelling, I just don't know what to say next. So without any further ado, I would like to get into our next speaker who's traveled all the way from America. His name is Ajay Raj Bhandari, the founder and CEO of Herd. And Ajay Bhandari is the founder and CEO of Herd, e-commerce company that builds scales consumer brands across Amazon, Walmart, Target, and other major marketplaces in just over a year. So he's just grown this business just over a year to all those mega giants that are in the distribution channel. Now, to do more of this storytelling, I would definitely want him to be on the stage and tell his story, but I really want to put a little bit more light on this. Under his leadership, Herd has built a diverse portfolio spanning electronics, beauty, and consumer products, with several products consistently ranking among Amazon's bestseller. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome Ajay Raj Bhandari on the stage. A round of applause, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. So my name is Ajay Raj Bhandari. My family calls me Babu, which I'm sure a lot of Babus out here. And my friends in America call me Ajar. So Ajar is an open container, and Babu is what you call a 5-year-old boy. So if that tells you a lot of what you need to know, is that anyone can start a business. How many of you in the room are looking to start a business here? Raise your hands. Okay, great. So today, I'm going to be showing you guys the behind the scenes in the next 20 minutes of how I started my business and how we scaled to 15 million in revenue in the first year. And this year, we're on track to do 25 million in revenue. So let's go to the next slide here. So 2 years ago, I quit my job. I was working at a bank, and I was, had the perfect job. My family, my friends, they're all like, wow, he's working at this great bank. And I decided to quit it all for one opportunity that I saw in the market. Next slide. And that opportunity was that millions of sellers, millions of Amazon sellers are out there, and they're able to find this opportunity to sell products. And I thought to myself, why can't I just look at the data that's on Amazon and figure out exactly what type of products people want? Every day, people are searching on Amazon, they write reviews, they are looking at different pricing, and all of that data is completely public to anyone that wants to really look into it. Next slide, please. And when I told all of my friends and family this, everyone thought I was crazy. They're all saying the same thing. How can you compete with all of these other companies out there that were acquiring these Amazon brands? And so at the time, there was about $15 billion that was raised to acquire Amazon brands. And the thesis then was that you cannot create your own Amazon brand. You can only acquire and consolidate it. Next slide. And in this moment, I saw an opportunity in the market. So when I started this business, there was actually two types of brands. So one was a super high-end microphone, and I thought to myself, about who's gonna spend $250 to $300 to buy a microphone if you're just starting your company or just starting to be a content creator? And then on the other side was these very, very cheap microphones. You use it once, and the product is going to be completely broken. And so in this moment, I thought to myself, what if I launch a brand that has the quality of a $200 microphone, but you can buy it for 20 bucks. And so that's where the idea came to be. Let's go next slide here. And then, fast forward to this, and what we saw was we did 15 million in revenue in the next year. We were in 6 different marketplaces, 4 brands, and we were able to get onto Forbes 30 Under 30 in the US. Not bad for a babu from Nepal. So this is not to impress you. This is simply to showcase to you guys that it is possible. And I started with 20K in inventory, and I was able to scale this to a multi-million dollar company. And so now I'm going to show you guys the exact playbook of how I did this and what you guys should be looking to do as well if you want to launch your own brand. Oh, let's go back to one slide. So when you're thinking about what type of product you want to launch, there's 4 key things you want to look at. The first one is you want to look at the demand. Is there demand for this product? So you have to look at, for example, how many people are buying it, how many people are searching for this item online, and all of this data is readily available by Amazon, and there's APIs that you can use like Helium 10, which is a popular one, and a lot other ones as well where you can get all of this. Second big thing is competition. So if someone tells you, hey, go launch a smartphone, the answer is most likely going to be no way, I don't want to compete with Apple. Or if you want to launch a TV, also same thing, no way, I don't want to compete with Samsung. But where you should be looking is categories like we just saw with diapers, or other categories where you have an opportunity to compete with a brand that doesn't have that big of a name. So microphones is a great example of this, but there's a lot of other categories where there aren't well-known incumbents in the space. Third is pricing. So biggest thing is you need to have good margins. If you're selling your product, you want to incorporate all the costs. You have your cost of goods sold, you have your shipping costs, you have your advertising and promos. All of these are very, very important to really consider, and you want to ensure you have at least a 25 to 30% margin before you consider launching that product. And then the last one is then reviews. And so what I mean by reviews is how many reviews does a product have on these marketplaces, and are they good or not? If I'm looking to go launch a brand and I see everyone is really happy about this product, I will not launch that product. But if I'm seeing there's super high demand, the competition isn't really there in terms of a well-known brand in space, and my margins are good, chances are is that that is a good product to start looking at, especially if the reviews for the #1 seller is not that good. Last but not least, and this is a bonus secret tip for all of you guys, is to look for things that solve problems and also to target products that solve an insecurity. Biggest example of this is women's beauty. Women's beauty is a multi-billion-dollar market, and there's billionaires out there. And the reason why is that they target insecurities for women. It could be, things simply as makeup because they want to look younger. It could be, another part because they have a scar and they want to cover that. But this is a huge opportunity and a huge market. And you can take that same learning and apply it to other categories as well. So for example, with the microphone, a lot of people think, hey, I need a microphone to create content. But the real insecurity is, I don't think I'm going to get views, or I don't think I'm going to get likes on my videos. And so let me go buy the best type of microphone out there so that I can create good content, so therefore that will get me good views. So that is a lot of the thinkings that a consumer will have when they do this. Let's go next slide. Okay, so now let's say you figure out a type of product that you want to launch. How do I actually go launch it, and why does a marketplace make sense for you? #1 reason why a marketplace makes sense is distribution. Distribution is the most important thing when it comes to a business. You could have the best product in the world and have terrible distribution, and you will not have a business. However, you could have the best distribution and maybe not the best product and still do a multi-million-dollar business. Ideally, you have both. So once you have an idea, the simple way to get started on Amazon is to first send inventory to Amazon's warehouse. This is where now the product is available on Amazon.com. And the reason why Amazon is such a good marketplace is because people are there to buy. Google is good for research. Amazon is the best when it comes to purchasing. So once people are searching for this, you make a sale, it is now getting fulfilled by Amazon. So you do not have to touch any of the fulfillment yourself. It is now going to the customer directly. The customer, if they love the product, they're going to leave a review. If they don't, they will also leave a review, and you'll know. And this is very, very important because only about 3% of people that buy leave reviews. And so this is really core to your business because you want to understand, is my product good, or is there things that I can further optimize? And as a business owner, that is your daily responsibility. You want to, one, optimize your listing. So, maybe you can make the description better. People are having confusion on how to use the product. All of these you can fix. Second is marketing. So when it comes to marketing, maybe you see that this product has opportunities to be marketed in a different way. And so, for example, you can then capture a different market segment. And then the last thing is your ranking. So Amazon is very, very good at telling you exactly how you rank in your category. So you can see, are you number one in your category? And if not, how can I optimize and how can I make my product better so that I can get to that spot? A lot of it just has to do with getting more reviews, optimizing your listing image, or maybe even your price. And so it's a lot of A/B testing, seeing what works, what doesn't work, and iterating on that. Let's go next slide here. Okay, great. So here's the harsh truth about what happens once you start to scale. And this is something that I think a lot of folks in this room, especially as they start to do business, will realize, is that you will see your revenue numbers really increase, but in reality, you have no cash in the bank. And the reason why is that this is all going simply right back into inventory. So you make a sale, you get cash, you buy more inventory, and you repeat the cycle over and over again. When I was starting my business, I actually went to a bank to ask for a loan so that I can buy inventory. And they told me, you guys just started your business, it's only been 6 months, we cannot give you a loan. So I was unable to get any sort of financing, and because of this, I was bootstrapping myself. And I was very, very fortunate that my parents were able to give me a loan for $50,000 to continue to buy more inventory. Needless to say, they are very, very happy investors now. Third thing that is very, very important is to really, really understand that you need to hire as soon as possible. When you're in this situation in your first year and you're seeing that you have no cash, you yourself are naturally tied to trying to do everything at once. So that includes doing your customer support, your marketing, ordering. But how can you do all of these things at the same time and do a good job? And the reality is you can't. So the first thing that I highly encourage is that you hire for whatever is really taking up the time in your business so that you can free up your time to start looking at other avenues to grow the business. And then the last is reviews. Reviews is, as I mentioned, the heartbeat of your business. And one of the things that happened in my business was that I noticed that our reviews started to go way down. Let's go next slide here, and I'll show you why that happened. So as we were spending thousands and thousands of dollars every day on advertisement, we realized that we're actually not making any money. And the reason why was there was a ton of counterfeits from China. All of these sellers were buying and saying that they're selling Mini Mic Pro brands, But in reality, they're just some cheap knockoff products that wouldn't work, and customers would leave one-star reviews. So when this happened, our reviews started to really plummet. We immediately hired a lawyer. We started to file a ton of cease and desist, which basically will prevent these sellers from selling the product, but more would show up. And so it was just a game of pretty much whack-a-mole. And so what we ended up actually implementing that solved this problem for us was we created these stickers that basically would tell that the product was authentic. And we shipped it to Amazon. And so if the product didn't have these stickers that we generated, you could not sell this on Amazon. And this was able to save us millions of dollars from the start. Let's go next slide here. Okay. So now I'm going to share a little bit more on how do you build and scale a system to really ensure that what you are building does not go away. And one of the first things I highly recommend is to start to use AI. AI for us is eliminating all repetitive tasks. So if you do it multiple times, chances are is that AI can help fix this for you. So for us, we built this internal tool. It's called Deputary. And what it does is it orders our inventory for us. It helps with our advertising and marketing. It can even do things like customer support and finance. And last but not least, it can also help tell us what types of products we should look at launching. The second big thing for us was how can I, as a founder, free up time so that I can start looking at other growth potentials. And so anything that AI cannot do, you should look to hire someone that has a really good judgment. And this person can really help accelerate that time that you can use to then look into other avenues for growth. And also to hire people that are smarter than you. Let's go next slide here. Okay. So now I'm going to pass it over to you guys, and it's really your turn to start looking at businesses to grow and launch yourself onto marketplaces like Amazon. And what I'll say is that right now, this is the biggest moment in history with AI. This is the same as when the internet started, and people who started to start companies then ended up becoming very successful. And people in Nepal, people around the world, they can now start these companies anywhere in the world. You don't have to be in the US anymore. You can be in Nepal, you can be anywhere in the world and start your own company and sell to US consumers. So what I'll say is first, what I would highly recommend is you find that product gap. So start looking at what problems are you passionate about and where can you find something that you think you can solve a problem for. Second is you want to check. So check that demand, check the reviews, look online to see who you're competing against. Third is to now start to validate your business idea. So you don't need to order a lot of inventory. You can simply do it with 50 units. Give it to your friends, get an honest opinion on what they think about the product. And from there, you will now have enough data to figure out if you can, if you want to scale this more or stop there. And then lastly is scale once the data tells you. You should only start to look into scaling once you start to realize that there's a higher velocity of sales, the reviews are good, and consumers like your product. So what I'll end with saying here is that, again, as mentioned, I'm just another Babu from Kathmandu, as many of you are here. And this opportunity is one of the biggest opportunities right now, and I highly encourage that everyone seize the moment. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Let's go here. Oh, we'll go there. Okay.
Hello. Initially when you asked the question, how many of you want to do business, I was very hesitant to raise my hand because that's been the question I've been asking myself for the last 10 years. I want to do business, but never got the courage to do it. I think throughout your presentation, what I'm most interested in is it's lovely to see when businesses flourish, but when you had the downturn. So for someone like me who's so hesitant to start, how do you kind of cope with when things are not going right? Because you'll always have the support systems when things are going brilliant. You have your family to support you. You'll have the expertise of, whoever is supporting your business. But it is times like when things are not going right. So Babu from Kathmandu, what advice would you give somebody like me who's so hesitant, but not for the good things, but when things are going bad?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Well, what I'll say is that when things aren't going well, it's definitely one of the toughest times in business. And I think a lot of people only see the positives, and like you mentioned, they don't see the negatives. The first thing I think that I like to really think about is just the fact that any situation that you have faced is the chances are in history that someone else has faced that same exact scenario. And if they were able to come and persevere from it, you can as well. And so that's something I really like to think, is that this situation always feels like it's unique, and it's like, why is this happening to me? Why am I, running out of inventory, or what's causing this to happen? But reality is that every setback I've faced in business, I've, persevered, and I've seen that the business grows even more. And I think it's really a test to see, can you, do this, and is this something you really want to do? So what I would say is that, you should start early, make mistakes, because you will learn from those mistakes, and you can really start to grow an even faster business quicker. Awesome.
Thank you, Babu from Kathmandu. That was really, really inspiring. I was touched and moved and inspired, so it was an incredible thing to hear from such a young entrepreneur. Thank you for that. I am an e-commerce founder myself, so I founded a company about 8 months ago. I had to shut down the website for 3 months and restart it again because I wasn't happy with the website. So many questions come to mind, so I'll quickly fire it out. So if your average order value is $20 and you've made $15 million worth of sales in your first year, then you would have had to order, about 750,000 units of stock in order to fulfill the revenue demand. So how did you manage cash flow was the first question.
Yep.
The second question was, I've got about 150 ads on my Facebook library because obviously it's all about, making ads and making sure that one of them fires up and does well. So between your cash flow for stock, between creating ads, between paying for suppliers, and doing so many other things, I'm kind of questioning how is that even possible to make $15 million in the first year, because you're learning so much, you're growing so much, you're investing into so many things. So if it's not too hard a question, can you just give me a 5-minute rundown of how you did all that?
Yeah, great question. So I guess let me clarify by saying we hit a 15 million run rate. So by the end of the year, we were at a 15 million run rate to continue to do that for the next year. In terms of inventory, that is a really, really good question. So I think when it comes to inventory, what we were actually doing was, first, I personally maxed out every single credit card that I had. So I would go to banks, I would say, hey, please give me a credit card, put all my inventory on that, and gradually pay it off. So that was the first thing. Second was that we really played around with pricing. So like I mentioned, I think, we started at $20. We started to gradually increase the price to $24.99, which gave us more margin to go right back into inventory. And then the last thing was, when inventory became an issue, we would really cut down our ad spend. And the reason why is we wanted to make our dollars go further. And so if you're going to simply just run out of inventory and you're spending so much on advertisement, there really isn't a benefit for you to invest in that. And so for us, it was more about building organic sales. And to do organic sales, what you really have to think about again, is how can you as a consumer, or sorry, how can you as a business owner make the consumers really moved by your product? And so investing in things like TikTok, social media, that's going to really put your brand name out there, versus if you're focused purely on ads, then you will not be able to make it as profitable as an organic channel. And awesome. Oh.
Azar Babu, I'd like to call you. Incredible story, very inspiring. Share a similar trajectory, I suppose. I work in the banking industry as well, which I'm quitting very, very soon. I do have a tech company. We specialize in AI. What fascinated me in today's presentation was you were emphasizing on using technology, AI. Shreya, on the other hand, she had to knock her website down, right? So my question to you is, how has technology helped you, given I've got my own company called Left Tech, which specializes in AI. We do all sorts of things in AI and software development and so on and so forth. I've got a team here, a team in Nepal as well. From your perspective, how has technology helped you evolve or grow from $100 to $15 million that you've got in revenue in the short amount of time, right? And I also see great opportunity, great potential to work with you and Shreya as well. I will convince her to use technology after this session. I will do that.
Yep.
But yeah, how has technology helped you grow your business?
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, I think first is technology really accelerates growth. To really start a company and get to 15 million in revenue would not be possible without technology. In the past, it was simply, hire as much as possible, but now it's how can you really make your company as efficient as possible and really empower your employees with the technology to make them better. And so for us, where we really like to invest in technology is where we see time being sucked the most. So one of the biggest for us is actually supply chain. And so what I like to look at is where is that time going towards, and is there systems that we can build in place where AI can actually order inventory for you? And so I noticed that we were doing the exact same thing over and over again. We were buying inventory from China, bringing it to the U.S. We would have the same issues over again where shipments were late, things like that. And so you can usually, you can literally just use AI to forecast and figure out what's that variance look like and how can you actually minimize that risk, right? So, anywhere where you start to see a repetitive pattern is where I, like to invest. All right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was Ajay Raj Bhandari, who was also been on Forbes 30 Under 30 2026. A round of applause for Ajay Raj Bhandari, please. And what an achievement and what a proud moment for all Nepalese here. Now, we also have been graced with a lot of persona here with the presence of dignitaries and also the presence of distinguished guests. Among them, I really would love to welcome Honorable Minister of Parliament, Kavindra Burlakotiji, who is the Chief of Ruling Party of Nepal, Rashtriya Swatantra Party. So please welcome on the stage. A round of applause for Kavindra Burlakotiji, please. Thank you.
नमस्कार नमस्कार एकदमै खुसी छु म नेपालीमै बोल्छु यति धेरै इन्स्पायरिङ बिजनेस स्टोरीहरू सुन्दैछु नेपालदेखि अस्ट्रेलियासम्म र विश्वका धेरै कुनाहरूबाट नेपालसम्म यो एउटा सम्भावनाको खोजी हुँदै गरेको भन्ने मैले महसुस गरेको छु। त्यसै कारण पनि म धेरै ह्याप्पी छु र फिनेलाई यो तेस्रो अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय युवा उद्यमी समिट गर्न सफल हुनुभएकोमा म धेरै बधाई पनि दिन चाहन्छु। मैले फिनेको टिमसँग केही दिन अगाडिदेखि संवादहरू गर्दै थिएँ र यो संवादमा मैले सोध्न कोसिस गरेँ म किन आउने, म त्यहाँ किन आउन जरुरी छ, म त नेपालमा राजनीति गरिराखेको छु भन्दै गर्दाखेरि होइन तपाईले गोर्खामा उद्योगहरू खोल्नुपर्छ, देशमा उद्योगहरू खोल्नुपर्छ भनेर आफ्नो राजनीतिक मञ्चहरूलाई प्रयोग गर्नुभएको र हामीले गर्न खोजेको एन्टरप्रेन्योरशिप समिट पनि त्यसैमा लक्षित भएको कारणले तपाईँ आउँदाखेरि उपयुक्त हुन्छ भन्ने उहाँहरूको कुराले म यहाँसम्म आएको छु। एकदम लास्ट आवरमा निर्णय गरेको 2 घण्टामा म एयरपोर्ट पुगेको हो र अहिले यहाँहरू समक्ष केही कुराहरू र यहाँहरूसँग विशेष त नेटवर्किङ एमले उपस्थित छु। एकदम यहाँहरूको यो उपस्थिति पक्का पनि विशेष गरी युवाहरू लक्षित उद्यमशीलता विकासमा कसरी केन्द्रित गर्न सकिन्छ भन्नेमै केन्द्रित छ। हामी रहरले होइन बाध्यताले विदेशमा आएका व्यक्तिहरू धेरै छौँ। रहरले पनि केही आयौँ होला अथवा आउँदै पनि छौँ होला, तर बाध्यता बीच आएको हामीलाई थाहा छ कि अब फेरि आफ्नो भूमिमा कसरी सकुशल ल्यान्ड गर्ने होला, फिर्ता जाने होला र त्यहाँ जाँदै गर्दाखेरि एउटा राम्रो व्यक्ति भएर फर्किएको रहेछ अथवा परिवारलाई नै राम्रो बनाएर फर्किएको रहेछ भन्ने एउटा स्टेटस कसरी दिन सकिन्छ, यो असाध्यै महत्त्वपूर्ण कुरा छ। हामी एउटा सभ्य समाजमा रहन चाहन्छौँ र त्यो समाजमा सफल पनि हुन चाहन्छौँ, परिवारलाई सुखी पनि राख्न चाहन्छौँ र त्यो समाजलाई अझै सभ्य बनाएर लिएर जान हाम्रो योगदान पनि सँगसँगै चाहेका हुन्छौँ। यो सबै कुरालाई सँगसँगै लिएर जान त्यति सजिलो छैन। मैले अहिले राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोणबाट नभने पनि यहाँ हामी सबैलाई के लागिराखेको छ भने यो सबै कुरा त राजनीतिले नै गाइड गर्छ। म 2017मा क्यानाडाले एक्स्ट्राअर्डिनरी भिजा ग्रान्ट गरेको थियो अनि मलाई थाहा भयो कि एयरपोर्टमा पुगेपछि रेसिडेन्ट पर्मिट चाहिँ हातमा थपाइदिँदो रहेछ। म बोर्डरमा पुग्दै गर्दाखेरि मेरो हातमा रेसिडेन्ट पर्मिट दिएको थियो अनि मैले त्यो सबै अध्ययन गरेँ। त्यसमा लेखेको थियो लास्टमा नो स्टडी पर्मिट रिक्वायर्ड, नो वर्क पर्मिट रिक्वायर्ड भनेर लेखेको थियो। अनि मैले सेयर गरेँ मेरो परिवारसँग पनि यस्तो दिँदो रहेछ। मैले पाएको भिजाबाट म बोर्डरमा आइसके पछाडि फोटो टाँसेको एडिसनल एउटा पेपर रेसिडेन्ट पर्मिट दिँदो रहेछ, टेम्पोररी रेसिडेन्ट पर्मिट लेखेको थियो। अनि म तेस्रो दिनतिर मैले सेयर गरेँ। म जाँदा जाँदै त मैले सेयर पनि गर्न पाइनँ। अनि त्यसपछि मेरो फ्यामिलीले भन्यो नेपालमा असाध्यै गाह्रो छ, त्यसो भने त्यहीँ बस, अनि बरु बुझ कि परिवार लान पाउँछ कि पाउँदैन। अनि मैले भने ठिक छ म बुझ्छु, तर म चाहिँ इन्ट्रेस्टेड छैन। अनि मेरो मिसेसले त्यही छेउबाट भन्यो तपाईँ नबसे नि हामी बस्छौँ, तपाईँ नेपालै आउनुहोस् ठिक छ, तर हामी बस्छौँ। यो परिदृश्य हामीसँग या हाम्रो छेउमा सबैसँग जोडिएको अवस्था छ। मैले विनोद पौडेलजीसँग आज एकदम अचानक हामी झुकिएर अर्को होटलमा पुगेछौँ। त्यहाँबाट एउटै गाडीमा आउने अवसर मिल्यो र कुरा गरेँ। अस्ट्रेलियामा बसेर सानो बिजनेसहरूलाई कन्सल्टिङ सपोर्ट गर्दै गर्दै अस्ट्रेलियामै राजनीति गरेर सायद उहाँको चाहना यहाँ राजनीतिमा सफल हुँदै गर्दाखेरि, राजनीतिमा लाग्दै गर्दाखेरि यहाँको कुरा केही न केही पक्का पनि नेपाल लैजान सकिन्छ भन्ने त्यो थियो होला र त्यस्तै हामी सबैजनाले यहाँ बोकेर आएका छौँ। र यो सन्दर्भमा हामी जाँदै गर्दाखेरि मैले यहीँ उठेका कुरालाई जोड्ने हो भने नेपालको इन्भेस्टमेन्ट ड्राइभ कसरी भइराखेको छ र त्यसलाई कता फोकस गर्ने भन्ने कुरामा एकदमै धेरै चासो नेपालभित्र मात्र होइन, नेपाल बाहिर बस्ने डायस्पोराका साथीहरूलाई पनि छ र हामी त्यसलाई फोकस गर्न चाहन्छौँ। नेपालको प्रस्पेरिटीको लागि, नेपालको गुड गभर्नेन्सको लागि, नेपालको डेमोक्रेसीको लागि र नेपालको समग्र एउटा लोक कल्याणकारी अवधारणाको लागि हामी फोकस गर्न चाहन्छौँ। र म आजको यो सेसनमा म यहाँहरूको जुन एउटा उत्साह छ त्यो कुरालाई म एकदम स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु। एज अ नेपालको एउटा मेम्बर अफ पार्लियामेन्टको चाहिँ हिसाबले म स्वागत गर्न चाहन्छु र यो प्रयासलाई म धेरै धेरै वेलकम गर्न चाहन्छु। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of Parliament Kabindra Bulakodiji. Thank you. It is really important for us to understand the landscape of Nepal politics as well, and you were able to touch on that and also how we can work together going forward. So it was something that we all listened and something that we would like to put in action towards working together. Now, coming to another segment of our speakers and presenters, we are going through a masterclass. We will be going through a masterclass. Now, the masterclass is going to be a power-packed presentation, and also there will be lots of interaction and questions and games. So are you guys excited about this? Because the energy seems to be a little bit coming down. We definitely will have lunch. I promise I only had a cup of coffee this morning, 5 o'clock. As I told you, my hair and makeup took all the time, all right? So we will definitely be heading to lunch and a short break after this. So let me just have the pleasure of reading. See, I am hungry as well, I can tell that, right? My energy is low, okay? So the next presenter is Silu Acharya, who is a transformation leader, consultant and business advisor, who has 15 years of experience driving business and technology transformation across Australia for financial services, technology, aviation, and academia. As the founder of Chariot Advisors, which is the company that he runs, she helps individual entrepreneurs and business achieve their financial goals through tailored lending solutions. She also partners with Retech Global Consulting, delivering strategic business transformation and technology consulting. Known for combining strategic thinking with practical execution, Silu is passionate about helping people and organizations unlock growth and create lasting impact with their true potential. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, can you please give a round of applause for Silu Acharya? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Slide, please. Next one, please. Have you ever driven in the motorway in the night? It's dark, it's quiet, you all are cruising, and you decide you want to change lane. You look at your rear view mirror, it's clear. You look at your right view mirror, it's clear as well. And you flick your indicator to take the right lane. You start veering toward it, and then all of a sudden, beep! Your heart might be sinking. You're gonna feel, what the hell just happened? You frantically come back to your normal lane. And then you see a white ute, yes, it's always a white ute in my case, blur past, and you miss your big crash by probably 2 centimeters. And if you're like me, you might still be shaking, a little bit dropping dead, and then you mutter to yourself, where did that white ute even come from? And then worse things happen from the passenger side. Your 13 years old looks at you and says, it's been there the whole time, Mom. That right there is known as blind spot. It's not called a blind spot because you are a bad driver. You did everything you were meant to do. It's called blind spot because it's the only spot that everybody else can see except you. In life, while we like to think we have 360-degree view of our career, of our relationship, of our life, but the reality is we don't. We are driving with our own professional blind spots, and it shows up in our behavior, in our conversation, in our interaction, in our tone, in our pattern. And we have people working around us who can see it. They get upset, they get frustrated. Many times, they'll go and talk with everybody else except you. And that's what we need changing. And that's why we are here. And that's what we are going to learn very soon. Raise your hand if you value the process of giving and receiving feedback. A lot of you, but probably not 50% of you. Okay, for those who raised your hand, keep it up if you feel confident giving difficult feedback, and even when stakes are high. Okay, that's still 50%. Amazing. And today, while every time someone comes and says, hey, can I give you a feedback? The reality is we don't actually sit there thinking, wow, I have an opportunity to grow. No, we don't. What happens is we automatically think, oh no, what did I screw up? Like, why is he even telling me this? And that's what we need to change. And we are going to change it through our really simple, powerful framework. And that is known as SBI. SBI encompasses of 3 pillars: your situation, behavior, and impact. And research has shown us that if you were to incorporate these 3 parameters into your feedback tends to be not only less defensive for the receiver, but also contains extremely important insights that actually helps your receiver improve and grow. Just getting into the pillar, in the situation, you want to make sure you don't just wake up one day and decide to give feedback. There has to be some event, occurrence, some kind of observation. So your goal is to make sure you give the data, facts, anchor it back to the time and date, and finally, talk about the so what factor, what went wrong. Now, while giving feedback is half of the equation, we need to also understand the other half, which is receiver. How do we become a better receiver? And that's where the real mind shift that needs to happen. When someone gives you feedback, they are not only spending their time, energy in developing you, but they are also risking their own relationship to look difficult to you. So one of the key mental shifts that can happen is you can be curious, you can be open. And my tip is always ask yourself, what if that was true? Next slide. So now that we've learned about the framework, let's have fun with a very quick game. And our rules of engagement is very simple. I'll be reading you the feedback, and your job is to tell whether the feedback is, as I like to call, fluff or a fact. Fluff is if it's vague, personal, or hard to act, and fact is specific, SPI evidence, plus a clear next step. Are you ready? Awesome. Okay, number one, fluff or a fact. You are careless with leads. This is why we lose business. Amazing. Next slide. Yes, that was fluff. Okay, now let's try to rethink how can this be said if we were to use SPI. So if I was getting this feedback, we could probably say, situation, which is your yesterday afternoon, 3 new inquiries were not contacted within our promise to our window. 2 clients chose another provider, costing us business and trust. And if we were to give this, the person probably understand, okay, they don't only understand what went wrong, they probably also could use those insights to say what can be done. Moving on, so the second one, you always take over and never listen to anyone. What do you think? Amazing. You guys are like really awesome. Yep. Now, if we were to use this as SPI, again, remember, situation, behavior, impact, 3 things. At Sunday's committee meeting, the event date and program were not announced before the group was invited to contribute. 2 members stopped contributing, and 2 volunteers felt their views did not matter. And I think that would really help us to understand the next step. Now, last one. At last Saturday's community fundraiser, the volunteer roster was sent in the morning of the event. 4 volunteers arrived without knowing their roles, and registration opened 25 minutes late. For the next event, please send the roster at least 48 hours in advance and ask his volunteer to confirm their role. What do you think? Awesome. Okay, amazing. And obviously this is fact because it has all the SBI element. So good work. To conclude, next slide please. To conclude, let's go back to the motorway. The frightening fact wasn't the frightening thing wasn't the fact that the white ute appears out of nowhere. The frightening thing was the fact that everybody could see except you. And that's why we need to eliminate the blind spot. And in order to do that, we need to increase our self-awareness. And that's why feedback matters. And today, I would like to leave you with one call to action. Maybe in next 2 days, find someone you all trust, go to that person and ask one simple question. What blind spot I may have, that if I was to change, I become a better entrepreneur, leader, community builder, and a change maker. And when you hear the response, don't explain, don't defend, simply say thank you, because the quickest growing leader aren't the one with no blind spot. They are the ones who have courage to see it and take action to transform themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Sulu, for the masterclass. It was really amazing to go through the fluff and factor, but I'm really curious about the food too, right? You guys must be very curious about the food too, so we are definitely going to get there in a couple of minutes. But all I want to really say is thank you for your patience and thank you for being there and absorbing all you could absorb for the first half of this morning and afternoon. What we're going to do now is we're going to do a very good session, but it involves food as well, okay? It does involve food, so please bear with me. We are going to do a connect and collaborate. The session will be held at one of our rooms, which our volunteers will be able to point out when you get out of the room. So our sponsors, supporters have really set up a kiosk where they want to really connect with you. They really want to collaborate with you. They really want to create something. So to do that, we will be needing your support. So before we break out for our lunch, we have a 10-minute session where we could actually go and say, hey, good on you guys. You did a great job supporting such a great event. And then we all lunch together, and we will be back here by 1:30. Is that a fair time, 45 minutes? All right, I'll be wanting to hear more energy, more sound, more voices after the lunch. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now we break out for the lunch. Thank you. Enjoy your session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So, if you could please take your seat and be prepared for the rest of the day, it would be great. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. 1:30, we are back in the room. Can you please make sure you are to your table, please? Thank you. I would humbly request you all to come back to your seat as we are about to proceed with the program. Please, thank you. सबैजनालाई भित्र आउन आग्रह गर्दछु. Thank you. म कुरिरहेको छु हजुरहरूलाई सबैलाई भित्र. May I have your attention, please? If you could please make your way inside, we are about to start, and you don't really want to miss this. Thank you. Thank you. I have a co-host. I have a co-MC. Thank you so much. I would humbly request you all to take your seats so we can begin the program. Thank you. Shall we begin? Are we ready to start? I really need full house. Can you please all come back to me, please? I need you all. Now that looks nearly full house, nearly full house. Okay, now if I can have your attention, may I have your attention please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Now, can I be absolutely honest? I was being too formal this morning because I was thinking maybe that's how it should go, but you know what? Some of you said, we haven't seen the real Deepak Gyamali. So this is the real Deepak Gyamali. We're going to have lots of energy, lots of fun. All right? I feel like I was chained to the podium and I was too shy, but not now, okay? Because I had some energy. The food, was the food amazing? Was the food amazing? Okay, can I ask you all a favor? Can you please all stand up for me? Please. I will only take 30 seconds. Can you please all stand up for me? And repeat with me, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give you a bit of a demo, okay? I'm going to say, yes. Okay? Yes. Yes. Yes? Okay, thank you so much. My lovely audience, I really appreciate you working with me on that. Welcome to International Youth Entrepreneur Summit. That's IES for you guys, okay? Thank you. Now, lots of storytelling, lots of presentation to go, but not anything is going to be boring because it's going to relate to you. It's going to resonate with your story because I feel like we have all the business tycoon, all the business leader, all the thought leader out here. So what I'm going to say is we are heading into a section which will inspire you so much after going through this session, okay? This session is called, I really have to check this one out because this is starting small and thinking big, okay? You start small, but you think big. Now, if I can ask you, any one of you, what's your favorite food? You guys knew it. Organizers can't spill the beans, okay? The organizers want me able to spill the beans. So, you guys said Momo too, right? Thank you so much, Shilu. So, beautiful Momo, the taste of Nepal is always there. Any restaurant you go, you take up the menu and you say, can I get a plate of Momo, right? There's nothing else you got to order. But you know who does it better? 8848. They do absolute good of Momo and absolute brand ambassador for Momo of Nepal. Wherever I go these days in Sydney or wherever I go in Australia, I hear 8848 all the time. And you know what? They've represented Nepal very well. Really, if I have to say something like, you know, the story of me walking through the streets of Brisbane in Fortitude Valley and seeing this small store grow into a conglomerate, into an empire, it's a big thing. Like it's a dream come true for that entrepreneur. So what I'd like to take is an opportunity to take you in a journey, share a quick video. With this video, you will be able to know more about 8848, and then we will be meeting with them to talk more about their journey forthcoming. So ladies and gentlemen, please stay with me on a short presentation that will be playing on the screen shortly and connect with me on the journey. Thank you.
Simple idea. For us, it started with a dumpling, a taste of home, and a dream much bigger than a restaurant. 8848 Momo House was founded with one mission: to introduce the taste and culture of Nepal to the world. What began as one restaurant in Australia has grown into one of Australia's fastest growing Nepalese restaurant brands, with more than 19 outlets across Australia and an international presence in Germany, with further expansion planned across New Zealand, United Kingdom, Europe, and beyond. We don't simply open restaurants, we build businesses, we build communities, we build opportunities. Starting a restaurant alone is difficult. You have to find the suppliers, hire the staffs, you have to build a brand, you have to learn marketing, you have to manage technology, you have to create systems, and you have to grow sustainably. That is why we've already built the system. We are not looking for investors, and we are not looking for partners. But we are looking for people who believe food can connect cultures. People who believe Nepal deserves a place on global dining map. The journey has just begun. Join us and bring the taste of Nepal to your city. Australia, New Zealand, Europe. For every franchise inquiries, send us an email at info@8848momohouse.com.au.
This is a message to all Momo lovers around the world. My name is Home. I'm the founder of 8848 Momo House. And I'm gonna make sure to have a store in every city of the world. 1,000 stores, 100 plus countries, and 1 billion Momo steam every single day.
Hello everyone, this is my boss. Please help him get 1 million views in this video, and he promises me 5-day trip to Bali for my birthday.
What an absolute passion with the food that we love. What an absolute passion with the food that we love. Home Passage, you've done it, I mean, like you've done it on the 8848, but you've done it bigger here, right? So I'd like to call you and the team on the stage and deliver your what's next. So if I can have Home Passage on the stage, please. Thank you.
Hello. हामी चाहिँ आजकल बाटोमा हिँड्दै गर्दा we see burgers, right? Burgers everywhere. We see pizza everywhere. We see sushi everywhere. We see a small bubble tea coming from Taiwan locals in the global map. Then it left us a question: why not Momo, right? Momo is comforting. Momo is shareable. Momo is adaptable to every community. Momo stay. My name is Home Passy. I'm the founder of 8848 Momo House. What you have just seen is just the glimpse of what 8848 Momo House, what we have achieved or built till now by the grace of God Almighty. I'd like to thank you, my wife, my kids, who has given immense times. I am nothing without them, especially with my wife, because she has dropped her all vision, miss all her aims in life, what she want to achieve. She jumped on my ambitions. She is looking after kids when I'm traveling around the world, and I would like to thank you, my wife. I am nothing without her. Similarly, when I started, I was by myself. That is $1. In 2015, we started a small container-based cafe, restaurant, which is now 8840 Momo House, and we started in 2019, we started franchising. From $1, one main visions with an empty pocket. I didn't have access to any resource. I didn't have access to fund. I didn't have access to many networking like this. But we have one big mission: to take our favorite food, Momo, to the global market. And today, we are currently esteeming 5 million of Momo every year, turning to 16 million business in selling Momo only. With retail expansion, UK and new ventures, we'll be turning around 50 million business by the end of this financial year. I like to welcome my team, because without them, I think I'm no one. That $1 was I, but this $16 million business is no more I. I could have not achieved anything without my team. We say we, they are my family. We spend almost 12 hours a day with them. And on weekends, when I'm off, we go hiking. So basically, we spend every day almost 8+ hours with them. So I'd like to welcome my team, my general manager, legal finance team, IT, marketing, and everyone. Wherever they can come, please come to the stage and join me. I'm not going to take more of your time because you have already seen on the videos what we have achieved till now. Without these people, I think I could not have achieved what we have achieved today. You can see 8848 everywhere. We can see people talking about Momo because of our team, my family. These are the main people behind the success. We are not here to claim Momo. Momo was already there, right? Momo was already popular. Momo was already there. We haven't created it, or we are not here to claim that it is our product. Momo was already there. What we are trying to build is a brand who can represent Momo to the global market. Because the product like Momo need a better brand to represent it to the global market. So what we want to achieve today is we want to take Momo globally and represent Momo in its scalability, its capacity is consistent through our brand, where we have built a system today on marketing, on scalability, on productions, because we have our own factory where we make 90% of the product, there where you get consistent on every product. We have our own resources in every country. Today, as we are speaking, we are setting up our factory in UK, and Germany we have already opened. We are overwhelmed with the love, support in Frankfurt, German locals. So we are very proud that Momo is recognizing, people are talking about Momo, people are eating Momo, and we have, till date, we have achieved something. My question here is about the next chapter. What we want to do next. Our first chapter is completed now. So now, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, family, all the Nepalese, I always say all the Nepalese are the brand ambassador of 8848 Momo House, because we don't want to make one person a brand ambassador. Because we want to make Nepal proud. If you see our tagline, you'll see our Nepali flag. We want to make Nepalese food to be recognized in the global market. We know we say everyone can sell Momo, but we are trying to represent Momo through our brand. So today, I want to ask if you guys are looking for ventures or franchise. We are looking for a franchise partner to other countries, corporate partners, or to make Momo globally, who can understand our vision and missions. Are we ready to steam with us? If so, please contact us, me, myself, and my team, and we'll guide. Thank you very much. Momo stay. Keep eating Momo.
After 20 days of practice, I'm very proud that Hom Dai gave such a beautiful speech. So let's give it up for Hom Dai, everybody, the Momo Man. Well, a huge chunk of marketing budget of 8848 Momo House for the year 2026 has been invested for this particular event. So to take a little bit of advantage, I would like to introduce the first ever book by the Momo Man himself, Hom Pyashi. So, Mr. Hom Pyashi, if you're around, can you please, yes, please. And for the release of the book, I would like to call in Miss Siksha Sangrola. Siksha Sangrola, who is also an actress in Nepali movie industry. She is very famous on social media and an aspiring real estate agent as well. Alongside, I would like to call in Swatantra Pratap Shah, who is the owner of Sudar Paschim Cricket Team Nepal and founding president of FIN as well. So first ever book of Momo Man, ladies and gentlemen, now streaming. Please give it up. सो हजुरहरूले हसल गरिरहनु भएको छ, हजुरहरूले स्ट्रगल गरिरहनु भएको छ भए यो किताब पढेर हजुरहरूले त्यो स्ट्रगलहरूलाई बाइपास गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ र मोमोको माया संसारलाई चिनाउन सक्नुहुन्छ. Give it up once again for Home Pyashi, ladies and gentlemen. A few words.
Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations, Home Bhai, for your beautiful book. I'm sure we all gonna read it and we'll get a lot of information about momos, about your journey. I know him since very long time, and he's one of the very hard workers, never give up. He's the man we always look up to, and we love you so much, and we wish you achieve so much success, and we are looking forward to see 8848 Momo House all around the world, maybe 1,000 stores and billions of Momo in a day. All our blessing and congratulations to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sadhan Dada. Thank you so much, Shikshadi. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you can find complimentary copies of first 100 books at our stall of 8848 Momo House, right outside towards the left. And 100 पछि चाहिँ हजुरहरूले Amazonमा भेटाउन सक्नुहुन्छ. That was 8848 Momo House. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Hiroshi is always a powerhouse. Whenever he's on TikTok or whenever he's on the stage, it's all power, it's all energy. Kudos to you, Hiroshi. And yes, Momoste. Thank you, Home Pyashi, for putting Momo in the map of the world. Appreciate all you do to make the most loved food of Nepalese in the map of the world. Thank you. Now, what we also going to witness is something very different, never been heard of in the past. I want to steal a little bit of moment and tell a little bit of story about me. I came in 2008 to Australia in a hope to build something into Australia. I wasn't able to do much in my own country, but an individual that has actually gone back to my country, who is not Nepalese, but he's an Australian, and has built such an amazing business. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about the next segment, which is idea to impact, or ideas to impact. This individual has gone to Nepal and brought the soil of Nepal to Australia to build houses. How beautiful is that? How heartwarming that sounds to all of us Nepalese here. Does that really melt your heart? Does that really melt your heart? So I am actually going to introduce you to this individual. His name is Nick Abraham, and he's the director and founder of Himalayan Artisan and HA Build. So ladies and gentlemen, please put a round of applause for Nick. Thank you, Nick.
That was an incredible introduction. Feel like a fish out of water here. So, not too sure if there's any other Aussies in the crowd or. We're all Aussies, yeah, exactly, yeah. Exactly. All right, well, I am the crazy Australian that is exporting, building goods from Nepal to Australia. And some of you may have seen a podcast about a guy exporting bricks, that's me, to Oz. And we're just about to do our first full home from Nepal to Australia, which is crazy. I know, I'm crazy. And yeah, I suppose to get to that point, I need to share a bit of a story as to how we got there. So in 2015, with the earthquake, I was 20 years old, and as many of you all probably would have all gone through, felt some pretty hard times through that, and lost a few people that I knew personally in that event. So I decided to go over and help out. And as any young 20-year-old at that point does, only knows one way, and that's through charity or a charitable organisation. When I landed in Nepal, the group that I was meant to work with didn't actually exist, and I'd raised a bunch of money and committed to rebuilding 200 temporary shelters that just wasn't inexistent. So as a 20-year-old, to be met at the airport and told that the group doesn't exist and we don't need the help anymore, I was a bit disappointed. But anyway, I got put up into a village called Gumachok. I met with a guy called Hitman Tamang, and he showed me the school that needed rebuilding. From that point, I spent about 6 months in a village, and we were trying to rebuild sections of the village using bricks, and that's where the whole brick part of my eventual business journey would start. As the world moved on after the earthquake, there's many natural disasters, many other sections, and you know, people shift their focus away from Nepal. The world moved on. I was struggling to keep fundraising going, so I decided that the best way to keep everything going and to keep the people that I had become involved with, had now called my family in that village, supported, was to start a company. So I was a builder. I had $60,000 in my bank account at that point in time, and I was 21, and I just made a choice to instead of go traveling, invest my time and my money in starting a brick factory in Sanku, and just going for it. So that was the end of 2016. I'd invested basically everything up until I think $1,300 in my bank account, and I was getting pretty stressed because we hadn't hit a single sale, and very stressful. And 1st of January 2017, we got our first large sale, and we sold bricks every single day for 2 years, and we managed to employ 35 people locally in the village and another 45 internally in Kathmandu that were helping create machines for the brick factory that we were running. My life trajectory over there was greatly affected by the compassion and the humility of the Nepalese people. I'd only known working in very corporate environments prior to coming to Nepal, and I'd fallen in love with the country. So you can see a few images up here behind me. I grew the company with my team over in Nepal and turned it from a brick manufacturing into a construction company. We very quickly became very successful over in Nepal. We were prefabricating buildings on the ground, and then we would erect them with cranes, and we'd have people standing outside our construction sites just watching, thinking, you know, what's going on. The company grew very quick. We hit 100 staff members in Nepal in 2018, and the growth of it I actually couldn't keep up with financially, so I decided to come back to Australia and start a construction company here. Construction company here in Australia went very well, and at that point then COVID came, and it became very, very difficult to sustain operations in Nepal, and I wasn't ready to let go of my Nepal family. I'd made a commitment to everyone over there that we were, you know, going to continue the business, but I couldn't physically be over there. So then we decided to shift our focus from manufacturing and selling locally to exporting and selling globally. So in 2022, which you can see there, we sent our first container of bricks, which within 20 minutes of registering the container, I got a notification from the Prime Minister's office saying I was being investigated because who the hell sends bricks from Nepal to Australia? Fair enough, good question. And so we had a lot of hurdles. If people know Sanku, the road to Sanku, oh, sorry. The road from Sanku, I'm going to get there, is pretty bad, or was pretty bad. Now it's pretty good. Yeah, Tixa, let's go. And it is, we decided to use the bricks as just a pilot testing project to see if we could export out of Nepal to Australia. And thankfully we did. We managed to have a successful export, and then that opened up a bunch of different possibilities for my construction sites. So where I ended up deciding to take things was into the luxury handmade space. So I build for very high net worth individuals here in Sydney, and we spend crazy amounts of money on luxury handmade goods. And to give you an example, we were doing a penthouse in Potts Point. We had a set of lights. One of the lights was $16,000, and it was handmade. Now, it wouldn't be what we all know as like the perfected product, we would all look at it and be thinking, oh, there's distorted lines, there's, defects. But at that level, the product is about the story, and the story is what sells. It's not necessarily the actual componentry that is delivered. So what I chose to transition the business towards was turning a Himalayan-made based business that is selling luxury handmade goods to the world and really push that heavily into the market. So some of these things you see, this is all made in Nepal. That whole thing is made in Nepal. The basins are made in Bhaktapur, the stones done in our factory in Saku. It's going to take me a minute. It's 11 years now, I should probably know by now, but all of this is handmade over there. And what we do, so I've set up Himalayan Artisan. We manufacture all of the interiors that will be sold globally. We're currently selling here in Australia, locally in Sydney and most of the Central West regions. And we're going to transition that into full manufacturing for luxury homes, which I've put my money where my mouth is. We've bought our first site in Orange in New South Wales, and we expect to build our first full prefabricated structure from Nepal for Australia by the end of 2027. It's been very, very challenging. We've hit a lot of roadblocks. Setting up a trade route properly between Australia and Nepal has been difficult. A lot of hurdles, a lot of quality manufacturing issues, logistics, cultural differences, and integrating everything in together, meeting deadlines has been challenging, but it is possible. And I do firmly believe that Nepal, as the Himalayas, is literally physically on top of the world. And and the products that we can make, I have seen. This is all hand cut. Took 3 months to cut these tiles that went into a bathroom in Clovelly. And the clients can't stop telling their friends about it. Everything is possible from Nepal. Absolutely everything. It takes resilience, patience, hard work. And I think the world is actually shifting more towards these sorts of goods. Handmade goods have stories, and people want that. In a world where we're so disconnected with our technology that connects us, ironically, we crave connection. This is our first build in Bondi, where we pulled all the bricks in. It was pretty crazy. So full house, basically made out of Nepal, except for the interiors on that one. And yeah, we've got a few big things in the works. It's been an incredible journey to date. I'm very committed to Nepal. I love the country, I love the people, and I will continue to create jobs for people as the primary mission. अनि मेरो हाम्रो कम्पनीको भिजन यहाँ पनि आउँछ थोरै बुझ्नुहुन्छ एक दिनमा 1500 जना are leaving Nepal, and every time I go to the airport, I hate to see that. महिनाको salary कति 20,000 30,000 पैसा के गर्ने हैन पैसा पुग्दैन. हाम्रो भिजन आबु धाबी जाने पर्दैन, कतार जाने पर्दैन, मलेसिया जाने पर्दैन, राम्रो काम opportunity नेपालमा possible छ. अनि yeah, there should be no reason to have to leave for financial reasons. Like, everything is possible there. I believe it. I firmly believe it. I'm putting my money where my mouth is. We're pushing hard on all these sites, and yeah, we plan to employ around 1,000 people at over 1 lakh per month in a labor skilled setting. So yeah, that's it. So Q&A? Oh yeah. 3 questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. Let me steal the mic from you so you can use the podium for.
Okay, this one? Yeah.
3 questions, please. Any 3 questions? New version, new table, new place.
Saku.
Do we
Yeah. Saku. Nepal, Saku.
Thank you, Nick. It was a really good story to listen to. And recently, I've been also involved with the property development. And among some friends who are in the industry, sometimes we talk about maybe bring some yellow beggar style roofing to Australia. And I don't know where, actually some of the builders in Adelaide I've been talking to, and they are planning to go to Nepal. Actually, we are thinking of building a Pashupatinath temple, and these are a big group of builders, and they said they would go and visit Pashupatinath and have a look at it and things like that. And at the moment it is a bit romantic, but I think I would like to get connected with you and maybe explore a bit further. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes,
The question actually I didn't put it. Whether it
Sorry, yeah, I was just like,
it is possible to do
My bad.
something like this. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that? I couldn't hear properly.
And what I said earlier, and was would that be possible to explore further and with your help or to that connection?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing I didn't say before is that in Australia we've actually lost a lot of the traditional craftsmanship skills and the artisan skills that people are now seeking. So to manufacture, in particular roofing, for your question, we do a lot of copper roofs, but people don't know how to deal with copper anymore. And I'm sure we're all aware in Bhaktapur and Timir there are so many copper brass artisans that do such great work, such beautiful work, and it's a lost art that we have here. So in fact, Nepal is actually one of the best set up countries already for it. It's just not fully aware at the moment.
Thank you. I'll get in touch with you and
sure.
Talk more talks. Thank you.
No problem.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for what you do. It's a very beautiful job that you do for all the Nepalese.
Thank you.
One request, this is my personal request. What I want to ask is, I'm building a house myself in Melbourne. I came from Melbourne this morning. And what I want is, I want to have, if you can, because I can't get the whole brick. I don't have that much of, finance. But what I request from you is, if you can give me like if you can provide one piece of brick that I can put in my house.
Of course. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm happy to pay the price. You can parcel it to me, Melbourne. This is my humble request. Big and happily, that means a big thing for me.
The beauty of what we're doing, just in response to that, and the way the process works, is we can custom make everything. Say for handles, we can custom make any handle within 8 days. So if someone comes to me with a design, I can make something and then have it sent to Australia within 8 days. You can't do that in a normal manufacturing setting because everything has to have machines set up to do stuff. So I would happily make you a handle or a light or anything you would like for your home from Nepal. I'd be on it. Yeah.
Hi, Nick. I think I'll wait until I can afford the whole house for the brick. But in the meantime, I do have a question. So if you had a magic wand right now, and if you could solve any problem in the world, what would you do to solve 3 things that is causing a barrier for you to trade and bring your stuff over here from Nepal?
Good question. Yeah, good question. Can we have more than 3, or is it capped? Huge roadblocks for me initially were that it is a crazy idea and capital was
was not easily accessible. So everything that's been done has been off my own back at the moment. So I earn money, put it into the company, and just, you know, live as minimal as possible to make it all happen, because I firmly believe in it. I've been blessed in the last 2 years that the products that have been coming through in the market are actually at an elite level, that people actually want that product. So the capital was one. The magic wand, can always use more capital. We love capital. Actually the attitude in Nepal as well, and the belief that I will deliver, has been challenging. You know, trying to convince people that sending and manufacturing things in Australia in Nepal for Australia is a good idea. Commercially, it's very viable. You know, it might sound ludicrous, and it is, obviously, but it's a viable market when you deal in the luxury space. And then the third would be tech, AI and tech, and being able to fix human resource issues and things like that we have over there with management of photos of products and where they're up to and the status of that, and then coordinating all the different people. There's about 150 artisans working at the moment at any one time. We've got 35 full-time in the factory making bricks, and then the rest are out doing lights, handles, tiles, and yeah, that's probably the three things I'd fix at the moment. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can hear, yeah. For Nepali, my constructive feedback for Nepali. Belief, hold belief. I think everyone has had moments in their ventures and their time within dealing with Nepal that have maybe pushed them in a direction where they didn't want to go. I would just say hold the belief. Everything from Nepal is possible, and I firmly believe it's going to be one of the best countries in the world. It's got. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that was interesting, Nick. Can I make a proposal to you, Nick? I'd like to have his attention first. Nick, I'll make a proposal. Stay for the after party. You'll be selling a lot of bricks today. We will all buy it, because the bricks made of the soil of Nepal. You want a brick too? Okay.
I am a brick.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sujata ji, the president of Vinay, Australia. Thank you, the lady behind everything today. That was really patriotic, and that was really something that touched a lot of our heart, and I'm sure Nick's business is going to go through the rocket now. Not through the rock, but through the rocket, because you'll be selling a lot of bricks today, okay? This is a moment where I'm a little bit nervous, I would say. Look, many of you don't know me that I'm into banking, right? I work with Westpac as an executive banker. And now the next person that is going to come is a banker too, right? So I don't want to be too smart and talk too much and say too much, because you know what, saying anything in front of him is like lighting a torch in front of the sun. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go and read my notes, if that's the permission that I have from you. Because when I read my notes, I kind of feel like I disconnect from you. That's my feel. So please stay with me. I'm just gonna read the notes because I don't wanna make any mistakes here because the pressure is on me. So our next speaker is one of Nepal's highly experienced banking leader with a deep knowledge of financial institution, digital banking, customer strategy, and evolving relationship between banks and the global Nepali community. He has held senior leadership responsibilities in Nepal's banking sector and is known for making complex financial issues understandable to businesses and the wider public. Today, He travels all the way from Nepal to Australia with an interesting question. And the interesting question is, how can banks move beyond processing remittances, the money that we send, okay? So I'll repeat the question. How can banks move beyond processing remittance and begin serving global Nepali as an investor, as an entrepreneur, customer, and long-term economic partner? So how can we chip in? Okay, the real question is, beyond remittance, how can we contribute? How can we, all the brain drain that has happened over the years of Nepal, how can we go back and create innovation in banking or fintech or whatever we could do from wherever we can, right? So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please help me welcome banking leader, Mr. Manoj Kumar Giwali, CEO of Neville Bank. It's a pleasure that I share the same surname, which is Giwali. It's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Giwali. Good afternoon. So, thank you, Finney. So, all distinguished guests, participants. So, there is a very challenging questions before me that beyond remittance, what banks can do. To start with, I say, if everything will be fine in the country and the confidence of the people will be grown to the next level, banking can do anything because Nepalese banking sector is equally competent than any international banks as of now, technologically, product-wise and everything, but the constraints are there in the regulations and the confidence of the people in Nepal, so we'll talk on this. So with this note, so I'll just, so I'll just share some of my slides where I would like to highlight how much you have contributed to the country and what areas are left or where you can contribute more. So in the beyond remittance, so I have to, can I use this? This is better, I think. Yeah. So beyond remittance, we can do many things. Next slide, please. So if we just see the picture, so GDP of the country is 6,600 billion rupees, total estimated. Total loan size of the banking sector is almost about the GDP of the country now. So total deposit has exceeded, अहिले त हामी भन्छौँ 82 खर्ब भन्दा माथि भइसक्यो. So major contributions from your side. These people have contributed a lot. Because of you people, we are flushed with the liquidity now, right? So foreign exchange reserve position has also increased to next level. Just before 2-3 years back, so Nepal had restricted about 10 products. Dohra product restrict garde थियो because we had scarcity of foreign exchange reserve, which was not even adequate to cover 6 to 7 months import of goods and services. So Nepal had stopped with the government decisions. Now this coverage has already exceeded about 20 months import of goods and services as of now. So major contributors are here in this room, right? So total remittances in a year, lagbag 21 kharba. As of now, considering the current run rate, 2 kharba bhanda badi paisa chahi you people have sending into the country. Aja chahi. हैन यो हिसाब किताबले when we make calculations, next year probably it will be more than 25 kharba, right? So this is the total contribution of the remittance of the country, and which is around 32% of the total GDP size, and which is expected to even increase and exceed 35% or more in the year to come. And total loanable fund, considering 90% of the CDRO with the country, is now more than 15 kharva. So that is 1,515 billion rupees as of now, mainly because of the contributions from all Nepalese residing outside the countries, making lots of contribution on the liquidity side. Because of that reasons, entrepreneurship in the country is being viable. The interest rate has been substantially decreased. So if you talk about my bank, so this base rate is 4.4% now. And if some entrepreneurs, if you want to connect with the banks in Nepal, so bank will be offering 5%, 5.5% or the 6% interest for lending, right? So you can collaborate. This is the lowest rate as of now. So historically, lowest rate is there in Nepal because of this excess liquidity. BOP surplus is also increasing each day. Inflation is also in the control. So everything, the bottom line and the contributing factor is the remittance. Remittance means people behind the remittance, all Nepalese people, even residing outside the country with true Nepali heart, you people have contributed a lot. So this is the first slides where you have contributed lots to the country. So how much we can contribute from this country? So we have Mananiya Kavindra Burlakoteji here, right? So he's from the ruling party. So we'll be talking on those issues. How much we can solicit more in terms of other investment opportunities more than remittances. I'll talk in next slides. Please, next slide, please. So this is just the growth parameters. So from 16 kharba to this figures, we have increasing each year. So growth पनि त्यस्तै छ. If you just consider 5 year, 5 वर्षमा डबल भन्दा बढी चाहिँ remittance को flow country मा भइसक्यो. यो भन्नुको मतलब दुईटा पार्ट छ. Part 1, yes, you have been contributed a lot to the GDP. You have been contributing a lot into the liquidity in the deposits. You are making our life easier for the bankers. Deposit collection was the very top job. Now you have made it so easy as of now, but we are facing different type of problem, right? के छ त भन्दा पैसा त तपाईले पठाइदियो तर नेपालमा अपर्च्युनिटी छैन भन्छ. हरेक दिन भिड लागेर मान्छे बाहिर आउने क्रम जारी नै छ. अघि Mr. Nick also highlighted some opportunities inside the country, but आजको डेटमा अघि मान्य कविन्द्रले पनि भन्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो नि त तपाईलाई चाहिँ टेम्पोररी भिसा लाग्यो भने के गर्ने त भन्दाखेरि तपाई फर्किने भए पनि हामीलाई त त्यही राख्दिनुस् भन्ने होला चीज स्टिल देयर छ है. सो त्यो किन भइराछ भन्ने कुरामा हामी अलिकति कुरा गर्छौं. तर चीज त्यति बिग्रेको छैन जति हामीले बिग्रेको भनेर प्रचार प्रसार गरिरहेछौं. थिंग्स आर नट दैट बैड. नराम्रो होइन. तर त्यही फेरि हामीले भन्यो भने चाहिँ नेपाली सोसाइटी यति बिग्रिसकेको छ. मैले त्यही पोस्ट गरेँ भने 1 करोड रुपैयाँ तलब खान्छ, ब्याङ्कको सिओ भएको छ, डाका ठग भन्छ हैन. त्यही हो नि सोसाइटी त हाम्रो. तपाईहरु पनि फेसबुकमा हेरिरहेको छ. तपाईले मेरो भिडियोको तल हेर्नुभयो भने गाली मजाले भेट्छ हैन. के भन्छ त भन्दा चोर डाका यत्रो पैसा कमाइरहेछ अनि भनिहाल्छ नि हाम्रो हेर्न हाम्रो भन्छ, रोइरहेछ. अनि श्रेयाको रोल धेरै आउला. श्रेयालाई चाहिँ अलिकति धेरै काम गर्नुपर्ने छ नेपालमा, बिकज सोसियल मिडिया इज बिङ सो स्याडिस्ट एज अफ नाउ. त्यो चाहिँ अलिकति मिस हुन्छ. अब यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो यो टोटल लेबरको चाहिँ इन्क्रिमेन्ट चाहिँ भइरहेको छ. यो लेबर भनेको चाहिँ फेरि डोमेस्टिक लेबर हु गट दिस लेबर भिजा फ्रम लेबर मिनिस्ट्री, त्यो चाहिँ रेकर्ड हो. त्यो बाहेक चाहिँ कोही घुसपैठ गरेर आउने, आएर चाहिँ बिचरा कहाँबाट हुँदै विदेश आउने, लुकेर बस्ने, त्यसपछि गएर विद्यार्थीको रूपमा आउने फिगर्सहरू चाहिँ यहाँ छैन भने त्यो पनि हामीले जोड्यो भने चाहिँ यो सब्सटेन्सियली इन्क्रिज भइरहेको छ. बिकज अफ द्याट रिजन पिपुल एकदम यङ इनर्जेटिक ड्रिम भएको मान्छे सबै यहाँ आएर बस्यो भने हामी कहाँ चाहिँ गाली गर्ने, बिहान बेलुका गाली गर्ने, दिनभरि बस्ने, बदमासी गर्ने, साँझ फेसबुकमा पनि गाली गरिरहेछ, बिहान उठ्दा पनि गाली गरिरहेछ. अनि देश बिगाऱ्यो भने, नेताले बिगाऱ्यो भने बाहेक मान्छे नबस्ने भयो. सो वी आर फेसिङ द्याट प्रब्लम देयर हैन. त्यो चाहिँ हामीलाई एकदमै चर्को पर्को छ. त्यो मात्र होइन, कन्जम्सन प्याटर्न हेज बिन डिटेरियोरेटेड ड्रास्टिकल्ली. एकदमै पहिला चाहिँ हामीलाई ब्याङ्करले गाली गर्थे कि किन गाली गर्थे भने ब्याङ्कले ब्याज बढाइदिएर 5-7% को ब्याज लियो, डाकाहरूले बढाइदियो 14-15 अनि हामी डुब्दैन भन्थ्यो. त्यति बेला मैले भन्थेँ नो 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 प्लिज. यस, इन्क्रिजिङ इन्ट्रेस्ट रेट इज अलवेज प्रब्लम, बट दिस इज द प्रब्लम समवेयर 10 to 15% of the total problem. The problem reducing turnover or the consumption pattern is the major problem. किन भन्दा यस्तो youth population काम गर्ने, दुःख गर्ने, रमाइलो गर्ने, मोज गर्ने सारा बाहिर आएर बसेपछि त्यहाँको रेस्टुरेन्ट कसले चलाइदिने, होटल कसले चलाइदिने, गाडी कसले किनिदिने, बाइक कसले किनिदिने, तपाईहरुले यही चाहिँ दौडाइरहेछ सबै चीजहरु भनेपछि कन्जम्सन प्याटर्न अफ द कन्ट्री इज वीक नाउ. सो हामी चाहिँ अब रिस्टोर गर्नुपर्ने कुरा के हो त भन्दा वी हेभ रिसोर्सेस, वी हेभ स्टेबल गभर्नमेन्ट, वी हेभ एभ्रिथिङ, एभ्री फेसिलिटिज, बट द पिपल, मान्छे छैन भने त्यो केही चिजले पनि गर्न सक्दैन. सो वी वान्ट यु पिपल टु ब्रिङ ब्याक है. त्यो चिज चाहिँ छ. म त्यहाँ कहाँ अपर्च्युनिटी छ, कहाँ आएर तपाईँ जोडिन सक्नुहुन्छ भन्छु. नेक्स्ट प्लिज. सो investors, professionals, innovators, innovations, enterprise, economic partner, market connections, enterprises, सबै ठाउँमा के छ भन्दा Nepal's next growth chapter will not be defined by how much money come here, but how many opportunities the global Nepalis can create with Nepal. So exactly that is the thing where we can create value. Yes, म कहाँ भ्यालु छ पछाडि भन्छु अलि अगाडि जाउँ प्लिज नेक्स्टमा जाउँ यो रिपिट भएको छ नेक्स्ट शब्द यो द पार्टिसिपेसन्सको ग्याप कहाँ छ त भन्दाखेरि इन्टेन्ट स्ट्रङ विल डिप कनेक्सन्स आज पनि यहाँ बसेको सबै नेपालीलाई तपाईँहरू यहाँ भएको मान्छे सबैलाई अहिले यहाँ सर्वे गरौँ कि तपाईँ नेपाल फर्किने हो भनेर भन्नुपर्छ कि ठिकठाक भयो भने त फर्किने नै हो क्या हैन सबैको एउटै आवाज हो हैन सो यहाँ बस्दा पनि तपाईँ दिन 4 चोटि चाहिँ फर्केर नेपालमा के भइरहेछ नेपालको न्युज के छ भइरहेछ तपाईँ नेपाल जहाँ बस्नुस् नेपाली हो झन् स्ट्रङली कनेक्टेड छ हामी जान्छौँ नि त जहाँ जहाँ गयो भने पनि के मतलब भने हामी बरु नेपालमा हामीलाई कसैले चिज गर्दैन आएको छ भन्ने थाहा पाउनुपर्छ मेरो त रेस्टुरेन्ट छ मेरो त आउनु पर्यो ए अब हिजो मात्रै हामी एयरपोर्टबाट आउँदै थियौँ पुग्यो भन्ने थाहा पाएर 4-5 जना साथीहरू गाडी लिएर कसको गाडीमा चढ्नु हैन त्यो भनेको चाहिँ त्यो द स्ट्रङ कनेक्सन्स यु पिपल ह्याभ हैन जति बाहिर बस्यो माया सायद त्यति बढी हुन्छ कि हैन हामी धेरै नबसेर थाहा भएन होला तपाईहरु स्ट्रङली कनेक्टेड छ र इन्टेन्ट र स्ट्रङ पनि तपाईहरुको एकदम विल छ तर हामीले कहाँ एक्सेप्ट गर्नुपर्ने छ भन्दा इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको चाहिँ ग्याप छ है इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको ग्याप भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ के त भन्दा तपाईले बढी कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्ने र बढी बिल्ड गर्नको लागि सपोर्ट गर्नको लागि इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको ग्याप कहाँ छ भन्दा एक्सेसको ब्यारियर छ फिजिकल प्रेजेन्सको कुराहरू भयो अहिले फ्रेगमेन्टेड केवाइसी अघि पनि मसँग 2-3 जना साथीहरूले अघि कुरा गर्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो यस यु हेभ बिन ओपनिङ डिजिटल ब्याङ्क एकाउन्टिङ भइरहेको छ तर वी हेभ बिन फेसिङ प्रब्लम टु ओपन ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट्स रिसाइडिङ हियर हैन गाह्रो भइरहेछ भन्नुभयो अब अहिले रिसेन्टली रुल्स हेज बिन चेन्ज एनआइडी नभयो भने चाहिँ यु कान्ट ओपन ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट राइट अब एनआइडी त हाम्रो भएन भने पनि एनआरएन कार्ड हुनु पर्यो त्यो एनआरएन कार्ड पनि छैन एनआइडी पनि छैन भने यु कान्ट ओपन ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट सो अब हामीले डिजिटल्ली त एक्सेसिबल छ आजको डेटमा नोबेल ब्याङ्कले होइन सबै ब्याङ्कहरूले चाहिँ तपाईँले भिडियो केवाइसी अपडेट हुन्छ यु क्यान ओपन एन्ड अपरेट ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट्स सिटिङ एट योर होम एट एनी लोकेसन अफ द वर्ल्ड जहाँबाट पनि तपाईँलाई हामी कनेक्ट भएर काम गर्न सक्छौँ तर कुरा के छ त भन्दा केवाइसीको अपडेट्सहरूको प्रब्लम छ जसको कारणले तपाईँले काम गर्न सकिरहेको छैन अनि रिमोट अनबोर्डिङमा चाहिँ एक्सेस चाहिँ त्यो हुन सकिरहेको छैन सो आई सजेस्ट यु आइदर टु गेट द्याट एनआइडी और एनआरएन कार्ड सो यु क्यान इजिली ओपन ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट टु एनी ब्याङ्क्स जहाँ तपाईँ चाहनुहुन्छ अलमोस्ट अल ब्याङ्क्स ह्याड द्याट भिडियो केवाइसी एन्ड अनलाइन अनबोर्डिङ अफ दिस एकाउन्ट अनबोर्डिङ छ यु क्यान ओपन ब्याङ्क एकाउन्ट फ्रम एनीवेयर संसारभरि सक्छ तर त्यो कन्स्टेन्ट छ रिकग्निसनको ब्यारियर छ तपाईँले भोलि बिहान इफ यु वान्ट टु लेट्स से अपरेट एनी बिजनेस इन नेपाल सो या घरै किन्न थाल्नुभयो या केही काम गर्न थाल्नुभयो भने हामीले इन्कम माग्छौँ इन्कम माग्ने बेलामा पनि देयर आर सम इस्युज के छ त भन्दा ट्याक्स तिरेको डकुमेन्ट भएको टिडिएसको सर्टिफिकेट भन्छ यहाँ कतिपय मान्छेहरूको टिडिएस छैन कतिपय ट्याक्स फ्रीमा काम गरिरहेको छ जोनमा काम गरिरहेको छ सो इन्कम रिकग्निसन्स र के छ त भन्दाखेरि फरेनको ब्याङ्किङको हिस्ट्री चाहिँ हामीसँग रेकर्ड हुँदैन जसको कारणले हाउ मच ट्रस्ट वी हेभ टु put on your task or your assignments or your projects भन्ने कुरामा we feel somehow somewhere difficulties so त्यो प्रब्लम छ अलिकति अनि ग्लोबल क्रेडिन्सियल चाहिँ नेपालले अहिले पनि युज गर्दैन तपाईँ यहाँ जानुभयो भने मोर्गेज लोन लिनु पर्यो कुनै लोन लिन जानु पर्यो या कुनै अरू आउटसाइड द कन्ट्री हामी कहाँ पनि ब्याङ्कलाई धेरैले गाली गर्छ ए तपाईँहरू त धितो भयो मात्र दिनुहुन्छ नत्र चाहिँ लोन दिनुहुन्न हुने खानलाई मात्र दिनुहुन्छ भन्दा हामीलाई खुब गाली गर्छ होइन अनि द रिजन बिहाइन्ड द्याट किन हो त भन्दाखेरि हामी चाहिँ वास्तवमा यो एकाउन्ट होल्डर्स या पर्सन्सको इन्डिभिजुअल क्रेडेन्सियललाई इभ्यालुएट गरेर फेसिलिटिज दिने कुरा स्टिल छैन भने हामी आजको डेटमा पनि आइदर यु हेभ टु सो युर ब्याङ्क ब्यालेन्स अर द नेटवर्थ इनसाइड द कन्ट्री अर यु हेभ टु कन्भिन्स ब्याङ्क द्याट यु हेभ एडिक्वेट नेटवर्थ टु रिपे युर डेप्ट भन्ने कुरा इन्स्योर नगर्ने बेलासम्म वी कान्ट प्रोभाइड एनी ब्याङ्किङ सर्भिसेस एज अ लेन्डिङ फेसिलिटी टु यु द्याट इज द ट्रुथ तपाईँलाई मैले यहाँ आएर गजब हुन्छ भनेर गयो भने फेरि पछि फर्केर गफ त त्यहाँ खुब गरेर आदेश होइन भनिहाल्नुहुन्छ नि त होइन सो दिस इज द इस्यु हामी अहिले पनि ग्लोबल क्रेडेन्सियलको युज चाहिँ हामी अहिले गर्न सक्ने स्थितिमा छैनौँ अर्को सबभन्दा अलिकति गाह्रो के छ त भन्दा अनक्लियर प्रोडक्ट्स लिमिटेड ट्रान्सपेरेन्सी अनि अनसर्टेन एक्जिट एन्ड रिपार्टेसन पाथवेज नेपालमा धेरै मान्छेले दुःख भएको छ यहाँ मान्यजीले पनि अलिकति सुन्नुपर्ने कुरै हो यो नेपालमा इन्भेस्ट गर्न चाहिँ सजिलो छ तर निकाल्नलाई चाहिँ भयङ्कर गाह्रो छ हैन धेरै मान्छेले दुःख पाएको छ दुःख पनि हामी फेरि भने नि यस्तो स्याडिस्ट भइसक्यो अब अस्ति चाहिँ ए ल एनसेललाई बन्द गर भन्छ पैसा हालेपछि त ठिक छ अब त्यसको इन्भेस्टमेन्ट कसरी थियो के थियो त्यो लिगल वेमा हामी जाँदैनौँ तर इफ समवन हेज रियली इन्भेस्टेड मनी इन कन्ट्री सो इफ यु वान्ट टु टेक ब्याक द मनी फ्रम द्याट कन्ट्री आज नेपालमा तपाईँले हालेको पैसा अस्ट्रेलियामा बसिरहेछ, अमेरिकामा बसिरहेछ, दुबईमा बसिरहेको साथीले ल आज म नेपालमा हाल्छु भन्नुभयो, तर इफ यु गेट सम बेटर अपर्च्युनिटी इन यो कन्ट्री, रिसाइडिङ कन्ट्रीमा बेटर भयो भने ल आई वान्ट टु डिस्पोज इट नाउ एन्ड आई विल कल ब्याक भनेपछि पाउनु पऱ्यो नि त। हाल्न चाहिँ सजिलो छ, तपाईँलाई मजाले हामीले जे पनि हाल्न दिन्छौँ, तर फिर्ता गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ रिपार्टिएसनको इस्यु आइदर इन टर्म्स अफ डिभिडेन्ड और सेल आउट गरेको प्रोसिडलाई फिर्ता गर्ने ठाउँमा पनि हामीले ह्यासल्सहरू धेरै क्रिएट गरेका छौँ। त्यसलाई इज आउट नगरेसम्म, त्यसलाई जसरी वेलकमिङ पनि हुनु पऱ्यो, एट द टाइम अफ इन्भेस्टमेन्ट यु हेभ टु बी वेलकम्ड, प्रोसेस हेज टु बी सिम्प्लिफाइड, अनि एक्जिट गर्छु भन्दा पनि त्यत्तिकै वेलकमिङ भयो भने देन यु विल बी इन्करेज टु पुट मोर मनी इन द कन्ट्री। यो ठाउँमा ह्यासल छ, त्यस कारणले यति चिजहरू हामीले गऱ्यौँ भने तपाईँको त्यो स्ट्रङ विल र डिप कनेक्सनले चाहिँ अनि हामीलाई कनेक्ट गर्छ र हामी के गर्छौँ त भन्दा कन्ट्रिब्युट मोर बिल्ड, होइन, हामी चाहिँ सँगै देश बनाउने काममा चाहिँ भन्नै पर्दैन। तपाईँहरूलाई यहाँ बसेर हाम्रो मान्यजी हुनुहुन्छ, अहिले फेरि अर्थमन्त्री पनि कनेक्ट हुनु होला, आउनुहोस् नेपाल बनाऊ भनेर हामीले भन्नै पर्दैन भने तपाईँ आफै दौडिन्छ क्या। तर त्यसको लागि चाहिँ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स चाहिँ हामीले रेडी गरेर वेलकमिङ चाहिँ बनाइदिनु पर्ने सिचुएसन चाहिँ छ। नेक्स्ट प्लिज। अब यहाँ ओभरअल चाहिँ एनआरएनहरूको या यहाँबाट गएको बेटर एक्सपिरियन्सेसहरू के छ त भन्दा बिटर मात्र छैन, यस्तो प्रकारको हुँदै गर्दाखेरि पनि यो अलिकति पुरानो छ एनआरएनको डाटा अहिले चाहिँ छैन, त्यो 2014-15 को सर्वे छ, त्यसमै पनि लगभग 30 अर्ब रुपियाँको चाहिँ एनआरएनको लगानी भइसकेको छ। त्योभन्दा पछिको पनि एनआरएनको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर एन्ड डेभलपमेन्ट फन्डबाट चाहिँ 195 एनआरएन्स दे इन्कर्पोरेटेड वान कम्पनी टुगेदर, र त्यसले चाहिँ अहिले धेरैवटा हाइड्रो पावर्स कम्पनीहरूमा लगानी गरिरहेको छ, जसले चाहिँ पब्लिक इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा लगानी कुरा पनि एनआरएन्सहरू अहेड भइसकेको छ। अनि नेपाल मेडिसिटी भन्ने उहाँ हस्पिटलै खोल्यो हाम्रो उपेन्द्रजीले, त्यसले पनि अहिले 247 बेडको सफेस्टिकेटेड एउटा हस्पिटल त्यहाँ सुरु भइरहेको छ। अनि लग्जरी होटल्सहरू चाहिँ शेष गले, जमुना गलेको खोलिरहेछ, गौतम बुद्धमा जीवाजीले खोलिरहेछ। सो हाम्रो रिनाउन सम एनआरएन्स हेज अलरेडी कनेक्टेड with the Nepal in various infrastructure, tourism, त्यो सेक्टरहरूमा, हाइड्रो पावर सेक्टरहरूमा चाहिँ दे आर अलरेडी कनेक्टेड भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ यहाँबाट इस्टाब्लिस हुन्छ। अब तर उहाँहरूको एक्सपिरियन्स के छ भन्ने कुरा मैले अघि नै भने, पैसा त हाल्ने हो तर समाजले पनि, अस्ति त घर पनि जेएनजीको बेलामा त घरसर पनि चलाइदियो होइन सबैको समातेर, भनेपछि त अलिकति परिभाषा के त भन्दा हाम्रो नेपालमा अहिले पनि कमाउने चोर, ठुलो गाडी चढ्ने चोर, बदमास, अनि जो डुब्ने हो त्यो चाहिँ ठिक हो भन्ने प्रकारको माइन्डसेट छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ पैसा हालेर गाली खान चाहिँ कोही पनि चाहँदैन। द्याट्स वाइ पिपुल आर being discouraged to invest in the country. That is the reality. We accept and agree on that. त्यस कारणले पैसा हालेपछि त सम्मान पाउनु पऱ्यो नि त। मैले धेरै ठाउँमा भन्ने पनि गरेको छु, तैँले चाहिँ आफू पैसा कमाउँछ अनि पुँजीपतिलाई एकदम राम्रो भन्छ। द्याट इज नट द ट्रु। पैसालाई जहाँ गाली गरिन्छ, सम्पत्ति लक्ष्मीलाई चाहिँ अलिकति जहाँ हामी पूजाआजा गऱ्यो भने लक्ष्मी आउने होला नि त। पैसा कमाउने चोर, डाका फटा भने चाहिँ डाका चोर फटा हुनलाई किन पैसा कमाउनु त, यहीँ कमाइरहेको छु म, होइन। अनि अर्को समस्या छ, देयर इज अनदर प्रब्लम। हामी नेपालीहरूको चाहिँ त्यो आँखा चाहिँ 360 डिग्रीको सिसिटिभी जस्तै छ के, को कहाँ गयो, को कोसँग चिया खायो, कहाँ गयो, होइन। अरू केही काम छैन, आफ्नो घरको मान्छे कोसँग बस्यो थाहा छैन, छिमेकीको सबै थाहा पाउँछ, होइन। सो दिस इज द सोसियल प्रब्लम एक्ज्याक्टली, होइन। आफ्नो थाहा छैन फेरि, होइन। अनि आफूले के गरे थाहा छैन, अरूको सबै थाहा पाउने जुन चलन छ, त्यो सोसियल भ्यालुजहरू चाहिँ अपग्रेड नहुने बेलासम्म यु विल नट फिल कम्फर्टेबल। आज यहाँ आइसकेको नेपालीले हामी यताउता हेर्छौँ नि त, तपाईँहरू किन भन्दा यहाँ आयो एउटा पिस, तपाईँ आफ्नो काम गर्नुहोस्, दुनियाँदारी छिमेकीलाई पनि मतलब छैन, तपाईँले कतिवटा गाडी चेन्ज गर्नुभयो, नो बडी विल बदर। त्यहाँ त एउटा गाडी अर्को साथीको मात्रै, हिजो त अर्को सेतो गाडी हिँडेको थियो, आज त कालो ल्याएर आएछ, कहाँबाट ल्यायो, चोरले के गरेछ भने, होइन। त्यो भन्नुको लागि चाहिँ यु विल बी डिस्करेज्ड, होइन। यु विल नट बी ह्याप्पी टु गेट कनेक्टेड। अनि त्यो चिजहरूले के गर्छ त भन्दा मान्छेको एक्सपिरियन्सलाई बिटर गर्यो भने अनि कनेक्टिभिटी चाहिँ लुज भइरहेको छ। सो समवेयर समहाउ वी हेभ टु क्रिएट बेटर सोसियल रिकग्निसन सिस्टम सो द्याट पिपुल विल बी एट्र्याक्टेड, होइन। लक्ष्मीलाई पूजा गरेन, लक्ष्मी चाहिँ एकदम भित्रिन्छ, लक्ष्मीलाई गाली गरेछ, धुपबत्ती लाएर बाहिर दौडायो त भागिहाल्छ नि, होइन। सो यु पुल आर लाइक लक्ष्मी, तपाईँहरूलाई अलिकति इन्करेजिङ चाहिँ गर्न हामीले अलिकति बाँकी छ। यो भयो भने यो एक्सपिरियन्सेसहरू अझ बेटर हुन्छ जस्तो लाग्छ। प्लिज नेक्स्ट प्लिज। अब हामी चाहिँ किन अब यति कुरा गर्दा पनि वाइ आई रिक्वेस्ट यु टु कम ब्याक टु नेपाल टु इन्भेस्ट भन्दाखेरि अपर्च्युनिटी चाहिँ कहाँ छ भन्दा स्ट्रङ म्याक्रो इकोनोमिक स्टेबिलिटी चाहिँ छ है हजुर। अब मैले अघि देखाएको सुरुमा इन्डिकेटर थियो, तपाईँ इन्फ्लेसन कन्ट्रोलमा छ, इन्ट्रेस्ट रेट लोएस्ट ठाउँमा छ, ग्याप एकदमै धेरै छ, अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटी म अहिले तपाईँहरूलाई देखाउँछु पनि यति धेरै छ। अब गभर्मेन्ट चाहिँ वास्तवमा हामीले एकदम हुन्छ हुँदैन यो प्रकारको भन्ने चिजमा पहिलोचोटि लगभग 2/3 नजिकको भने चाहिँ एउटा स्टेबल गभर्मेन्ट छ। स्टेबल गभर्मेन्ट भनेपछि पोलिसीमा स्टेबिलिटी, अरू चिजहरूमा स्टेबिलिटी हामी एक्सपेक्ट गर्न सक्छौँ। यसले चाहिँ के गर्छ त भन्दाखेरि हामीलाई राम्रो गर्छ। लार्ज र ग्रोइङ रिमिटेन्सको बेस छ, वी क्यान कन्भर्ट इन्टु बिजनेस अपर्च्युनिटिज। अनि यो अनट्याप्ड इन्भेस्टमेन्ट अपर्च्युनिटिज म अहिले देखाउँछु पनि स्लाइडमा छ मेरो। देयर आर लट्स अफ अनट्याप्ड इन्भेस्टमेन्ट अपर्च्युनिटिज। हाइड्रो पावर इनर्जी एक्सपोर्टको लट्स अफ पोटेन्सियल वी हेभ। अनि स्ट्रङ टुरिज्म एन्ड हस्पिटालिटी प्रोजेक्ट्सहरू छ। हाई पोटेन्सियल फर इम्पोर्ट सब्स्टिट्युसन हैन। हामी कहाँ चाहिँ भन्छ नि कृषि प्रधान देश भन्छ, तर हामी सबै मान्छे एक्सपोर्ट गरेर अनि दाल चामल चाहिँ इम्पोर्ट गरेर खाने कृषि प्रधान देश हो क्या हैन। भनेपछि त कस्तो प्याराडक्स छ हैन। कृषि प्रधान चाहिँ देश रे, अनि मान्छे चाहिँ एक्सपोर्ट गर्ने, आएको पैसाले दाल चामल भात चाहिँ इम्पोर्ट गरेर खान्छौँ भने। देयर आर लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटिज इन द एग्रिकल्चर सब्स्टिट्युसन्सदेखि लिएर अरूमा पनि। हामी देशमा केही पनि बन्दैन, हामी वी अल इम्पोर्ट बेस्ड इकोनोमी हो हाम्रो। अघि मैले बिओपी देखाएको थिएँ नि तपाईँहरूलाई, सर्टेन लगभग 900 बिलियन प्लस। त्यो सबै के भयो त तपाईँहरूले गर्दाखेरि भइदियो हो क्या। रिमिटेन्स पठाइदिएको छ, त्यसले गर्दा बिओपी सर्भर्स उनीहरू इम्पोर्ट एक्सपोर्टको ग्याप एकदम हेभी छ, त्यसलाई काम गर्न सक्छौँ। अनि तपाईँहरूसँग भएको ग्लोबल एक्सपर्टाइज क्यापिटल र नेटवर्क जुन छ, यहाँको 2 जना साथीहरू जाँदा बित्तिकै तपाईँले यहाँको त राम्रो 10 जना मान्छे चिनेको हुन्छ। ल चल भाइ नेपाल भनेपछि यु क्यान कनेक्ट द वर्ल्ड टु द नेपाल। त्यो अपर्च्युनिटिजहरू पनि छ। नेपाल इज इमर्जिङ एज एन आइटी, बिपिओ अनि डिजिटल सर्भिसेसहरू। अहिले यहीँ बसिरहेको धेरै साथीहरूले पनि कस्ट अफ डुइङ बिजनेस इज लेस, ह्युमन रिसोर्सको कस्ट कम छ। त्यो कारणले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो बिपिओ, आइटी, डिजिटल सर्भिसेसहरू र आइटी टेक्नोलोजीमा पनि यु क्यान ह्याभ अफिसेस इन नेपाल, सो द्याट यु क्यान अपरेट योर अफिस एट लोवर कस्ट। that ultimately will help to increase your revenue. Improving investment facilitation and regulatory framework, opportunity to create wealth, job and national impact create गर्ने opportunity चाहिँ धेरै छ किन भन्दा धेरै कम काम भएको ठाउँमा अलिकति मात्र गरिदियो भने पनि वाह भइहाल्छ. त्यसकारणले there are lots of opportunities for NRNs, BN remittance, sending money भन्दा पनि बाहिर चाहिँ धेरै चाहिँ opportunity छ. Next please. यसमा चाहिँ मैले तपाईहरुलाई देखाएको छु. अब कहाँ अपर्च्युनिटी छ त भने हैन, अब चार्टर अकाउन्टेन्ट बैंकर मान्छे, सो वेयर आर अपर्च्युनिटीज एक्ज्याक्टली भने चाहिँ आई विल सो वेयर आर अपर्च्युनिटीज इन नेपाल. सो हाइड्रो पावर टोटल 80,000 मेगावाट को हाइड्रो पावर पोटेन्शियल छ भन्छ हामी कहाँ. आउट अफ दैट इकोनोमिकली भाइबल पोटेन्शियल भएको चाहिँ 42,000 मेगावाट हाइड्रो पावरमा अहिलेसम्म नेपालमा चाहिँ इन्स्टल क्यापेसिटी चाहिँ 4,200 भनेपछि only 10% of the potential has been tapped. 90% of the potential is still untapped. अनि त्यसको ब्युटी के छ त भन्दा गभर्नमेन्ट विल डु पीपीए गरिसकेपछि इफ यु प्रोड्युस पावर यु विल गेट मनी. त्यहाँ चाहिँ पैसा आउला नआउला, होटल चल्ला नचल्ला, अकुपेसी होला नहोला, रेस्टुरेन्ट चल्ला नचल्ला, प्रोडक्सन भइसकेपछि कन्जम्सनको प्रब्लम चाहिँ छैन. दिस इज द फिक्स्ड रिटर्न इन्कम हुने ठाउँमा लट्स अफ पोटेन्शियल छ. ओन्ली 10% आउट अफ 100% इकोनोमिकली भाइबल पोटेन्शियलमा ग्याप छ. यु क्यान invest in hydropower projects in a company who can develop hydropower projects, and you can connect who will provide you regular income without any impact in this consumption or the turnover part ma samasya nabhayera construction पछि चाहिँ तपाईको फटाफट पैसा आउँछ भने this is one area. Next, इनर्जी एक्सपोर्ट र ट्रान्समिसन. अर्को के त भन्दा हाम्रोमा चाहिँ अहिले टार्गेट गरेको 2035 सम्म 28,500 मेगावाट बराबरको ट्रान्समिसन लाइन बनाउने भन्ने हाम्रो प्रोजेक्टको छ. अब अहिलेको यसको अवस्था चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि क्यापेसिटी चाहिँ एकदमै इन्हान्समेन्ट गर्न बाँकी छ. अहिले भइरहेको क्यापेसिटीमा, बाँकी फुल क्यापेसिटीमा तपाईको 42,000 मा गयो भनेर हामीले एक्सपोर्ट पनि गर्न थाल्यो भने देयर आर लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटिज. ट्रान्समिसन फाइनान्सिङको ग्याप चाहिँ एकदमै धेरै छ. यु क्यान इन्भेस्ट इन ट्रान्समिसन फाइनान्सिङ. त्यो पनि फिक्स्ड इन्कम वाला हुन्छ, त्यहाँ पनि तपाईहरुले अरु कुनै रिस्क देख्न पर्दैन. टुरिज्म एन्ड हस्पिटालिटी क्यापेसिटी चाहिँ 4 मिलियन टुरिस्टको कमसेकम आजको डेटमा नेपाल हेरेर हामी यहाँ आउँछौँ. हिजो पनि साँझ कुरा भएको थियो, कहाँ भएको थियो हैन, कस्तो राम्रो अस्ट्रेलिया त नेपाल आएर वास्तवमा जानु यदि हामीले काठमाडौँ पोखराको बाटो सर र 4 लेन भएर 4 घण्टामा पुग्ने होस् त मान्छे एकचोटि गयो भने त सिनेरिक भ्यू के भ्यू छैन त्यहाँ हैन. सो त्यो हुँदा बित्तिकै हाम्रो अरू धेरै लामो चौडा पर्दैन. इन्डिया र चाइनाको मात्रै टुरिस्ट, नेबरिङ कन्ट्रीको मात्रै टुरिस्टहरू आयो भने 4 मिलियन प्लस टुरिस्टको छ भने आजको डेटमा 1.15 मिलियनको एराइभल छ भने 70% को क्यापेसिटी ग्याप छ. देश ठिकठाक अब राम्रो भएर गयो भनेपछि चाहिँ लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटिज इन द टुरिज्म सेक्टरमा छ. आइटी, एआई, बीपी
BPO-मा त हामीले बल्ल 1 बिलियनको IT एक्सपोर्ट गर्यौं 2025 मा हाम्रो पोटेन्शियल हेर्दा हाम्रो IT ग्रेजुएट्स र हाम्रो कस्ट अफ अपरेटिङ बिजनेस हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यहाँ पनि लट्स अफ स्कोप छ तपाई कुनै पनि कम्पनी त्यहाँ सेट गरेर काम गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ एग्रिकल्चर र एग्रो प्रोसेसिङमा चाहिँ वर्षमा मैले अघि पनि भने 3 खर्ब 60 अरबको त हामी एग्री इम्पोर्ट गर्छौं भने नि हामी चाहिँ मान्छे एक्सपोर्ट गरेर दाल चामल इम्पोर्ट गर्ने कृषि प्रधान देशको मान्छे हो नि त भनेपछि त हामी काम नगर्ने अब काम गर्ने मान्छे सबै यता आइहाल्यो गाउँ बाँझो भइहाल्यो सबै गाउँ नै गाउँ बाँझो छ केही काम गर्ने हैन सब यहाँबाट तपाईहरुले पैसा पठाइदिने अनि हामी चाहिँ उतापट्टि त्यो पैसाले दाल चामल सबै किन्ने खाने यस्तो स्थिति भएपछि यहाँ कति ग्याप होला त ल हेर्नुस् त भनेपछि त पुरै ग्याप छ एग्रिकल्चरल प्रोडक्सनमा पनि हामी लागेर काम गर्ने भने देयर इज लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटिज देयर इज इन्भेस्टमेन्ट ग्याप हेल्थ केयरमा अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो कन्डिसन के हो त भन्दा 0.5 बेड्स पर 1000 पिपल छ भने यो त हाम्रो साउथ एसियन बेन्चमार्ककै कुरा गर्ने हो भने 1.5 बेड फर 1000 पिपल हो भने पनि एकदमै 20% जति पनि हाम्रो इन्भेस्टमेन्ट भएको छैन 80% चाहिँ ग्याप छ हैन अब अस्ति सरकारले चाहिँ कर लगाइदियो भनेर कराइरहेको थियो त्यो पनि सरकारले फिर्ता लिइहाल्यो हैन एजुकेसनमा हेल्थमा त्यो कर लाग्यो अब गाह्रो हो भने त्यो पनि फिर्ता भइसक्यो भने देयर आर लट्स अफ अपर्च्युनिटी हस्पिटल्स आर मेकिङ मनी एन्ड देयर इज स्कोप इन्भेस्टमेन्टको ग्याप पनि छ अनि एजुकेसन र स्किल्समा पनि आजको डेटमा फरेन एजुकेसनको लागि पनि 13-14 अर्ब रुपैयाँ त के त भन्दा एक नम्बर ब्याङ्कबाट ट्रान्सफर भएर पैसा आज पनि विदेशमा जान्छ भने इफ वी क्यान क्रिएट तर आज फेरि यो कुरा चाहिँ म तपाईहरुलाई इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्नुस् त्यहाँ त किन भन्दिनँ भन्दा हाम्रो त्यहाँबाट पढ्न भनेर आउने धेरै भाइ बहिनीहरू या हामी यहाँ फर्क आउने भनेको चाहिँ पढ्न त बहाना मात्रै हो कुरा त अर्कै हो हैन यहाँ गएर उतै बस्ने जागिर खोज्ने भन्ने हो त्यसकारणले एजुकेसनमा एक्सपोर्ट भयो भने पनि अल्टिमेटली पिपल आर माइग्रेटिङ टु गेट बेटर अपर्च्युनिटिज आउटसाइड द कन्ट्री द्याट इज द फ्याक्ट तर पनि आजको डेटमा 14 अरब जतिको पैसा छ डोमेस्टिक चाहिँ मार्केट चाहिँ विक छ त्यहाँ पनि कभर गर्न सक्छौँ इभी र ग्रिन मोबिलिटीमा आजको डेटमा पोलिसीको टार्गेट चाहिँ 90% चाहिँ मार्केट पेनिट्रेसन 2030 मा गर्नेछ भनेपछि आजको डेटमा चार्जिङ स्टेशन्स इभी इम्पोर्ट गर्नेदेखि लिएर अरू ठाउँहरूमा पनि लट्स अफ स्कोप छ तपाईहरुलाई अब कम्पनीको नाम त म भन्दिनँ एउटा इभी इम्पोर्ट गर्ने कम्पनीले एक वर्षमा मात्रै हैन लगभग 2 अर्ब त नेट प्रफिट गर्यो हैन भनेपछि विदाउट इन्भेस्टिङ सब्सटेन्शियल अमाउन्ट अफ मनी 2 अर्ब रुपैयाँ नेट प्रफिट इन अ 1 फिस्कल इयर बाई 1 कम्पनी भनेपछि देयर आर लट्स अफ स्कोप इन इभी इम्पोर्ट इभी बिजनेसमा चार्जिङ स्टेसनमा पनि लट्स अफ स्कोप छ त्यसपछि गएर प्राइभेट इक्विटी र यो भेन्चर क्यापिटल र एसएमई क्यापिटलमा पनि यु क्यान इन्भेस्ट लट्स अफ मनी कनेक्टिङ विथ द पिपल भेन्चर क्यापिटल प्राइभेट इक्विटीमा देयर आर लट्स अफ फर्म अनि त्यसमा रेगुलेसन्स एकदमै धेरै आइरहेको छ र तपाईँ कनेक्ट हुने हो भने चाहिँ ट्रस्टवर्दी मान्छेसँग हुनु होला है फेरि म यहाँ के चाहिँ भन्दिनँ भने फटाहरूको सङ्गतमा चाहिँ जोइन्ट भेन्चर क्यापिटलमा लागेपछि डुबिन्छ ट्रस्टवर्दी रिलायबल र एकदमै अनेस्ट मान्छेहरूसँग लागेर तपाईँले भेन्चर क्यापिटलमा पनि तपाईँ लाग्नुभयो भने यु क्यान एक्जिट एटलिस्ट 5 टाइम्स तपाईँको इन्भेस्टमेन्टमा मल्टिप्लायर इन्कम लिएर विदिन 5 to 6 इयर्स पनि एक्जिट गर्न सक्ने पोसिबिलिटी छ प्रोभाइडेड फेरि पुनः तपाईँलाई भन्छु हराम बदमास फटाएको चाहिँ पक्षमा नलाग्नु होला इन्टिग्रिटी एथिक्स मोरल भ्यालुज भएको साथीहरू चुज गरेर कम्पनीमा तपाईँ लाग्नुभयो भने लट्स अफ स्कोप छ प्राइभेट इक्विटी र भेन्चर क्यापिटलमा पनि तपाईँले दुखै गर्नु पर्दैन जस्ट इन्भेस्ट मनी देयर दे विल इन्भेस्ट मनी इन द रिलेटेड फिल्ड्स त्यसको बरु रिपोर्टिङ फर्मेट र एमआइएस फर्मेट राम्रो बनाएर यहीँ बसेर मोनिटरिङ गर्नुभयो भने पनि यु क्यान बी अ पार्ट अफ नेपाल्स प्रोस्पेरिटी अर्निङ लट्स अफ मनी आउट अफ इट त्यहाँ स्कोप छ र बिजनेस डिजिटाइजेसन इन्फर्मेसन कम्युनिकेसन टेक्नोलोजीमा पनि लट्स अफ स्कोप छ यहाँ पनि ट्याप भएको अहिले हेर्नुभयो भनेपछि हाम्रो लगभग 30 देखि 35% मात्रै पेन्टेड भएको छ भने दिज आर द मेजर एरियाज वेयर एनआरएन क्यान कनेक्ट र रिमिटेन्स पठाउने मात्र होइन इक्विटी इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरेर यु क्यान अर्न लट्स अफ मनी एन्ड बी अ पार्ट अफ प्रोस्परस नेपालको पार्ट हुँदै यति पनि काम गर्न सक्ने स्थिति चाहिँ देख्छु मैले नेक्स्ट प्लिज नेक्स्ट आइ एम डन विथ दिस या सो अब यति भइसकेपछि चाहिँ यो डिजिटल अनबोर्डिङ मल्टी करेन्सी एकाउन्ट्सहरू आज खोल्न पाउँछ क्रस बोर्डर पेमेन्टमा पनि बिस्तारै काम भइसकेको छ डायस्पोराको इन्भेस्टमेन्टमा मैले अलिक कुरा गरिसकेँ बिजनेसको फाइनेन्सिङ भइसक्यो एनआरएन इन्भेस्टमेन्ट एडभाइजरीमा काम गर्न सक्छ ट्रेड फाइनेन्स डिजिटल वेल्थ म्यानेजमेन्ट स्टार्टअप ब्याङ्किङमा पनि यु क्यान बी कनेक्टर तपाईँले चाहिँ स्टार्टअपहरूलाई फन्डिङ गर्ने फाइनेन्सिङ गर्ने पनि गर्न सक्छ भने नेटवर्किङको प्लेटफर्ममा पनि काम गर्न सक्छ भने apart from just sending money, earning money here, sending money for the in-use consumption or investing in a land, houses, घर जग्गा किन्नेलाई मात्र होइन, you have this much opportunities, मैले अघि देखाएको opportunity मा पनि you can invest. यति हो कुराकानी मैले रेमिटेन्सबाट कसरी अगाडि जान सक्नेछ भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ अब यसमा गर्नुपर्ने काम गभर्नमेन्ट र रेगुलेटर्सहरूले चाहिँ क्लियर एकदमै स्टेबल इन्भेस्टर फ्रेन्डली पोलिसिज बनाइदिनु पर्यो र इन्भेस्टरलाई प्रोटेक्सन गर्ने काम चाहिँ गभर्नमेन्टले गरिदिनु पर्यो। ब्याङ्क र क्यापिटल हामीहरूले चाहिँ ट्रान्सपेरेन्ट एन्ड इन्भेस्टेबल प्रोडक्ट्स त्यसले चाहिँ यो डायस्पोराको क्यापिटललाई कनेक्ट गर्न सकिन्छ र क्रेडिबल प्रोजेक्ट्सहरूलाई कनेक्ट तपाईँहरूसँग गराइदिनु पर्यो। प्राइभेट सेक्टरले के गरिदिनु पर्यो भन्दा प्रोफेसनल्ली गभर्मेन्ट स्केलेबल अपर्च्युनिटिज ट्रान्सपेरेन्ट र मेजरेबल इकोनोमिक एन्ड सोसियल रिटर्न वी क्यान प्रोभाइड टु यु भन्ने कुरा एस्युरेन्स गरिदिनु पर्यो र डायस्पोरा इन्स्टिट्युसनले एग्रिगेट एक्सपर्टाइज नेटो क्यापिटल यो तपाईँहरूले यहाँबाट गरेर अनि हाई इम्प्याक्ट इन्भेस्टमेन्टमा लगानी गरिदिनु भयो भने ग्लोबलले प्लिज move from interest to participation, invest, mentor, partner, open market and build enterprises. We can do it. We can shift from the sending money to investing money for your prosperity, for Nepal's prosperity. So the opportunity is clear. The next step is collective action from all sides, government, bankers, private sectors, society and you people here. So we can make ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is all about what opportunity we have. तर यति कुरा गर्दै गर्दा म के भन्न छुटाउँदिनँ भने यहाँ अलिकति कुरा गरौँ तपाईहरुलाई मोटिभेट गरौँ भनेको यहाँ आएर तपाईहरुसँग मोटिभेट भएर जाँदैछौँ हामी. वी लिसन very वन्डरफुल स्टोरीज हैन. बहिनीहरुले चाहिँ त्यो आफ्नो बिजनेस कसरी बढाउनु भयो हैन. अघि त्यो भाइले चाहिँ त्यो सानो माइकबाट हैन गरेर चाहिँ 1.5 हैन US dollar, so in a year. So that is really amazing. So we would like to share your experience to Nepalese youngsters there as well, right? So that all people will also think in that way. कम से कम तिनीहरु चाहिँ फेसबुकमा गाली मात्रै चाहिँ गरेर रात दिन बिताउनुको साटो चाहिँ कम से कम these people should listen. You people will try to find out the ways. So thank you so much. Thank you for motivating us. Thank you, Fion. Thank you so much. Thank you. So. If any questions I have to take or...
Sorry, may I interrupt? We really want to keep it interesting because we have a Q&A session and panel discussion tomorrow with Manojji. One question? Okay, we can only entertain one question. Okay, thank you. One more. You want to speak, please?
Okay, म चाहिँ के भन्न खोजेको भने नेपाललाई एजुकेसन हब बनाउन सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ म एकदम इन्स्पायर भएर धेरै अगाडि म बिजनेसमा आउनु भन्दा पनि अगाडि चाहिँ मेरो माइलो छोरालाई चाहिँ मैले नेपालमा मेडिकल पढ्न पठाएँ IOM मा एज अ इन्टरनेशनल स्टुडेन्ट फर नेपाल है. He finished his medical degree and because of that lot of Nepali overseas they wanted to go to Nepal to study MBBS. तर के भयो भने end of the year after finishing his internship he was not allowed to give NMC exam because of foreign student. So उनले यहाँ आएर कोभिड को टाइममा कुरेर जुनियर डाक्टर भएर supervised डाक्टरमा काम गर्न पर्यो. I don't know if other country will have similar scenario. So if someone goes to Nepal, study as an international student, and if they're not allowed to give an exam as NMC to make a doctor number, then that is very big challenging. And I try to talk with, the medical council and everything, they still not allow. So, यहाँ आज रासोपाको पनि हुनु हुँदाखेरि मैले धेरै नै लबी गरेँ. एकदम गाह्रो भयो. So this will be one of the challenges that we want to send our children to study medical or anything. किन नेपालमा चाहिँ IOM मा मेडिकल पढ्न एकदम राम्रो छ भनेको भएर हामीले पठाउने हो नि त. तर that break the barrier है. अर्को चाहिँ एज अ एजुकेसन इन्डस्ट्री भएको हुनाले मैले चाहिँ आइएम ट्राइङ few years to take the vocational education in Nepal. त्यसले गर्दा मैले खास भन्यो भने हेल्थ सेक्टरमा अप्रुभल पनि लिए नेपालको लागि भनेर यहाँको आस्कासँग. तर एभ्री टाइम आई गो एन्ड टक दे सेड यो फरेन कलेजलाई नै गर्नु पर्यो नि त. जस्तो सिडनी सिटी कलेज अफ म्यानेजमेन्ट भयो भने नेपालमा सिडनी सिटी कलेज अफ म्यानेजमेन्ट नै ओपन गरेर त्यही नै डिग्री अलाउ गर्नुपर्ने हो नि हैन. तर देयर आर सो मेनी च्यालेन्जेस. वी आर नट अलाउड कि यो चाहिँ के हो त, यो भोकेसनल एजुकेसन नै थाहा छैन राम्रोसँग, यो के हो, यो सिटिभिटीसँग लिनुपर्छ लिनुपर्छ क्यारे त्यहाँकै शिक्षा मन्त्रालयको सचिवहरूलाई पनि राम्रोसँग यो थाहा छैन कि यो पोलिसी आई थिङ्क देयर इज अ बिग ग्याप इन स्किल्स इन नेपाल तपाईँले चाहनुभयो भने लेबर मार्केट जुन बनाउन सक्छौँ हामी चाहे ह्युमन रिसोर्स भन्नुहोस् चाहे एज केयर चाहे कार्पेन्ट्री टाइलिङ ब्रिकिङ एनिथिङ टु बिल्ड इन नेपाल तपाईँ चाहनुहुन्छ लेबर मार्केट नेपालमै होस् भन्न वी क्यान टेक द स्किल्स इन्टु नेपाल एजुकेसन हब बनाउन सक्छौँ नेपालमै तर द्याट पोलिसी निड्स टु चेन्ज सो आई वान्ट यु टु बी अ breeze for that as a bank CEO and the political party. That's how we can help Nepal in education sector.
Thank you. यो चाहिँ अब क्वेसन भन्दा पनि सजेसन जस्तो भयो हैन that is the real thing. There is nothing to reply, right? So this is the real scenario. मैले अघि पनि भने that's why I see gap on this education. So हामीले हाम्रो दुईटा कुरा एउटा एजुकेसनलाई स्ट्यान्डर्डाइज गर्ने अर्को कुरा त्यसलाई इन्टरनेशनल एक्रेडिटेसन्समा कपी मतलब जसरी गराउन सकेर अनि इन्टरनेशनली सेलेबल बनाउन सकेन भने त फेरि त्यो काम भएन त्यसकारणले this is rather than questions, this is the solutions. We'll take it forward. Thank you.
I absolutely appreciate the enthusiasm of all the questions. We have only one question more to go because the reason being we have more speakers to come and we have to break out. But again, we have a connect session outside. If you have a polling question, you can meet him face to face and ask that question as well. But again, in saying that, you will not miss the opportunity tomorrow on the panel discussion to have any questions. So I'll be only, unfortunately, it doesn't really make me happy, but I only have to entertain one more question, keeping the time in mind. So I'll give it.
I'm so sorry to...
मेरो नाम महेन्द्र लम्साल हो मनोजीले लामो कुरा गर्नुभयो अत्यन्तै एप्रिसिएट गर्छु मैले र नेताहरूले 20 वर्षदेखि यो कुरा गर्नुभएको हो नेपालमा लगानी गर्नु भन्ने कुरा र यत्रो कुरा गर्दै गर्दै एउटै गाँठो परेको रहेछ लगानी गर्न दिने बाहिर लैजान नदिने यो समस्याको समाधान माननीय कविन्द्र बुर्लाकोटीजी पनि यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ सत्ताधारी दलका सचेतक र ठुला ठुला नेताहरू पनि त्यही हुनुहुन्छ र माननीय कविन्द्र बुर्लाकोटी ज्यूलाई पनि म भन्न चाहन्छु र मनोजीलाई के भन्न चाहन्छु भने यसको यो फरेन इन्भेस्टमेन्टको एफडीआई सम्बन्धी रुललाई फेसिलिटेट गर्नको लागि स्ट्रङ लबी भएको छ कि छैन किनभने यो अर्थ मन्त्रालयसँग सम्बन्धित छ र माननीय कविन्द्र बुर्लाकोटीजीले एउटा कुरा यहाँनिर कमिट के गर्नु पर्यो भने एयरपोर्ट झरेको पहिलो दिन नै मैले माननीय स्वर्ण वागेलाई भेटेर यो समस्याको अवगत गराएर यसको गाँठो फुकाउने काम म गर्छु भनेर मञ्चबाट भन्न सक्ने कि नसक्ने यो तीन कमिटमेन्ट गर्नुपर्छ किनभने ठुला ठुला नेताहरूले विदेश जाँदा तपाईहरुले लगानी गर्नु तपाईहरुलाई हामीले नागरिकता दिन्छौं यो गर्छौं भन्नुभयो तर काम चाहिँ भएको छैन माननीय कविन्द्र बुर्लाकोटीलाई फेरि पनि काठमाडौँ एयरपोर्ट झरेकै दिन स्वर्णिम वाग्लेज्यूलाई भेटेर योलाई गाडी फुकाउने काम गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ कि सक्नुहुन्न यो कमिटमेन्ट यहाँ गर्नु पर्यो थ्यांक यू सो मच
Thank you.
Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is such an amazing crowd. Your feedback, your question, you all are paying attention. You all want answers. I'm loving it. Thank you so much. We will be asking more questions. Of course, Manojji will be answering those questions tomorrow. And then again, you have the breakout room. We'll be having a tea and coffee. You can have those questions face to face with them as well. Because a lot of us are itching for that afternoon tea or maybe a shot of vodka. I'm actually itching for a shot of vodka as well, right? So what we'll do now is we'll break out for the afternoon tea. But please, 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 my dear audience, can I say one thing before you go? You guys have been absolute amazing to deal with. Sitting on your chair, paying attention, respecting all the speakers that have come all the way from Nepal and overseas. Thank you so much. Please come back in 20 minutes to the room. Please set a watch in 20 minutes to the room. Thank you so much. First half, I didn't enjoy it.
I know.
Second half, when
I know you came to yourself.
Oh, absolutely. Podium is going to be. हामी चाहिँ अब पहिला ब्युरोक्रेटिक कुरा भन्दा पनि इन्फर्मली फर्मल छौँ नि हामी इन्फर्मली फर्मल भयो भने त केही बोर्डिङमा बस्नु कोही अब यहाँको सबैजना आएर something that we haven't seen in a boarding Thank you, my amazing people. Can I please have you inside? My amazing audience, can I please have you inside? Thank you. Let's go, let's go. It's time to go. I'm sure Kiranji had enough. Let's go inside. Let's go inside. Can I have your attention, please? Let's get inside, please. Thank you, the team. Request you all to be seated on your respective table, please. Thank you. सबैजना आफ्नो टेबलमा बसिदिन आग्रह गर्दछु प्लिज आफ्नो आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु होला कृपया आफ्नो आसन ग्रहण गरिदिन म सबैलाई अनुरोध गर्दछु if you could all take a seat and let's get the party started. Good boys. Always on time. My amazing audience, if you could get started, I could get started, and then we can have an after party. Who wants an after party? We all want an after party. Come on, let's finish this program so we can have an after party. I'll give you the details of after party, don't worry. Special, very special. Oh, yes, yes, sponsored by you. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you could all take your respective seats, we could really get this party started. Can I please request all my beautiful audiences that are outside the hall to come inside, please? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now, before I go anywhere to the program, can I acknowledge one thing? What an amazing audience you've been. What an amazing audience you've been, being on your seat, listening to all the speakers that have come from Nepal, overseas, Australia, America, you name it. And you've been very respectful and very kind. Thank you so much. A round of applause to you all, guys. I'm sure you had a few vodka or coffee shots, so can you do better? A round of applause to you all, guys. That's the way, that's the way. All right. Now, I do not want to take too much of your time. I do not want to beat around the bush because I know some of you have to get home and some of you have to get to after party like me, okay? I understand. You have your urges to get home or you have your urges to get the after party. Now, what I will be doing is I'll be jumping straight to the point. I won't be beating around the bush or giving any, what do you say, giving any shell on the nut, okay? So I will be getting into the AI. Now, when I did post all the pictures and videos today, they said it's a Friday and how are all those people there? How are the audience so packed, jam-packed? And someone commented, AI hunu parcha. Hey, it's AI. You get that joke? Nobody laughed. Thank you, okay? So, thank you. At least the organizers are laughing, okay? Thank you. So the next session is all about AI. Now, I'm sure you have all seen and witnessed the internet bubble that we had. Some of us missed it, some of us did it, and some of us are super successful, or some of us are super wanting to learn it, right? But that bubble is gone. Now the next bubble that is coming up at the moment is AI. Everyone is talking about AI. Everyone's life is being touched by AI. Now can I have anyone who says they have not used AI, Gemini, or even Google these days? Is there anyone who hasn't done that? I don't think so, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to deep dive into the AI section where the speakers will be presenting how AI can empower your business, how it can really make a meaningful impact at your fingertips, okay? So to do that, let me please welcome Dipesh Shrestha for AI-powered growth engine. And his presentation will really sink into your business ideas, and I'm sure it's going to create something meaningful and wonderful for you. So a round of applause for Dipesh Shrestha ji. And Dipesh Dai is a public speaker. He's run Image Metro back in the days and all the introductions, which I don't really want to go into the details because he will be able to tell you more about AI and himself. Thank you, Dipesh Dai. You want this or you want that?
I will that.
I'm sure you're natural on this.
Namaste. Good afternoon. I think we should start with one very scientific survey. What do you say? So let's do a survey. तपाईहरुले इमेल गर्दाखेरि AI युज गर्नु भएको छ भने प्लिज रेज योर ह्यान्ड. दाहिने देब्रे जुन भए पनि. थ्यांक यू. राखिराख्नुस् न, सिधेको छैन. दिस इज भेरी साइन्टिफिक. यदि तपाईहरुले सेन्ड थिच्नु भन्दा अगाडि इफ यु हैव रेड ऑल द वर्ड्स AI ले जे दियो सबै पढ्नु भएको छ भने कीप योर ह्यान्ड्स माथि नै नत्र तल राख्नुस्. सो यदि तपाईले AI युज गर्दाखेरि सबै पढेर मात्र एक-एकवटा वर्ड पढेर मात्र सेन्ड थिच्नु भएको छ भने चाहिँ हात माथि नै राख्नुहोस्. सो यु रिड, राइट? द्याट्स गुड. एउटा अर्को क्वेसन. थ्यांक यू सो मच. इमेजिन तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनमा देयर इज न्यू इन्टर्न हु वर्क्स 24/7. तलब दिनु पनि पर्दैन. सिकी पनि हान्दैन. The person doesn't call Siki at all. Even though there is a football match, World Cup or final, the person doesn't call Siki. And annual leave पनि दिनु पर्दैन. Confidence छ intern. तर झुट बोल्छ. Would you allow that person to interact with your customers? No? Okay. Let's go to next slide. Namaste, I'm Dipesh Resta. I run a few companies. GEMS International Consultancy. GEMS stands for Galaxy Education and Migration Services. I have a training institute called GEMS Institute. We do soft skills and AI training. We've done a lot of trainings in Dubai, Bangkok, even in Sydney, Kathmandu, a lot of places. To say, we have a brewery here in Sydney called Two Sherpas Brewing Company. So we brew 8 different beers. We have started to export to Japan from last year. And I do this show called Orthologics, where I talk about finance, AI, and system. You सबै companyहरू सबै फरक-फरक प्रकारको छ. You can see it's all different. तर यसको कोर कुरा चाहिँ एउटै हो. यहाँ हामी जति पनि जना छौं सबैको आफ्नै कम्पनी होला, सबैको एउटै कम्पनी नहोला. कतिजना एजुकेसन बिजनेसमा हुनुहुन्छ होला, तर कम्पनी रन गर्ने स्टाइल फरक होला. तपाईको भिजन फरक होला. कतिजना रियल स्टेटमा हुनुहुन्छ होला. सबै कम्पनी एउटै प्रकारले रन हुँदैन, तर त्यसको कोर प्रिन्सिपल, त्यसकोमा भित्र भएको यो सबै डिफरेन्ट कम्पनी रन गर्दाखेरि मैले के बुझेँ भने त्यसको कोर कुरा चाहिँ एउटै हुँदो रहेछ. कस्टमर ह्यान्डलिङ, कस्टमरलाई कसरी ह्यान्डल गर्ने, त्यसपछि आएर तपाईहरुले कस्टमरसँग कसरी कुरा गर्नुहुन्छ, कस्टमरलाई कसरी जित्ने, हैन, लिडरशिपले कसरी डिसिजन गर्छ, लिडरशिपले कसरी डिसिजन लिन्छ, यो सबै कुराहरु चाहिँ एउटै हुन्छ. तपाईको प्रोडक्ट बेग्लै होला, तपाईको पिच बेग्लै होला, तपाईको काम गर्ने स्टाइल बेग्लै होला. यो सबै बेग्ला-बेग्लै हुँदाखेरि पनि AI ले कसरी हेल्प गर्न सक्छ. सो आज हामी के गर्छौं भने AI ले दुईटा तरिकालाई बुझ्न जरुरी छ. First of all, AI is intern. You always need to remember this. Okay, हामीले intern को कुरा गर्यौं. AI is not your boss. It's just an intern. And another thing is AI ले जे कुरा पनि बढाइदिन्छ के. जे कुरालाई पनि त्यसले ठुलो बनाउँछ. चाहे त्यो राम्रो कुरा होस्, चाहे नराम्रो कुरा होस्. तपाईको कम्पनीको इन्टरनल प्रोसेसमा केही गल्ती छ भने त्यसले ठुलो बनाएर देखाइदिन्छ. र AI यति कन्फिडेन्ट हुन्छ, सरासर थाहा पाउँदै कन्फिडेन्स साथ झुट बोलिदिन्छ क्या. र त्यो झुटको बारेमा तपाईले सोध्नु भयो भने आस्क जेमिनाई, झुटको बारेमा सोध्नु भयो भने उले अर्को झुट बोल्छ. Because they want to prove that they are always right, and that's the problem. So आज हामी मसँग धेरै टाइम त छैन, तर आज हामी के गर्छौं भने is your business AI ready or not? If your business is AI ready, what's the next process? If your business is not AI ready, then how do you get your business AI ready? के क्वेशन सोध्ने आफूलाई, कम्पनी भित्र के हेर्ने, के काम AI लाई दिने, के काम नदिने, कसरी AI बाट सुरु गर्ने, त्यो नै हामी अबको नेक्स्ट 15 मिनेट्समा हेर्छौं. So next slide please. यो 2025 मा McKinsey को ग्लोबल सर्वे को रिपोर्ट हो. So 88% of the business worldwide, AI ले at least उनीहरूले 88% business चाहिँ एउटा function, company को एउटा function चाहिँ AI use गर्छ. 79% companyहरूले उनीहरूले generative AI use गर्छ. तपाईले सुन्नु भएको होला generative AI. So अहिले हामी generative AI बाट agentic AI मा आइपुगेका छौं. So generative AI भनेको email लेख्ने, photo बनाउन लगाउने, reply create गर्ने, those are generative AI. यो चाहिँ एकदम साधारण AI हो. त्यो चाहिँ 79% ले युज गर्छ. तर AI युज गरेर कम्पनीलाई स्केल गर्ने, तपाईको कामको स्पिडलाई बढाउने, हैन अझ माथि लाने, त्यो चाहिँ जम्मा 1/3 कम्पनीले मात्र गरिरहेको छ. सो किन त 88% ले AI युज गर्ने तर 1/3 ले मात्र स्केलिङ गर्न युज गरिरहेछ भने त्यहाँ भित्र केही त छ. सो त्यही कुरा अब हामी अगाडि म तपाईलाई देखाउन जान्छु. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज. एजुकेशन को कुरा गरौँ. तपाईले सुन्नु भएको छ नि हैन, एक कान दुई कान मैदान. So whenever there is a wrong information, it travels faster than the right information. It's always like that, especially with AI also. So let's say you have a chatbot. तपाईको एजुकेशन कन्सल्टेन्सी छ or कलेज छ, तपाईले chatbot हाल्नु भएको छ and the AI लाई क्वेशन सोध्यो एउटा स्टुडेन्टले. AI can be very confident. AI confident भएर आन्सर दिन्छ. सबै कुरा आन्सर दिँदाखेरि उले तर के सोच्दैन उले AI ले भने चाहिँ त्यो इन्फर्मेसन कतिको राइट छ. Because AI thinks he's always right, he or she is always right, but is it true? No. रुल्सहरु चेन्ज भइरहेको हुन्छ, रेगुलेशन्सहरु चेन्ज भइरहेको हुन्छ, नयाँ नयाँ लजहरु आइरहेको हुन्छ. त्यो AI ले चेक गर्दैन. त्यहाँ के गल्ती भयो? AI लाई हामीले जब डिफाइन गर्यौं, च्याटबट बनायौं, त्यतिखेर हामीले कहाँ नलेज हेर्ने, कुन चाहिँ प्यारामिटर भित्र राख्ने AI लाई, यो नलेज भित्र मात्र बसेर गर भनेर हामीले भनेनौं क्या. सो उले रङ इन्फर्मेसन दिन सक्छ, which is not good for your company. हैन एउटा स्टुडेन्टले कुनै कुरा सोध्यो भने उलाई सबै इन्फर्मेसन दिँदाखेरि लास्ट इयरको भिजाको रुल्स एन्ड रेगुलेसन अथवा लास्ट इयरको कोर्सको बारेमा भन्यो भने स्टुडेन्टले त सबै इन्फर्मेसन पाए जस्तो हुन्छ, त्यतिखेर उ खुसी पनि होला. तर पछि गएर जब उले थाहा पाउँछ त्यो रङ थियो भने दे विल नेभर कम ब्याक टु योर बिजनेस. के हुन्छ भने तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनमा तपाईको इन्टर्न होस्, तपाईको फ्रन्ट अफिसको मान्छे होस्, पछाडीको होस्, तपाईको वेबसाइट होस्, इभन च्याटबट नै किन नहोस्, AI नै किन नहोस्, त्यो इन्फर्मेसन तपाईकोबाट जान्छ भने द्याट इज योर अर्गनाइजेसन स्पिकिङ. इट्स नट द्याट पर्सन. तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनलाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेर त्यो च्याटबटले कुरा गरेको हो नि त. त्यस्तै एउटा घटनामा एउटा मुद्दा पनि परेको थियो. म अहिले पछि त्यसको एक्जाम्पल तपाईलाई दिन्छु. र त्यस्तै रियल एस्टेटमा पनि घर किन्दा मान्छेले के हेर्छ? पहिला त्यो वरिपरि कतिवटा घर बिक्री भएको थियो, प्राइस के थियो, कसरी बढिरहेछ, रेन्टल यिल्ड कति छ, यस्तै कुराहरू त हेर्छ नि. एआईले कन्फिडेन्स साथ त्यो मान्छेलाई पटाउनको लागि उले बढी भनिदिन सक्छ क्या. सो व्हाट डु यु निड टु डु? बाँधेर राख्नु पर्यो क्या एआईलाई. र अहिले तपाईले नोटबुक LM भन्ने सुन्नुभयो होला. त्यो नोटबुक LM युज गरेर वी क्यान डु द्याट. यो इन्फर्मेसन चाहिँ यो भित्रबाट मात्रै देऊ, त्योभन्दा बाहिरबाट नदेऊ. आफै क्रिएट नगर, ह्यालुसिनेट भन्छ टेक्निकल वर्ड, आफै ह्यालुसिनेट भएर बाहिर नदेऊ भनेर वी क्यान डु द्याट. त्यसलाई बाँध्न सकिन्छ क्या हैन. र त्यस्तै तपाईको प्राइभेसीको कुरा, देयर इज अ रुल, इट सेज इफ यु डोन्ट पोस्ट इट अन सोसल मिडिया, डोन्ट पेस्ट इट अन AI. सो तपाईले सोसल मिडियामा जे इन्फर्मेसन राख्नुहुन्न नि, त्यो इन्फर्मेसन राख्नु भयो भने तपाईलाई त प्राइभेसीको धेरै कुरा हुन्छ, स्पेशली NDIS तिर हुन्छ होला हैन, अरूतिर पनि हुन्छ. अब अस्ट्रेलिया जस्तो देशमा अथवा तपाईँ जहाँबाट आउनु भएको छ, प्राइभेसी त नेपालमा पनि अहिले धेरै भएको छ. सो इफ यु कान्ट पोस्ट इट अन सोसल मिडिया, डोन्ट पेस्ट इट अन AI. द्याट इज रङ. इट्स भेरी रङ. बिकज के हुन्छ भने जति पनि AI छ अहिले, तपाईँ चाहे त्यो जेमिनाईको कुरा गर्नुहोस्, च्याट GPT, क्लड, अहिले पनि जति पनि छ चाइनिजहरू हैन, उनीहरूले यदि तपाईँले फ्री टायर चलाउनुहुन्छ, इफ यु डोन्ट पे, र सबै पेड भर्जनमा पनि हुँदैन, गुगलमा छ, च्याट GPT छ, इफ यु पे समथिङ देन दे विल नट युज द्याट डेटा टु ट्रेन द मोडल, नत्र दे विल युज यर डेटा टु ट्रेन द मोडल. सो अडोबी भन्ने कम्पनी सुन्नुभयो होला, फोटोसप बनाउँछ उसले, अरू पनि धेरै सफ्टवेयर्सहरू बनाउँछ. दे एक्चुली पे दिस AI कम्पनीज. कस्तो खालको फोटो बनाइरहेछ मान्छेहरूले, कस्तो खालको उ गरिरहेछ, उनीहरूले खोजिरहेछ फोटोजहरू के बनाइरहेछ. सो त्यो नहुनको लागि चाहिँ आइदर यु पे. सबभन्दा राम्रो कुरा अहिलेसम्म, आजको दिनसम्म चाहिँ इफ यु डोन्ट पोस्ट इट अन सोसल मिडिया, डोन्ट पेस्ट इट अन AI. द्याट्स एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट रुल. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज. So these are the questions. यो एकदम uncomfortable questions हो क्या हैन तपाईले AI लाई सोच्नु भन्दा पनि अगाडि before you even think about implementing AI into your organization you need to ask this question to yourself र AI भन्ने चीज you always remember AI is not for IT department यहाँहरुको कतिजनाको अर्गनाइजेसनमा देख्नु भएको होला AI चाहिँ IT डिपार्टमेन्टको लागि यो चाहिँ IT ले हेर्ने भनेर नो इट्स रङ AI भनेको बोर्डको डिसिजन हो all the top management को decision हो AI is top management माथिबाट तल आउनुपर्छ AI हैन IT को एकजना भाइलाई हुन्छ नि एउटा नयाँ इन्टर्नलाई ल भाइ तिमी AI को सम्बन्धी हेर अथवा सिक that's wrong so what we do it has to come from the board has to decide if the AI is right for the company or not so सबभन्दा पहिला do we know the problem that's what you need to ask what is the problem कस्तो खालको प्रब्लम छ त तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनमा त्यो क्लियर हुन एकदमै जरुरी छ यो प्रब्लम क्लियर भएन भने AI ले क्लियर आन्सर दिन सक्दैन एउटा कुनै प्रोसेस छ पाँच जना मान्छेले पाँचवटा तरिकाले गर्छ कुन चाहिँ राइट कुन चाहिँ रङ छैन त्यसमा रिजल्ट त्यही आउँछ भने that is also wrong for AI you need to have one process so first of all you need to ask yourself what is the problem that you want a solution for that's the first one you need to ask second one is the process clear मैले भर्खरै भने पाँचवटा तरिकाले त्यो काम गर्न सकिन्छ होला तर that doesn't mean all those are right or wrong but for AI that's wrong you need to have one clear process step A पछि step B step B पछि step C C पछि D पछि E you have to have that process if you don't have process if you don't have that clear process then you can't implement AI perfectly अर्को कुरा can we trust the data is the data relevant is the data full is the data coming from the right source where is the data coming from is it right or wrong because you're going to use AI to train your model अहिले आएर जुन चाहिँ हामीले Gemini ChatGPT Claude को सब्सक्रिप्सन लिएको छौं पछि गएर within few years you will have your own softwares you will have your own AI bot त हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनको काम बेग्लै बेग्लै हुन्छ हैन आफ्नो कामको लागि सबैले आफै बनाउनु हुन्छ तपाईहरुले हैन त्यो अहिले सुरु भइसकेको छ र त्यसको लागि चाहिँ डेटा एकदम जरुरी छ सो कतिजना स्टुडेन्ट्स आए नेपालबाट यो सिजनमा के पढिरहेछ उनीहरुको ब्याकग्राउन्ड कस्तो छ सबै डेटा करेक्ट भयो भने मात्र AI ले करेक्टली आन्सर दिन सक्छ सो यु नीड टु आस्क योरसेल्फ हैन तपाईहरुको क्लाइन्ट होला तपाईहरु मोर्गेज ब्रोकिङमा हुनुहुन्छ होला कतिजना क्लाइन्टले कस्तो खालको घर खोजिरहेछ हैन भर्खर 10 वर्ष 5 वर्ष आउने क्लाइन्टले कस्तो खोज्छ 10 वर्ष भइसकेको सिडनी बस्नेले कस्तो खोज्छ एडलेन्डमा कस्तो खोज्छ त्यो सबै डेटा भयो भने इट विल बी इजियर सो डेटा तपाईले सोध्नुस् आफैलाई क्यान वी ट्रस्ट द डेटा अर्को चाहिँ हु ओन्स द आउटकम भन्नाले AI ले आन्सर दियो कस्टमरलाई आन्सर रङ भयो अरे भने तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनमा कोही हुनुपर्छ जसले त्यसको जिम्मा लियोस् क्या अघि मैले भने नि बोर्डबाट आउनुपर्छ AI इट्स नट द IT डिपार्टमेन्ट सो कसले जिम्मा लिने त त्यसको आउटकम त्यो आन्सर जानुभन्दा अगाडि कसले चेक गर्ने So always remember, AI is just the intern. It's not the boss. So you need to intervene and check the data. So who owns the outcome? That is also has to be very, very clear. If you don't have that person who is responsible for that outcome, then that's wrong. Then you are not ready or your business is not ready to implement the AI. So last go, where must the human intervene? So AI ले intervene गर्नलाई AI ले दिएको आन्सरलाई चाहिँ कहाँनिर चाहिँ रोक्ने त AI लाई त्यो तपाईलाई थाहा हुनु पर्यो यहाँ चाहिँ हामी AI लाई रोक्छौं यहाँ चाहिँ ह्युमनले उ गर्छ जस्तै लिगल एडभाइस यहाँ कतिजना हुनुहुन्छ होला प्रोफेसनली काम गरिरहनु भएको छ उहाँहरूले मात्र जस्तो रियल एस्टेटको एडभाइस मैले दिन मिल्दैन त्यसको लागि पढ्नु पर्यो रियल एस्टेटको ज्ञान हुनु पर्यो सर्टिफिकेसन हुनु पर्यो अनि एजुकेसन कन्सल्टेन्सी सेम थिङ I own an educational consultancy but I am not a consultant I don't have any certificate I don't deal with students if I have to talk I say we have a certified counselor go and talk to her because I'm not legally allowed to do that so यो कुराहरु legal advice हरु कति कुराहरु जुन हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ ह्युमनले इन्टरफेयर गर्नुपर्छ AI ले गर्नु मिल्दैन यो पनि तपाईहरु क्लियर हुनु पर्यो तपाईको अर्गनाइजेसनमा गर्न नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज So how do we do AI? How do we implement AI? सबभन्दा पहिला assist, second one is automate, अनि transform. So तपाईहरुको अहिले organizationमा if you have not used AI as an organization, personally तपाईले email लेख्न के भन्छ फोटो बनाउन गरिरहनु भएको होला तर organizationमा decision लिनको लागि गर्नु भएको छ भने where do you start? You start from assist. कुनै पनि task सोच्नुस्. You think of a task that is repetitive, every day same task. And you've got everything अघि सोधेको question को answer. You know those 5 questions? You've got the answer. Then AI can assist. So it can draft your email, summarize गर्न सक्छ. हैन AI ले तपाईहरुलाई research गरेर compare गरिदिन सक्छ. AI ले के गर्न सक्छ त कम्पेयर गर्न सक्छ. तपाईले नयाँ ब्रान्च खोल्न लाग्नु भएको छ, यो ठाउँमा ब्रान्च जानलाई डेटा इनफ छ भने खोल्न राम्रो छ कि छैन, इकोनोमिकली भायबल हुन्छ कि हुँदैन, त्यो कम्पेयर गरिदिन सक्छ. अथवा नयाँ कस्टमर्स कति जना लिन सकिन्छ. नयाँ हामीले कस्टमर्स मात्रै बढाउने कुरा हुँदैन नि त. तपाईको रिसोर्सेसहरु पनि त्यसरी नै बढाउनु पर्यो. कस्टमर्स मात्रै बढेर कस्टमर्स मात्रै धेरै भएर रिसोर्सेस पुगेन भने कस्टमर्स विल नेभर बी सैटिस्फाइड. हैन कस्टमर सैटिस्फ्याक्सन हैज टु बी नम्बर 1. र अर्को मैले बिजनेस गरेर एउटा कुरा चाहिँ के थाहा पाएँ भने your goal has to be your customers. For example, एउटा गायक छ अरे. यदि त्यो गायकले म पैसा कमाउँछु भन्ने उद्देश्य राख्छ अथवा त्यो गायकले म नाम कमाउँछु भन्ने उद्देश्य राख्छ. हैन जस्तै यहाँ हाम्रो होमजी हुनुहुन्छ. होमजीले म मोमो बेचेर पैसा कमाउँछु भन्ने उद्देश्य राख्नुहुन्छ भने कस्ट कटिङ हुन थाल्छ क्या. हैन तपाईको कामहरुलाई यसमा अलिकति पैसा जोगाउँ यसमा जोगाउँ भने गायकले पनि त्यही गर्न थाल्छ. रेकर्डिङ स्टुडियो नराम्रो खोज्छ होला, उले रेकर्डिङ आर्टिस्टहरु नराम्रो खोज्छ, सस्तो खोज्न थाल्छ. तर उसको उद्देश्य म संसारको सबैभन्दा मिठो गीत गाउँछु भन्ने भयो भने उले हरेक मेहनत गर्छ. त्यस्तै होमजीले जसरी भनिरहनु भएको छ म संसारको सबैभन्दा मिठो मोमो बनाउँछु. हैन एजुकेसन कन्सल्टेन्सीको पनि त्यही हुन्छ. म के गर्छु तपाईहरु पनि त्यही गर्नुहुन्छ होला. म यो मान्छे अस्ट्रेलियामा आयो भने म उसको करियर नबनेसम्म हेल्प गर्छु. That should be the goal. तपाईहरुको कलेजमा कोही पढ्न आयो भने उले यो कलेजबाट पास आउट गरिसकेपछि उसको करियर बन्छ. That should be the goal. पैसा कमाउने गोल भयो भने सबैतिर कस्ट कटिङ हुन्छ. And that's what I've learned. I know some of you will agree with that. So यो AI मा आउँदाखेरि assist को कुरा गरे AI ले assist गर्न सक्छ. That's the first step. So it will assist you to draft, summarize, compare, do some research र त्यसपछि त्यसको रिभ्यू फेरि ह्युमनले गर्नुपर्छ. You can't let AI to decide anything. त्यसपछि सेकेन्डमा आउँछ अटोमेट. अब फर्स्टमा तपाईले AI लाई रिसर्च गर्न लगाउनु भयो, फर्स्ट स्टेपको जे छ त्यो सबै गर्न लगाउनु भयो. सेकेन्डमा अटोमेट गर्न लगाउन सकिन्छ. सो दे आर तपाईको आफ्नै उसमा सोच्नुस् है आफ्नो अर्गनाइजेसनमा व्हाट आर द थिंग्स एभ्रीडे सेम काम हुने. एभ्रीडे सेम काम हुने छ त्यस्तो के लन्च खाने अब अरु So you get paid to have lunch. काम पनि अलिअलि हुन्छ होला साइडमा लन्चको बाहेक. So is that what you want to use AI instead of you greeting a person phone झिकेर ए हेलो भन्दै ए गुड मर्निङ भन्दै भनेर? No. I know you're mocking around, but I'm serious here. So what are the repetitive tasks you do? You check your emails, don't you? How many emails do you get? I get hundreds every day. Do you think I have a time to sit there and go through every email? No. Do you have that time? कतिजना तपाईहरु I am sure subject पढेर इमेल हटाइदिनुहुन्छ. Because you can't. 24 hours त हामी सबैको 24 hours हो नि. And when you are on the mathildo level, when you are on the top, you can't do your के भन्छ repetitive task गर्नलाई. So we can start automating those tasks. Important tasks यसमा हाल्दै यो फोल्डरमा हाल्दै यो चाहिँ मैले पढ्नै पर्छ. So you can start with that small automate. And the another one is transform. Transform भनेको यो सबै गरिसकेपछि अब AI लाई युज गरेर तपाईको होल प्रोसेस चेन्ज गर्ने, कस्टमर्स बढाउने, AI युज गरेर ब्रान्चेसहरु बढाउने, क्याश फ्लो बढाउने. That's when we reach transform. We don't have much time, so let's go fast. अर्को slide please. एउटा यो एक्जाम्पल छ एयर क्यानाडाको. एयर क्यानाडाले 2024 मा च्याटबट उसको वेबसाइटमा हाल्यो. एउटा कस्टमर आयो and the customer said I want a discounted ticket. So you know what AI did? Oh, you can buy the full price ticket and we'll give you discount. You can claim the discount later. But that was not true. So customer bought the full price ticket. The ke bhayo? The company said, sorry, we can't. That's not the how we work. And then he went to a court. Court le ke gare decide garyo, you have to pay back. Because agi मैले भने नि chatbot होस्, AI होस्, जोसुकै होस्, it's your organization speaking. So whenever you go use AI to face the customer, you need to be super duper careful. So you need to be ready. अघिको जुन तीनटा स्टेप छ, assist, automate र transform. That's what Ugar. Next slide, please. So अघि यो हामीले गरिसक्यौँ हैन. So AI ले के गर्नु सक्छ? You treat AI as your intern, not your boss. Draft गर्नु सक्छ, summarizing, classifying, first level को analysis गर्नु सक्छ. तर human ले सधैँ own गर्नुपर्छ. हैन, final approval, exceptions, consequential decisions हरु र accountability चाहिँ human कै हुनुपर्छ अहिलेसम्म पनि. अर्को slide please. So first, how do you start with the process? You start with one process, AI. When you want to use AI into your business, you start with one process. Choose एकदम low risk भएको र customer facing नभएको. हैन, एउटा task choose गर्नुस्. हैन, तर त्यो चाहिँ review गर्न पनि मिल्ने, हैन. त्यसपछि assist गर्नलाई. त्यसले एउटा मान्छे छ, त्यो मान्छेलाई चाहिँ त्यो AI ले assist गरोस्. Full AI लाई नछोड्ने र त्यसपछि measure गर्न सकोस्. So you need to like AI use गरेर के भयो त भनेर time जोगियो कि पैसा पो जोगियो कि अथवा risk reduce भयो. यो तीनटा कुरा त तपाईले चेक गर्नै पर्छ AI use गरेर. If you can't measure these things, then what's the point of using AI? So you need to at least save time, you have to improve your quality or risk reduce हुनु पर्यो. अर्को next slide. So तपाईले AI use गर्नको लागि आफैलाई सोध्नुपर्ने कुराहरुमा चाहिँ अघि मैले पनि भने त फेरि भन्छु problem के हो? Do you have a problem? Think about a problem. What do you want to solve a problem? Which problem do you want to solve using AI? You have to think. And then what's the process? To problem solve गर्ने अहिलेको process के हो र त्यसमा कसरी improve गर्न सकिन्छ? Another one is data. Is the data clear or not? त्यसपछि अर्को चाहिँ owner. त्यसको ownership कसले लिने? The AI को जुन चाहिँ project छ त्यसको ownership कसले लिने? You can't just give it to someone who can't take that responsibility. हैन, र लास्टमा human checkpoint. It has to be human checkpoint. Human has to र अब म लास्ट स्लाइडमा आइसके. एकचोटि सबैजना मिलेर सबैजना कस्तो एकदम उ भयो क्या चुप लाग्यो. सबैजना मिलेर एकचोटि 1 2 3 भन्छु. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड भनौँ ल. The last slide. 1 2 3. Next slide. That's the next slide. Thank you so much. That's my QR for LinkedIn. So मैले अघि जति पनि कुरा भनेको छु त्यो सबै मैले LinkedIn मा पोस्ट गरिदिएको छु. So if you want that, you can scan the LinkedIn and connect with me. So म every week एउटा Arthologics भन्ने AI सम्बन्धी YouTube मा show पनि गर्छु. You can also follow that if you want to. So thank you so much. I really wanted to do some question and answers, but I think time सक्यो होला. त्यही पनि I'll see you soon. Please let's connect on LinkedIn. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you. Thank you so much.
What an amazing session that was. How do you want your intern to perform? That's all. How do you prompt? What language would you use for your intern to talk to your customers? It's pretty simple, right? So the AI that powers you and your business is what we are really focused on today. Now, Deepesh did an amazing job at that. We have 2 more speakers on AI, which will add more value to how things are shaping in the world of AI. And trust me, you would want to use AI because if you don't, your competitor would use the AI and they will leave you behind, right? So now we're getting to how building Nepal's tech future is working on the AI space. We are really curious about that. International Youth Entrepreneurs Summit, organized by Federation of International Nepalese Youth Entrepreneurs. So we are really curious what's happening in the shape of Nepal as well on the shape of AI, yeah? So to do that, what I really want to do is I really like to welcome Ram and Lakshman Prasad Ramal, who are absolutely here, and it will be hard for you to distinguish who is Ram and Lakshman because they're identical twins. Now, one thing that I would really want to do before I leave the podium is I would want to ask you, would you ever innovate an AI that would distinguish which twin is which?
Yeah.
Would you ever do that? That's the question that I'll leave you with.
AI can do that, but the Apple cannot. I can open his mobile phone, Apple phone, by my face.
Yeah, this
But
mobile,
not the Samsung. Okay, please start the slides. Namaste everyone. म रामप्रसाद रिमाल.
Namaste everyone, I'm Lakshman Rimal.
Thank you, Finney, for providing this opportunity to explore something from our side to you, the people. Our topic is building Nepal's tech future beyond apps and AI. A little bit different. When we started our journey long ago, 1995, please next slide. हाम्रो घरको यो पुरानो हाम्रो घर अहिले त यो घर ढलिसक्यो लडिसक्यो हामी जन्मेको हामी हुर्केको ठाउँ चाहिँ नुवाकोट नेपाल काठमाडौँ भन्दा 40 किलोमिटर मात्रै टाढा तर त्यो चाहिँ डिस्टेन्स भनौँ न त्यहाँको डिस्टेन्स चाहिँ हामी काठमाडौँ पुग्न चाहिँ एसएलसी गरेपछि मात्रै पुग्यौँ भनेको हाम्रो डिस्टेन्स चाहिँ टाढा थिएन तर हाम्रो एक्सेस टाढा थियो हाम्रो बेला चाहिँ एक्सेस टाढा थियो यो बेलकोट गढी हामी जन्मेको ठाउँ चाहिँ किन भनिरहेको छु भने यो हामी 10 वर्ष हुँदाखेरिको फोटो हो 1990 को फोटो फर्स्ट फोटो यो अब तपाईँहरूले आफै विचार गर्नुहोस् दिस इज आवर फर्स्ट फोटोग्राफ हामीले हिस्ट्रीमा पाएको फोटोग्राफ भनेको यो पहिलो फोटोग्राफ हो नेक्स्ट र what we did this is our laboratory our home है हाम्रो घर नै हाम्रो ल्याबोरेटरी बन्यो जुन बेलामा कुनै ल्याब थिएन गुगल थिएन केही थिएन हैन त्यो भएपछि हामीले के गर्यौं भने घरमा भएको पहिलोचोटि फर्स्ट टाइम we saw is the bulb the light bulb त्यो लाइट बल्ब कसरी बल्छ त्यो लाइट बल्बले कसरी उज्यालो दिँदो रहेछ हामी स्टार्ट चाहिँ हामीले त्यहाँबाट गर्यौं घरमा एउटा रेडियो थियो we opened the radio 10
many times
अनि बुवाहरूले गाली गर्नुहुन्थ्यो त्यो रेडियो बिगार्ने भयो यिनीहरूले हैन हामी कहाँ भएकै त्यही थियो टर्च थियो बुवाको टर्च थियो टर्च खोल्थ्यौँ हैन भनेको स्टार्ट हाम्रो जर्नी स्टार्ट चाहिँ यहाँबाट भयो र त्यो ल्याब चाहिँ हाम्रो घरलाई हामीले ल्याबको रूपमा प्रयोग गरेर धेरै यो चाइल्ड एजमा
हामी
10 वर्षको
हामी सानोमा चाहिँ हाम्रो पढाइमा हामी त्यति धेरै ध्यान दिने थिएनौँ पढाइमा हामी एकदम त्यो बाटो खोज्थ्यौँ कि कसरी यसलाई सजिलो पार्न सकिन्छ भनेको चिट चोरी चाहिँ होइन त्योभन्दा अर्कै कुराहरू होइन त्यो हामी कसो गर्थ्यौँ भनेदेखि त्यो फर्मुला बनाउने पढ्ने कुराहरूमा जस्तो लामो पढ्नुपर्छ भने नि फर्मुला क्रिएट गर्ने त्यसपछि अनि गोठालो जाँदाखेरि बाहिर हिँड्दाखेरि अथवा चाहिँ घाँस काट्न जाँदाखेरि पनि त्यो फर्मुला घोकेर पढ्ने र हाम्रो स्कुलमा झन् 80-90% स्टुडेन्ट चाहिँ होस्टेल बस्नुहुन्थ्यो हामी चाहिँ घरबाटै झन् 1 घन्टा लाग्ने बाटो थियो हामी हिँडेरै जान्थ्यौँ तर हामी स्कुलमा एकदम कम्पिटेटिभ थियौँ हामी लगभग टप 5 मै पर्थ्यौँ स्कुलको चाहिँ कलेजको स्कुलको क्लासहरूमा चाहिँ
नेक्स्ट प्लिज र हाम्रो अघि मैले कुरा गरेँ फर्स्ट ल्याब वाज आवर होम एन्ड द फर्स्ट इन्जिनियरिङ बुक वाज द साइन्स बुक अफ ग्रेड 8 किनभने 8 भन्दा अगाडि हामीले त इन्जिनियरिङ पढ्नै पर्दैन थियो साइन्स भन्ने विषय नै पढेनौँ त्यो 8 कक्षा पढेको साइन्स फर्स्ट टाइम साइन्समा इन्ट्रेस्ट चाहिँ 8 मा आयो तर ब्याड लक भनौँ एसएलसीमा साइन्समा 38 नम्बर आयो त्यसैले गर्दा सेकेन्ड डिभिजन भयो र हामीले साइन्स पढ्न पाएनौँ तर त रिग्रेट छैन साइन्स पढ्न नपाएकोमा हामी रिग्रेट छैन हामीले म्यानेजमेन्ट पढ्यौँ यो मैले किन बुझाउन खोजेको भने हामीले 8 क्लासमा फर्स्ट टाइम साइन्स पढ्दाखेरिको एउटा एनर्जी आएको थियो कि हो यो त प्र्याक्टिकल विषयहरू छ सबै अनेक कुराहरू हामी ट्राई गर्थ्यौँ होइन साइन्स बुकमा भएको प्रेसर पढेर चाहिँ एउटा सानो सिसीमा चाहिँ प्रेसर दिँदै गर्दाखेरि यहाँ खप्प काट्यो यहाँ मेरो ठ्याक्कै यहाँनिर यहाँ खत पनि छ यो काट्यो एउटा सिसी फुटेर काट्यो भनेको हामीले हर कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ त्यसलाई के गर्नु खोज्यो भने प्र्याक्टिकल वेमा बदल्न खोज्यौँ भनेको त्यतिखेरै नै हामीले 8 बाटै साइन्समा रुचि भयो र हामी यो साइन्सको कुरो गर्न सुरु गऱ्यौँ प्लिज अर्को त्यसभन्दा पछाडि हामी जब एसएलसी पास गऱ्यौँ एसएलसी पास गरेपछि वी मुभ टु काठमाडौँ किनभने अब उच्च शिक्षा पढ्नु पर्यो त्यो पढ्नु पर्यो भनेर होइन वी माइट गेट द बेटर जब इन काठमाडौँ ठाउँ बसेर त छैन पाउन सकिँदैन अब काठमाडौँमा बस्यो भनेदेखि त्यहाँ चाहिँ केही राम्रो काम पाउन सकिन्छ भन्ने गर्यो तर हामी पढ्नलाई मेरो अहिलेको हामीले घर देखिहाल्नुभयो फ्यामिली ब्याकग्राउन्ड कुरा गर्दाखेरि खान पुग्ने होइन खान पुग्ने वर्ग अनि काठमाडौँमा बस्नलाई पनि त्यो भाडा तिर्नु नपरे हुन्थ्यो हामीले एउटा उपाय लायौँ भाडा तिर्नु नपरे हुन्थ्यो दुईजना यसो के कसैलाई हेल्प गरिदिने एउटा घरमा काठमाडौँमा घरबाट मान्छेलाई त एउटा के हेल्प गरिदियो भनेदेखि त्यो घरमा बस्न दिन्छ नि त सो वी गट वान रुम बिहाइन्ड दि ल्याडर होइन सानो एउटा रुम पायौँ र त्यो रुममा बसेर हामीले चाहिँ हामी पढ्ने हामी सरस्वती क्याम्पसमा जोइन भयौँ अघि नै मैले भने कमर्स जोइन भयौँ अनि त्यहाँको प्रब्लम देख्यौँ क्या होइन काठमाडौँ आइसकेपछि काठमाडौँको प्रब्लम देख्यौँ हामीलाई चाहिँ फेरि त्यो बाटोमा हिँड्दाखेरि पनि यसो प्रब्लम टिप्न मन लाग्छ होइन त्यो दिमागभित्र प्रब्लमले हानिहाल्छ क्या अनि काठमाडौँमा मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ पानी ट्याङ्कीबाट माथि खेर गइरहेछ बन्द गर्नको लागि चाहिँ दौडेर जानु पऱ्यो स्विच अफ गर्न पऱ्यो अन गर्न पऱ्यो होइन अनि यो खालको प्रब्लम चाहिँ हामीले फर्स्ट टाइम काठमाडौँको मान्छेले यति कुरो पनि थाहा रहेछ जस्तो लाग्यो फर्स्टमा पहिला है त्यो पनि कहाँबाट थाहा भयो भन्दाखेरि हामी त्यो बाथरुम अलिअलि सफिस्टिकेटेड घर थियो ठुलै घर थियो बाथरुममा चाहिँ फेरि बन्द हुँदो रहेछ बाथरुमभित्र चाहिँ त्यो फ्लसमा चाहिँ पानी बन्द गर्ने सिस्टम त्यतिखेरै थियो एउटा भित्र एउटा डल्लो राखेको हुँदो रहेछ एउटा बल त्यो बलले चाहिँ यसो प्रेस गरेर बन्द हुँदो रहेछ अनि हामीलाई दङ्ग लाग्यो कि यो काठमाडौँको मान्छेहरू चाहिँ गजबको हुँदो रहेछन् छतको ट्याङ्कीमा चाहिँ पर्ने बेलामा चाहिँ पानी त्यो बन्द गर्न नसक्ने अब बाथरुमको पानी चाहिँ बन्द हुँदो रहेछ यही कुरो लिएर गएर माथि राख्न पायो भनेदेखि त अब यो त सल्भ हुन्छ नि त भन्ने भयो होइन अब त्यो पछाडि प्लिज अर्को स्लाइड त्यो पछाडि दिस इज द टर्निङ पोइन्ट द्याट वी गट दिस द राम लक्ष्मण मसिन फर द फर्स्ट टाइम एन्ड वी हेभ दिस जस्ट द टेक्नोलोजी वाज ओन्ली द 8th क्लास साइन्स किनभने यसमा हामीले केही पनि नयाँ इन्जिनियरिङ बुक पढेर अथवा त्यो गरेर बनाउनु परेन 8 कक्षाकै साइन्समा भएको प्रिन्सिपलले यो सिस्टम बन्ने रहेछ त होइन त्यसमा त्यही त्यहाँ त बाथरुमको सिस्टम जोड्यौँ त्यसलाई लिएर गएर स्विचमा लगाएर जोडिदिउँ होइन यदि गरेपछि त बन्द रहेछ हामीले 1998 मा यो ऋषि धमलाको रिपोर्टर्स क्लब द्याट वाज भेरी पपुलर एट द्याट टाइम है अनि हामीले उहाँलाई एउटा एक दिन स्पेस दिनु पऱ्यो भनेर 2000 रुपियाँ तिर्यौँ स्पेस पायौँ डेमो गऱ्यौँ देखायौँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज त्यसपछि यो 35,000 युनिट बेच्यौँ यो दम पऱ्यो हामी यो दम पऱ्यौँ होइन यो त बिग्ला जस्तो लागेको थिएन हाम्रो रमाइलोमा बनाएको कुरा होइन त्यसको मार्केटिङ त्यसको अलिकति मार्केटिङको कुरा पनि म गरौँ दाइले भन्दा मेरो कि त्यो मार्केटिङ चाहिँ कसरी गऱ्यौँ हामीले भन्दाखेरि त्यसमा अब जति त्यतिखेर त यस्तो अहिले जस्तो सोसियल मिडियादेखि केही पनि थिएन एफएममा विज्ञापन दिन सक्ने अनि पत्रिकामा चाहिँ त्यो क्लासिफाइड हुन्थ्यो कि त्यो पनि एकदमै महँगो हाम्रो आयो किनभने त्यत्रो पैसा तिर्ने पैसा नि थिएन हामीसँग अनि हामीले के गर्यौँ भने त्यो घरमा हामी जुन घरमा बस्थ्यौँ सपोर्ट गर्थ्यौँ त्यो घरबाट चाहिँ हामी बिजुलीको पानी तिर्ने अनि के अरे बत्ती पैसा तिर्ने बत्तीको पैसा तिर्ने टेलिफोनको पैसा तिर्नको लागि चाहिँ एकपटक हामी त्यो अफिसमा पुग्थ्यौँ अहिलेदेखि अनलाइन थिएन त्यतिखेर र हामीलाई के क्लिक गर्यो भनेदेखि काठमाडौँभरिका मान्छे त यो ठाउँमा त महिनाको एकपटक आउँदो रहेछन् नआए पनि 2 महिनामा त आउँछ मान्छे भनेपछि त्यो स्पेस चाहिँ एकदम बेस्ट प्लेस फर एडभर्टिजमेन्ट अनि हामीले त्यहाँको हाकिम साहबलाई अब बिस्तारै मनाउन थाल्यौँ र मनाएर हामीले एउटा पोस्टर बनायो एउटा राम लक्ष्मण मेसिन राखेर चाहिँ एकजना चाहिँ अब दाइ र ममा उसले चाहिँ कराइराखेको अब मैले चाहिँ एकपट्टि साइडमा ट्याङ्कीमा साइड लाएर बसेँ अनि म त ढुक्क छु मलाई त मसँग त राम लक्ष्मण मेसिन छ मेरो पानी पोखिँदैन भनेर ऊ चाहिँ पानी पोखेर कराइराखेको जस्तो बनाएर एउटा साथीलाई चाहिँ हामीले पिक्चर बनाउन लायौँ र ठुलो पेपरमा चाहिँ प्रिन्ट गरेर लगेर त्यहाँ टाँस्यौँ र हामीसँग एउटा सानो चाहिँ एउटा टाइपराइटर थियो टाइपराइटर यस्तै त्यही जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ बाहिर जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले सस्तोमा पाएको थियौँ र टाइपराइटर किनेको थियौँ त्यसैले भिजिटिङ कार्ड बनायौँ टाइप गरेर अनि फोटोकपी गरेर त्यसलाई टुक्रा पारेर काटेर किलाले ठोकेर हाम्रो भिजिटिङ कार्ड त्यहाँ टाँस्यौँ त्यसपछि भएभरि काठमाडौँको रुखमा चाहिँ नि हामीले राम लक्ष्मण मेसिन मात्रै लेखेर यो के रहेछ भनेर मान्छेले क्युरियस गरौँ भनेर लगेर पाता बनाएर त्यो पाता आफैले प्रिन्ट गरेर त्यो पनि फेरि आफैले प्रिन्ट गरेर त्यो अलमोस्ट काम हामीले आफैले गऱ्यौँ अनि हामीले यसको स्टार्ट पनि किन हामीले म्यानेजमेन्ट पढ्यौँ नि त, त्यसमा मार्केटिङ पनि विषय पढ्नु पऱ्यो। त्यो मार्केटिङ विषयले चाहिँ हामीलाई के मद्दत गर्यो भने हामीले बनाएको कुरोलाई बजारमा कसरी लाने भन्ने कुरो पुऱ्याउन मद्दत गरेर यो 35,000 युनिट विदिन 5 इयर्स हामीले त्योभन्दा पछाडि हामी फर्किनै मन लागेन। अन्त गयो भने कहाँ यत्रो गर्न सकिन्छ र, कविता लेखे पनि पैसा आउँदैन होइन। अनि अब जागिर खान गएर पनि हामीले चाहिँ अब इन्कम गरेर त्यसरी चाहिँ चाँडै इन्कम गर्न सकिँदैन। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज। अनि योभन्दा पछाडि हामीले टर्निङ पोइन्ट हाम्रो त्यो रह्यो। त्योभन्दा पछाडि चाहिँ त्यतिखेर माओइस्ट इन्सर्जेन्सीको पिरियड थियो, माओवादीको यो इन्सर्जेन्सीको बेला। त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ मान्छेहरू धेरैलाई प्रब्लम परिरहेको थियो। अब प्रहरी भन्ने बित्तिकै घरको छेउमा आउन नसक्ने, तर छिमेकी आफ्नो घरको नजिक हुन्छ। किन हामीले अहिले मैले जे कुरा गरिरहेको छु हामी सबै होम ग्रोन टेक्नोलोजिज फर होम ग्रोन इस्युज भन्छौँ। हामीले टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ होम ग्रोनै गर्नुपर्छ, किन हाम्रो होम ग्रोन इस्युलाई एड्रेस गर्नको लागि भन्छौँ। अब यो कम्युनिटी साइरन सिस्टमले चाहिँ के गर्थ्यो भने 10-15 घर 20 घर भएका चाहिँ एरियामा टोलमा चाहिँ यो सिस्टम इन्स्टल गर्न मिल्थ्यो र यसले चाहिँ वार्निङ दिन्थ्यो हाम्रो मोबाइलबाटै, ल्यान्डलाइनबाट मोबाइलबाट एउटा नम्बर डायल गर्ने बित्तिकै त्यो टोलमा साइरन बज्थ्यो र भएभरका त्यो टोलका मान्छेहरू त्यहाँ आउनुहुन्थ्यो। यदि आउनुभयो भने उहाँलाई जरिमाना लाउने त्यो नियमदेखि सबै कुरो बनाएर यो कम्युनिटी साइरन सिस्टम गऱ्यौँ, यसलाई पेटेन्ट राइट गऱ्यौँ। अनि त्यसपछि यो हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले यो सिस्टमलाई चाहिँ स्केल मजाले स्केल गर्न सक्यौँ हामीले। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। यो सिस्टम हामीले चाहिँ हाराहारी 4 लाख मान्छेले प्रयोग गरेका छन् अहिले र यो 4 लाख मान्छेले प्रयोग गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी 1 लाखभन्दा बढी घरलाई चाहिँ यो युज गर्न अहिले युज गरिरहेका छन्। नेक्स्ट। त्यसपछि एउटा अब हामीले अलिअलि चाहिँ यसरी रिपोर्टर्स क्लबमा प्रोग्राम गरेपछि त त्यो पिपुल नो अस, राम लक्ष्मणले त जे पनि गर्छन् त्यो न्यारेटिभ साइन्टिस्ट भन्न थाले हामीलाई होइन, वैज्ञानिक भने युवा वैज्ञानिक हामी केही पनि थिएन आखिरमा होइन। अनि नेपाल पुलिसको पनि 2-4वटा कामहरू गरेका थियौँ हामीले, नेपाल सरकार पनि 1-2वटा कामहरू गरेका थियौँ, सानो कामहरू। अनि उहाँहरू इम्प्रेस भएर हामीलाई के दिनुभयो भने एउटा च्यालेन्ज दिनुभयो। द्याट च्यालेन्ज वाज इन सार्क समिट नेपालमा हुन लागेको थियो अनि 2014मा सार्क समिट। अनि त्यो बेलामा चाहिँ हामीसँग लिमिटेड बजेट 25 करोडको चाहिँ हाराहारी बजेट 250 मिलियन नेपाली रुपिसको चाहिँ बजेट लाग्ने सामान चाहिँ हामीले 50 मिलियनमा बनाउनु पर्यो नेपालमा। त्यो पनि 21 डे 21 दिनको च्यालेन्ज हामीलाई होइन। 21 दिनभित्रमा तिमीहरूले यो सिस्टम एउटा यस्तो बनाउनु पर्यो जुन चाहिँ अब नेपालमा डिफ्रेन्ट कन्ट्रीका चाहिँ कन्ट्री हेडहरू आउँदै हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ कुनै थ्रेट भयो भनेदेखि त्यो थ्रेटलाई चाहिँ जस्तो खास यो चाहिँ जामर हो, रेडियो फ्रिक्वेन्सी जामर हो। त्यो जामरले चाहिँ धेरै पर 100 मिटर वरपरबाट चाहिँ रिमोटहरू अनि रिमोट गाडीहरू ड्रोनहरू यस्तो केही पनि आउन नसक्ने भित्र, इभन त्यो फिजिकल भनौँ न बमलाई त टाइमर लाउनु पऱ्यो नि त, त्यो टाइमरलाई पनि टाइम चाहिँ किल गरिदिने ताकि त्यो टाइमर लगाएर बम ब्लास्ट नहोस्। यस्तो खालको चाहिँ एउटा सिस्टम बनाउनु पऱ्यो। पाउँदो रहेछ यो कुरो, युकेमा पाउँदो रहेछ, तर एकदमै महँगो, हामी किन्न सकेनौँ। तपाईँहरूले इज्जत जोगाउनु पऱ्यो भन्ने कुरा आयो। त्यसभन्दा पछाडि हामीले 21 दिनको च्यालेन्जमा चाहिँ हामीले नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज, हामीले यो एउटा सिस्टम डेभलप गऱ्यौँ। त्यो सिस्टम हामीले नेपालमै एसेम्बल गऱ्यौँ, तर लानको लागि चाहिँ हामी चाइना, सिङ्गापुर र मलेसिया यो 3टा कन्ट्रीबाट चाहिँ हामी प्रडक्ट सामानहरू त्यसको पार्ट्सहरू लग्यौँ र नेपालमा त्यसलाई एसेम्बल गऱ्यौँ। 4वटा भेहिकल इक्विप्ड विथ यो जामर सिस्टम नेपाल पुलिस स्टिल दे आर युजिङ होइन, अहिलेसम्म प्रयोग गरेर आएको छ। त्यो हामीले 5 करोड हामीले 50 मिलियन नेपाली रुपिसमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यो कम्प्लिट गरौँ, नेपाल गभर्मेन्टलाई ह्यान्डओभर गरौँ 21 डेजमा भनेको यो च्यालेन्ज, यस्तो च्यालेन्ज पनि हामीले स्वीकार गरौँ। नेक्स्ट प्लिज। त्यो चाहिँ हामीले त्यतिखेर केही पनि नहुँदाखेरि पनि, किनभने त्यतिखेर अब गुगल चाहिँ चलेको थियो त्यो यो बनाउने बेलासम्म चाहिँ। त्यसपछि अर्को हामीले यो के भयो भने यसको स्टोरी चाहिँ तल छ, अलिक तल्लो स्लाइड गर्नु त, यसको स्टोरी तल छ, नेक्स्टमा छ। एउटा यो न्युज आयो कान्तिपुरमा। यो चाहिँ न्युज के गरी आयो भन्दाखेरि नेपाललाई इन्डियाले एज अ ग्रान्ट 400 समथिङ मेसिन्सहरू, इलेक्ट्रोनिक भोटिङ मेसिनहरू इभिएम चाहिँ दिएको थियो नेपालले। त्यो 2064 को इलेक्सनको बेलामा हो त्यो। अनि त्यो पछाडि त्यो के भयो भने त्यो बेलामा एउटा चुनाव भयो नेपालको, एउटा चुनावको एक ठाउँमा प्रयोग भयो, त्यो काठमाडौँको क्षेत्र नम्बर 1 मा। अनि त्योभन्दा पछाडि उपचुनाव भयो, उपचुनावमा पनि प्रयोग भयो। तर त्यहाँनिर प्रब्लम के रहेछ भन्दाखेरि इन्डिया नट मेड द सिस्टम द्याट डिजाइन फर नेपाल। एन्ड हामीले के देख्यौँ त्यहाँ 64 मात्रै क्यान्डिडेट क्यापेबल रहेछ, त्यो मेसिनमा 64 भन्दा बढी क्यान्डिडेट सपोर्ट गर्दो रहन्छ। नेपालमा त्यहाँ चाहिँ 125 चाहिँ दलहरू दर्ता भए जसले गर्दा यो मेसिन युज गर्न सकिएन हैन हो यो अनि योभन्दा पछाडि हामीले नेक्स्ट आउँदा यो पछाडि हामीलाई के लाग्यो भने नेपालले त आफ्नै सिस्टम बनाउनु पर्छ हामी त पहिलेदेखि त्यही गरेर बसिरहेको सो हामीले के गरौँ नेपालमै सिस्टम बनाउनु त हाम्रो उसको निड हेरेर we incorporate whole needs and we design a system and we showcase to the EC Election Commission of Nepal. हामीले त्यसलाई चाहिँ सुरुवातमै हामीले 800 दलसम्म भयो भने पनि एउटा पोस्टमा पुग्ने गरी बनाएको थियौँ सो अहिले हामीले 280 सबभन्दा लास्ट चुनाव भनेको राष्ट्रपा नेपाल चाहिँ रुलिङ पार्टी छ यहाँ मान्यजी हुनुहुन्छ पूर्व महामन्त्रीजी यही हुनुहुन्छ राष्ट्रपा नेपालको चुनाव गऱ्यौँ त्योभन्दा अगाडि धेरै अरू चुनावहरू पनि गऱ्यौँ यहाँ नेपाल युएमएलको एनसीपीको नेपाली कङ्ग्रेसको विभिन्न उहाँहरूको दलको चुनावहरू गऱ्यौँ गर्दाखेरि 280वटा चुनाव सङ्घ संस्थाहरूको चुनाव लगायतका संस्थाका चुनावहरू हामीले गर्न सफल भयौँ र हामी अहिले 13-14 वर्ष भयो 14 वर्षमा हामीले कन्टिन्यू चुनाव गरिरहेका छौँ तर देशलाई प्रयोग गर्ने देशले चाहिँ देशैभरि लगाउन त धेरैले भन्नुहुन्छ होइन हामीलाई पनि त्यही इच्छा छ त्यो चाहिँ अहिलेसम्म भएको छैन अब एकदम फेभरेबल गभर्मेन्ट छ सायद किनभने 2-4वटा डायलग पनि भइसकेको छ अब यो अबको बेलामा चाहिँ हामीले यसलाई प्रयोग गर्न सक्छौँ होला जस्तो लाग्छ नेक्स्ट प्लिज त्यसपछि अर्को एउटा हाम्रो नेपालमा कस्तो छ भने तपाईँहरू पनि अब धेरै जस्तो अलमोस्ट चाहिँ नेपालबाटै चाहिँ रेज भएर आउनुभएको हुनुहुन्छ मेरो घरको एड्रेस देउनु भन्यो भने त्यो बाटो त्यो पछाडिको रुख होइन रुखभन्दा पछिको हरियो घर पछाडिको 200 मिटर हिँडिसकेपछि मेरो घर चाहिँ त्यहाँ छ भन्छौँ कहिले कहिले त त्यो सडकको साइडमा बस्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो हरियो बसको भन्छ अब हरियो बस त एकछिनमा हिँडिसक्छ होइन हरियो बसको साइडमै छु म बसेर त्यसो पनि भन्नुपर्छ भनेको त्यस्तोसम्म अवस्था छ हरियो बसको त कुरो भयो हरियो घरले पहेँलो कलर लगाइदियो भने के गर्ने अब एड्रेसै छैन अब होइन अब यो खालको प्रब्लम चाहिँ नेपालमा मात्र होइन रहेछ हामीले यसको त हामीले ग्लोबल पनि पिच गऱ्यौँ यो सिस्टम र बाहिरबाट अरू अवार्डहरू पनि पायौँ हामीले नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज त्यहाँ के देखियो भन्दाखेरि ग्लोबल 4 बिलियन मान्छेको हातमा ठेगाना रहन्छ ग्लोबल्ली होइन त्यो हाफ अफ द पपुलेसन मान्छेको हातमा हाफ अफ द पपुलेसनको हातमा ठेगाना रहन्छ त एड्रेस नहुनु भने चाहिँ के हो भने ऊ चाहिँ यो फाइनेन्सियल इन्क्लुजनबाट छुट्नु हो इमर्जेन्सीबाट छुट्नु हो जस्तो मान्छेको डेथ एन्ड लाइफको चाहिँ बिचमा एड्रेस यदि हामीले प्रपरली दिन सकेनौँ बोल्न सकेनौँ भनेदेखि मान्छे त मर्छ नि त भनेको त्यसको चाहिँ भ्यालु कति हो यो हामीलाई लाग्यो अनि नेपालमा चाहिँ खालि त्यसै गरी एड्रेसै भन्नलाई 5 मिनट लाग्यो नि क्या अनि फेरि एकचोटि फोन गरेर हुँदैन फेरि फोन गर्छ उसले म त यहाँ आइपुगेँ अब कहाँ आउने होइन अनि केही नलाएर चोकमा लिन जानुपर्छ होइन लिन जानुपर्ने त अब मर्न लागेको मान्छे लिन जान सक्दैन होइन हो यसलाई नै हामीले विचार गरेर चाहिँ एड्रेस रिथिङ्क गर्नुपर्छ भनेर ग्लोबल्ली नेपाल मात्रै होइन ग्लोबल्ली एड्रेसलाई रिथिङ्क गरौँ भनेर चाहिँ यो ट्रिजको प्रब्लम यो रेड हाउस येल्लो हाउसको प्रब्लमलाई चाहिँ हामी सल्भ गर्न 2.8 मिटरको एक्युरेसीमा एभ्री एड्रेस बन्छ 2.8 मिटरको एक्युरेसीमा चाहिँ युनिक एड्रेस बन्छ जुन एड्रेस चाहिँ हामीले बोल्न सक्छौँ त्यो घरको मात्रै बन्दैन कि त्यो चाहिँ होल एरिया सबैको चाहिँ एउटा कन्ट्रीभरिको सबै नै बन्छ होइन जुनसुकै लोकेसनको पनि बन्छ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज यसलाई हामीले वर्ल्डमै लान सक्ने बनायौँ अनि अब यसको इकोसिस्टममा टोटल यसको इकोसिस्टम चाहिँ कम्प्लिट इकोसिस्टम बनाएका छौँ यो भनेको एउटा एप मात्रै होइन एउटा सानो प्रडक्ट मात्रै होइन यसमा चाहिँ हर कुराहरू यस्ता एसडिके अफलाइन हुन सक्ने यो होल सिस्टम अफलाइन हो फेरि यसलाई कुनै चाहिँ त्यो इन्टरनेटको जरुरी पर्दैन किनभने हाम्रो हुम्ला जुम्लामा इन्टरनेट नचल्न सक्छ नि त अथवा त्यस्तै जस्तो यहीँको भनौँ न हाम्रो चाहिँ कुनै मरुभूमि छ होइन डेजर्टमा त इन्टरनेट चल्दैन वकिटकी हुन्छ सेट अनि सेटबाट चाहिँ हामीले कम्युनिकेट गर्न सक्छौँ बोलेर कम्युनिकेट गर्न सकोस् विदिन 3 सेकेन्ड वी क्यान टेल आवर एड्रेस एक्ज्याक्टली इन द पिन पोइन्ट एरिया है त्यो दिन सक्छौँ अनि यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले इमर्जेन्सी रेस्पोन्स कन्सोल यतापट्टिको एउटा मेसिन छ यो ERC भन्ने हो यो हाम्रो लोकल गभर्मेन्टमा यो सिस्टम राख्ने इमर्जेन्सी पऱ्यो भने एउटा बटन दबाएको घरमा यहाँ साइरन बज्ने अनि एभ्री हाउस होल्ड इक्विप्ड विथ दिस प्लेट यो हाउस एड्रेस प्लेट यो हाउस एड्रेस प्लेट घरमा टाँसेपछि यसमा 2-3टा कम्पोनेन्ट छ जस्तो यसको एड्रेस चाहिँ यस्तो हुन्छ 94777 यो भन्नलाई 3 सेकेन्ड लाग्छ जम्मा 3 सेकेन्डमा तपाईँले आफ्नो एक्ज्याक्ट लोकेसन बताउन सक्नुहुन्छ विदाउट इन्टरनेट यो खालको चाहिँ प्रडक्ट यसलाई चाहिँ हामी ग्लोबल लान सक्ने प्रडक्ट डेभलप गरेका हौँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज अब यसको अहिले नेपालमा यहाँ हामीले नेपाल हुला सेवाले यसलाई प्रयोग गर्न थाल्यो अहिले विद्युत प्राधिकरणले यो ठेगाना मात्रै होइन इच एन्ड एभ्री हाउस होल्ड दे निड एन आइडी एउटा आइडी चाहिन्छ जस्तो आई थिङ्क इन अस्ट्रेलिया देयर इज डिफ्रेन्ट आइडी अफ इच हाउस होल्ड ल जस्तो युटिलिटी सर्भिस प्रोभाइडर बिजुली खानेपानी इन्टरनेट अथवा यिनीहरूको आफ्नो आफ्नो आइडी धेरै ठाउँमा ग्लोबली हामीले हेऱ्यौँ हरेकको फरक फरक आइडी हुन्छ आइडी फरक भएको कारणले गर्दा चाहिँ हामीले त्यो सबैलाई एकअर्कामा जोड्न सकिरहेको हुँदैनौँ हामीले युनिफाइड आइडीको कन्सेप्ट ल्यायौँ र नेपालमा अहिले हामीले फर्स्ट पाइलोटिङ गर्दैछौँ एनइएले नेपालभरिको 5.5 मिलियन हाउस होल्डमा चाहिँ यो युनिफाइड आइडी लगाउँदैछ हामीले नेपाल गभर्मेन्टलाई फ्री अफ कस्ट किनभने यो नेपालमा डेभलप भएको कुरा हो हामीले आफै बस्ने कन्ट्रीमा डेभलप भएको कुरा हो र हामीले हाम्रो आफ्नो बारीको सुन्तला त बाँड्न पनि सक्छौँ नि त हामीले गभर्मेन्टलाई हामीले त्यो कुरो बाँडेका छौँ गभर्मेन्टलाई दिएका छौँ र नेपाललाई सोकेस गर्ने नेपालमा चाहिँ यो एड्रेसको सिस्टम चाहिँ इकोसिस्टम नेपालमा डेभलप गरेर लाओ हेर्न आओ भनेर बोलाउनु पाए हुन्थ्यो भन्ने हाम्रो कन्सेप्ट हो र हामी फर्स्ट माइलस्टोन सोमालियाको एकजना मन्त्री हामी अझै योभन्दा पछाडि भेट्नु पनि जाँदैछौँ मेलबर्नमा यहीँ हुनुहुन्छ उहाँ पहिलाको पूर्व मन्त्री अनि उहाँ चाहिँ नेपाल आउनुभयो नेपाल आएर जगदीश खरेल मन्त्रीज्यू हुँदाखेरि उहाँलाई भेट्नु पनि भयो र सोमालियामा त्यसलाई लानको लागि नेपालको टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ सोमालिया लानलाई उहाँ रेडी हुनुभएको छ हामीले अहिले यो 3-4वटा अरू कन्ट्रीमा पनि गरेका छौँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज अहिले हामीले यो सिस्टममा हामी पेटेन्ट फाइल गरेका छौँ विभिन्न कन्ट्रीहरूमा हामीले जापानमा गऱ्यौँ हामीले नेपालमा पेटेन्ट भइसकेको छ अनि पिसिटी त्यसपछि इन्डिया अनि हामीले अहिले चाहिँ युएस पनि पेटेन्ट फाइल गरेका छौँ इन्डियामा हाम्रो एउटा डिजाइन पेटेन्ट चाहिँ हाम्रो ग्रान्ट भइसकेको छ आइसकेको छ अब हामीले यसलाई चाहिँ सकेसम्म ग्लोबली लैजाने किनभने वाइपोमा छ वाइपोमा भएपछि हामीले 138वटा कन्ट्रीमा हामी जान सक्ने गरी चाहिँ हामीले वाइपोमा दर्ता गरेका छौँ यो चाहिँ हामी अलिकति इन्टेलेक्चुअल राइट पनि प्रोटेक्सन गरेर राखेका छौँ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लिज अब यो मेजर प्रडक्टको विषयमा यति कुरो बोलेँ अब अलिकति म ग्लान्समा हामीसँग 7वटा प्लस पेटेन्ट छ अब 20 प्लस कपिराइट छ हाम्रो अहिलेसम्म किन जर्नी पनि हाम्रो लामै समय भइसक्यो अनि हामी 25 वर्ष प्लसको अब यहाँ 20 प्लस भएर छ 50 प्लस प्रडक्टहरू हामीसँग छ अनि त्यसपछि 100 भन्दा बढी प्रोजेक्टहरू छ र हामीसँग लाखौँ ग्राहक चाहिँ स्पेसली नेपालमा छ अहिले जापानमा भर्खर हामीले सुरु गरेका छौँ फुकुओका सिटीबाट स्टार्ट भएको छ नेक्स्ट स्लाइड र हाम्रो यो वर्किङ एरिया चाहिँ हाम्रो डिफ्रेन्ट छ हामी एआईमा पनि गर्छौँ अनि एआई चाहिँ हाम्रो जापानमै मात्रै एक्सपोर्ट गरिरहेका छौँ अहिले नेपालमा हामीले अहिले गरेको सिस्टम चाहिँ नेपालमा त्यति प्रयोग भइसकेको अवस्था छैन अनि सिक्युरिटी अलार्म सिस्टमहरूमा काम गर्छौँ त्यो पनि लामो समय भइसक्यो अघि मैले कम्युनिटी साइरेनको उदाहरण दिइहालेँ भोटिङ मेसिन भयो मोबाइल एपहरू वेब एपहरू यिनीहरूको डेभलप गर्छौँ जिपिएस ट्र्याकिङ सिस्टम अनि इन्डस्ट्रियल अटोमेसनमा स्काडा यो सिस्टमहरू पनि डेभलप गर्छौँ अब अलिअलि काम गरेका छौँ र केही रिकग्निसन पनि हामीले पाएका छौँ हामी नास्टबाट अनि नेपाल सरकारबाट होइन अनि अब यहाँ डब्लुएसए अनि एपिक्टा अनि आइसिटी अवार्ड यो वर्ष हामीले यो स्पेसली एड्रेसको सिस्टमलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ यो अलिकति नयाँ इनोभेसन भयो र हामीले ग्लोबल रिच पनि पुगौँ भनेर हामीले सुरुमै अलि प्रिम्याच्योर हुँदैमा हामीले चाहिँ त्यसलाई हामीले अप्लाई गरेका थियौँ तर यो त यसको इम्प्याक्ट देखेर चाहिँ हामीलाई डब्लुएसए त हामीले सबभन्दा पहिले पायौँ हामीले होइन त्यसभन्दा पछाडि एपिक्टा पनि पायौँ त्यसपछि अनि नेपालमा पनि अवार्ड पायौँ यो चाहिँ हाम्रो लोकल डिएनए अनि ग्लोबल एम्बिसन हाम्रो चाहिँ अब ग्लोबल जानलाई किनभने योभन्दा अगाडि त हामीसँग त्यो रिसोर्स पनि थिएन हामीले प्रुफ पनि गर्न सकेका थिएनौँ कि नेपालमै गरेको छैन के बाहिर जान्छस् भन्ने हुन्थ्यो होइन अनि अब यसलाई चाहिँ अब हामी अलिकति मेड इन नेपाल राखेर नेपालबाट चाहिँ एक्सपोर्ट गर्न हाम्रो यही प्रडक्टहरू 3-4वटा प्रडक्टलाई चाहिँ नेपालबाट हामी एक्सपोर्ट गर्ने अवस्था बनाउन सक्छौँ डिजाइन नेपालमा गर्ने होइन अनि तर त्यसलाई चाहिँ स्केल वर्ल्डमा स्केल गर्ने मेड इन नेपाल लेखेर हामी कमसेकम प्रडक्टहरू लान सकियो भनेदेखि त्यो एउटा हाम्रो ड्रिम चाहिँ सुरुदेखिकै हाम्रो त्यो थियो सकियो यो लास्ट हो यो यहाँहरूले यत्रो बेर सुन्नुभयो धैर्यताका साथ धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद सँगसँगै फिनेलाई पनि धेरै धन्यवाद हामीलाई किनभने फिनेले एकदम माया गरेर हरेक प्रोग्राममा उहाँले बोलाउनुहुन्छ स्पेसली अझ दिपेनजी होइन उहाँले चाहिँ हर प्रोग्राममा चाहिँ हामीलाई सम्झिनुहुन्छ हामीले यो प्लेटफर्ममा यो युज गर्न थाल्यौँ सक्यौँ हस् धन्यवाद थ्याङ्क यू सो मच हस् थ्याङ्क यू
So much. Appreciate it. So good. Amazing. What a powerful session that was. कति मिठो मृतभाषी कति मिठो बोल्नुभयो है र उहाँहरूले भने जस्तै त्यो राम लक्ष्मण मसिन भएको भए म पनि त्यो राम लक्ष्मण मसिन युज गरेर म पनि राम या लक्ष्मण बन्थेँ होला है ठेगाना हराएको मान्छेहरूलाई ठेगाना चाहिएको छ भने प्लिज कन्ट्याक्ट राम लक्ष्मणजी ओके भन्छ नि न्याय नपाए गोर्खा जानु, भाइरल हुन चाहिँ हाम्रो हिरोसी भाइसँग जानु. You all know who Hiroshi is, right? The reason I'm saying this is the next person that is coming and presenting now is someone who's really mastered AI and digital marketing. He's really done so well in TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, all the social media platforms. I even was, hey, I've seen you somewhere. I went to him and I said, I've seen you somewhere. So this guy has done amazing in AI and digital marketing, and he's here to share some best practices that could really be relevant for our business, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to welcome Soraya Khatter on the stage. A round of applause for Soraya Khatter, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, brother.
Thank you so much. Namaste, guys. Sonshay Anunsa. I don't know if I said it right. Sonshay Anunsa. Satsuyakal. First of all, I know we've been sitting for a while. Can we all please stand up together, please? Everyone, just let's stand up. Standing up for me felt good. Let's shake it off. Get the energy. Yes. I love that. The way you shaked was good. All right. Great. How are we feeling? We're feeling a bit energetic? Yeah. Cool. We want the energy because today I'm going to be going through a couple of different things with you, and every single person can take it in the... Oh, sorry, you can sit down, by the way. You can sit down. And you can take it in your own way, right? Every single person has a different business, has a different project, is doing multiple different things. To start off with, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sheree Khatter. I've got over 10 different businesses, and that's ranging from marketing, AI. We're in the recruitment space. We're working in projects with early learning centers. We're expanding nationally and internationally. Anuji just called me, and I flew down from Brisbane just today. And it's really funny. First of all, I want to thank you all. This is by far, not because you're in front of me right now, I say this behind everyone's back, by far the nicest community ever. So nice. Everyone over here has a good heart. Yes, business is one aspect of it, but the way you guys present yourself, the way you guys actually take care of others, that's something I really appreciate about this community, and that's why I feel privileged being on this stage. So thank you so much, guys, for having me here. Okay. Next slide, please. Yep, so I have, as a background, as I mentioned, we have 10 different businesses, but the reason why I got to 10 different businesses, I'm not actually involved in them. I have used AI, digital marketing, and I've created systems that has allowed it to run itself without me being involved. Every single business has their own processes, whether it's sales, marketing, operations, automating it, but having the right leaders. So we had a person for AI that came not too long ago. Spot on. AI is there to automate, but you need somebody else that can manage on top anything that's strategic and relevant. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically, when it comes to our corporation, what I've realized is when we do marketing, marketing is not just one aspect of how I can help you grow leads. In order for your business to grow, you need to think about multiple different things. Marketing, AI, CRM, automations, content, all of that has to work together to become one product in order to automate the end-to-end process of you growing, right? Now, whoever here has a business that focuses on lead generation, they need leads in order to grow. Whoever here needs lead generation, meaning you need name, number, email addresses of businesses. That is a really big aspect where you have multiple different platforms and systems working together. So I have multiple different businesses that actually provide a product in one, and we provide that as a solution to multiple businesses. So next slide, please. So right now, we are based across Australia. So we're in Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane. I was just setting up the office in Brisbane. Came down. I'm going to fly back up tomorrow. But we also are currently expanding into Perth, which is next. USA in the start of next year. Dubai as well. And I had a chat with my business partners. I'm actually going to call them up on stage very soon. And I said, we already are working with India and Nepal. Why don't we look to start something there? And that's why we are here, to at least see how we can create synergies. But first of all, how can everyone over here get to a stage where they have earned freedom? So firstly, I want to call up on stage one of my partners in the recruitment space, BMOS, Karan, to explain how we're working in the community. And also we have partnered up with one person that has mentored us, and she has done really well in terms of recruitment, specifically in Nepal. Anuji, if you can come up and just say a few words about what you're currently doing. Just wanted to quickly introduce yourself. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that sounds rigged, but it wasn't. It is, I promise it wasn't rigged. All right, back to you.
Okay, yeah, so with these guys, we wanted to work on recruitment. Karan is doing offshore recruitment right now, and we're expanding into nationally as well. So if you guys can just explain how exactly we're expanding and what is our goals.
Firstly, thank you so much for having me. I am definitely out of place, and I still feel so loved being around you guys. And basically, what happened was that when we started our recruitment agency, we started offshore, and we were like, okay, we got to focus on Philippines, India. That's where everyone goes. That's where we met Anuji, and we're like, have you ever tapped into the Nepalese market? Especially the people in Nepal, how skilled they are, how talented they are when it comes to communication. And that's where, and Anuji will be doing a great job with People Think and how she is promoting the Nepalese people and the young generation out there. And we were like, okay, why don't we actually work with her and get people in Nepal jobs, even if it's remotely, if they don't want to come here, they want to promote and they want to actually work for international communities as well. So we decided to really promote that and bring in, and we realized that most of our clients now, they're like, hey, can you please hire me someone from Nepal? And I'm like, why? And they were like, it's because they're reliable, they work hard, they're dedicated compared to where other people we're working with. And we love that, and we love the community that we're working with. But it was all because of her and how she came in, and she was like, let's step into the market, and her getting her own office there, and like just doing it as charity as well. Most of the time, which doesn't say it to a lot of people, and I really wanted to like go out there and say it, but she has literally built an office in Nepal, and she's like, I'm gonna do it there, and I'm gonna like get people jobs in Nepal, and she's like, I don't care about making money, I just want people out there to have a job, to have a future.
Now that you might as well speak, because these boys have put me on the spotlight anyway. Okay, so when I met these young guys, we were talking about starting a business, and then for me, any business when we start, it has to do two things: solve a problem and change lives. So we're thinking of what could we give it back to Nepal after 20 years of being here, was create one job for one young person in Nepal. So with my co-founder, Dikpal, he must be somewhere here. Can you wave at me, Dikpal, if you're in the room? No, he's not, missing out. Okay, so what we said, okay, now the only thing we want to work on is create one job at a time. How many business owners we have in this room? Forget about the charity. If we hire and mentor one young person in Nepal, that is payback to whatever we've done so far. That is, going back and giving back. Borderline charity, people think is, I'm not here to talk about my business anyways. We can talk about that later. But the real problem we were solving was reducing costs. After 4.75% increase in wages, I saw this after July, and work from home privileges. I know for whoever you have, it's a brilliant thing to have. But for businesses, if a job can be done from home, it can be done remotely. And might that as well be done from Nepal? That will, save one person going to Dubai, Qatar, and work for, let's say, 1 lakh rupiah Nepali, right? All our staff are paid the highest amount of wages there from start, and it's just, again, borderline charity. It's a business, has to make money, but that's what we're doing, and thank you for calling here, and I promise it wasn't rigged.
Thank you so much. And it is, I've seen the numbers, pretty much you can call it a charity. No, but now we're pretty much, like now our clients are like, hey, let's do onshore. And we're pretty much bringing them over here because we've seen the talent, we've seen what they're capable of. And now even not just people in Nepal, but Nepalese community in Australia who are looking for jobs, who are looking for, even if it's sponsorship programs, anything like that, we're working together and getting them jobs that can pretty much have a better life, that may be an opportunity, because at the end of the day, if it's not us, our parents were migrants, right? We all came here, we all try to make something out of what we had, right? So if we can bring that and give that opportunity to others, why not? So that's the end goal for BMOS and for Anuji as well, to make sure that everyone gets what they deserve, and as long as they're skilled, welcome, why not? Thank you. And, hey,
Check. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. Moving on to next slide, please. So let's get into the main goal of anyone getting into business. There are three main things people want. One is time freedom, location freedom, and financial freedom, right? You can be wherever you want, whenever you want, and have the financial freedom at the same time. So I'm going to give you some AI tips and some digital marketing tips that work together in order to provide these solutions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, we can skip the slide. But the next part I'm going to take you through is the growth engine. So there's different types of ways you're going to be growing. But because we're coming from a marketing lens, there is earned, owned, and paid media. Next slide, please. Now, who knows the difference between all three? Does anyone know the difference between them? No? All right, I'll break it down for you, but paid is a lot of people that are working in the property, I notice in property for sure, they are focused on earned, which is you're working on referrals and reviews, and predominantly most of the businesses relied on the referrals aspect. Whoever here is just getting business from referrals? Yeah? Okay, that's really good. That means you've built a brand where people actually trust you. So earned is building trust, getting PR, user-generated content, and from that you're making a big income stream, which is great. The second is obviously paid, which a lot of you guys probably do, which is Meta ads, Google ads, LinkedIn, TikTok ads. You focus on getting a return on ad spend, right? That is great because you have an engine that is running non-stop, right? People have said to me over here quite often that I've seen your face before. Yes, because we run our own paid advertising, and at the same time I use owned media for myself as well, which is SEO for my own website and social media content. I am owning a database. So if somebody has a database through leads, you got even 500 people in your database. I just ran a mass message not too long ago with my database, and I closed 10 clients out of that. I just sent a mass message to all of them saying, financial year is over. If you're looking for some marketing AI, we are here to help you out. Instead of me spending on new ads, I'm focusing on the database I created over the period of time. And organically with social media, once you get to a stage where a lot of people get to know who you are, you build trust and authority by doing podcasting. This is a great opportunity for everyone, by the way. I have used my own in-house production team from BM Productions to even do videos over here, which is going to be posted on my personal social media, because that brings me sales. So when you think about making money and creating sales when it comes to digital marketing, it's not just I put money in ads and I make an ROI or I boost a post. That's not how marketing works. You focus on paid, owned, and earned, and basically the optimal growth engine, all three of them working together. So what happens is firstly you have to break down what is your business, what are my requirements within the business, and how can I scale, right? Next slide, please. And obviously, with digital marketing, if you're especially working on Meta ads, a lot of business owners focus on Meta ads because right now, we are going through a biggest recession. I'm not talking about economic. I'm talking about trust. We are going through a massive trust recession at this stage. So we need to create content where people can build authority as well. But when it comes to content, content has its own strategy as well. For instance, when you're running ads, ad-related content, even if you're doing it from a phone, make sure anyone right now over here can be the best at marketing. You need to know how to create the right ads. And for anyone that's working on lead generation in specific, this is an example up here, you focus on a hook, something that will capture someone's mind within the first 3 to 5 seconds, right?
If you, sorry, what business do you, current has BMOS, right? If you own a recruitment company, stop there. That's my hook. I just grab this person's attention and I'm going to the next stage, which is identifying the problem they have within this video, the solution, and a CTA, which is your call to action. Your call to action is just click this video and we will help you out for a free consultation. This is the format of creative ads. There is an organic ads strategy as well. You can do this from your phone, right? Next slide, please. So just remember, when you want to create lead generation, meta ads is great, but you need the right content for it. The best way to run ads is actually creating a funnel. It's doing meta ads and Google ads together, right? Not apart, doing it together. So what happens is, meta ads is basically all your faces is going out there. Everyone, if you're from Perth, you target Perth. If you want to target nationally, target nationally. I know mortgage brokers sometimes want to target the whole Australia because you can service it. Great. Run meta ads, generate the brand, and then people do search. For instance, mortgage brokers need me. Run Google ads for that. I'll tell you right now, a pro tip, mortgage brokers in particular, Google ads doesn't work as good as meta ads if you have the right content strategy. But it's good to target both of them in one system together, okay? And towards the end, I'm gonna show you everything that I'm breaking down, step by step, is gonna come together in one beautiful piece at the end, right? And I call this the revenue generator. It's a 24/7 system that runs without any of use. AI, marketing, everything combined. Next slide, please. Okay, so basically, in terms of your own media, there's some new advancements happening. One of the biggest advancements I want you guys to look at is people have diversified their search. Before, people used to search on Google. I myself now search on ChatGPT. So now we go through solutions with AEO and GEO instead of SEO, which is a new market. Who knows what AEO and GEO is? Does anyone know that? AEO is answer engine optimization. GEO is generative engine optimization. You can start ranking on places like ChatGPT, Claude, all these AI systems. And right now, everyone is still focused backwards into SEO, which is Google. Even though it's winning, it's like Facebook. Instagram came in, you got to focus on new platforms. And countries like USA, Dubai, all these places are far ahead of Australia. But guess what? That's an opportunity for everyone right now that's in Australia. You can capitalize on the market. Because no matter how many people talk about AI, no matter how many people talk about AEO and GEO, there are less people that actually execute it. Great opportunity right now. I would look into adding these things because in the next 5 years, I'm writing it down, people are just going to be searching off ChatGPT and all that kind of stuff because the difference is when I search on Google, I get options. When I search on ChatGPT, ChatGPT gives me the top 3, right? So you got to start thinking about ranking in those areas as well. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as I mentioned, with Earned, it's all about trust. Whoever here is building the personal brand, is there anyone that's actually trying to, great, one person. Anyone else? Great. You should all be on this right now. Building a personal brand. I actually started my personal brand only 6 or 7 months ago. I got investors messaging me, business partners globally. I'm not expanding into USA and Dubai by myself, but I'm getting connections because of my personal brand. What I'm doing is, what I'm saying on stage right now, whatever you guys are speaking about right now, if it was just caught on camera, if you went to a podcast studio and just posted again and again and again and again, you're going to get a market following you. And the best part is we are in a community, the Nepalese community. So if you post content, the whole Nepalese community will be with you at the same time. So earn the trust when we have a trust recession. Every single threat that's in the market becomes an opportunity. Okay? Next slide, please. Yeah, so, well, this is basically some things we have done for a lot of people. We can skip this out because we're out of time. But I can share this all to you later, how we did it. There was some feedback in regards to it. But I want to get straight into AI. And this has been said before, and I totally agree with it. AI is not going to replace your staff. It's just going to make sure that you have more capacity with the same staff. If your staff, people have an offshore team and onshore team, if your staff is doing admin and whatnot, that all can be replaced. Let your staff focus on just strategic elements. And I'm going to show you how in the next slide, please. Okay, so the main things we have to do is augment. Augment is basically everything that's related to judgment, quotes, proposals, all that kind of stuff. You can use AI to assist. Automate anything that is repetitive or recurring. And finally, anything that's strategic. You need a human element to it. Whether it's yourself, whether it's somebody from overseas, but make sure you create a structure that works hand in hand between all of them. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, yeah, next slide, please. Okay, here are some 8 AIs that are really easy for any business to have. You can take a picture of this if you want. It's as simple as, I'll just go through it quickly. AI receptionist, somebody that's taking the call on your behalf and booking your calendar in. A speed to lead agent, you generate a lead, someone's going to call them up and book an appointment for you within the first 5 minutes. Your AEO and GEO visibility, being ranking on your SEO, in your ChatGPT, Claude, all those AI engines. Reputation engine is reviews automatically happening. So if you have a restaurant, you're going to get loads and loads of reviews. You can have an auto response and actually understand what is coming out of it as well, and understand what is the biggest difficulties within the company and strengths. Your SOP agent is basically everything that is in your head when you're building processes. You can put that all into one product and give that to your team. Your team will look at this SOP agent, SOPs, and they will learn from it, right? And the SOP agent keeps building itself. KPI and culture, which is basically monitoring the KPIs of everyone, and then your payment collections, right? There's multiple different ways you can do it, but these are some easy 8, right? Next slide, please. And one thing that people are doing now, a lot of businesses, especially when I went to USA for some primary research, a lot of businesses, what they're doing is people use Xero, they use a project management system, they have their own CRM systems, and everything gets scattered. They have sheets. What you can do is integrate everything into your own customized dashboard, and that's only made for you. Every single business operates differently. No 2 migration companies work the same. No 2 marketing companies work the same. If you have your own independent dashboard looking at staff, finance, what the leads are happening, what's the ROAS, you don't need to, as a business owner, you could be in Hawaii sipping a cocktail and you just need one dashboard to look at. That's the new change in this industry right now, and a lot of people are jumping on that, right? Next slide, please. So this is something you should be focusing on. How can I actually automate and allow myself to create dashboards? And finally, this is the main section I wanted to show you. Combining every single thing I said to you is one solution that we have been using nationwide and internationally. We call this a revenue generator, okay? So what happens is content strategy, which I explained, digital marketing strategy, AI, and automations. If you put that all in together, the next slide is going to create something where you don't need to do the work. Any business owner doesn't need to do the work. The money is going to come in without you being involved. I'll show you how it works. You have different traffic engines. You've got Meta, Google Ads, organic SEO, organic socials, emails, all the database. As I said, if you've got a database, email them, SMS them, right? It goes into a specific website or landing page, right? For e-commerce, a website. If you're looking for leads, landing page. There's an automatic CRM automation that sends them a text, books in the calendar, and then you can get an AI appointment setter. It's all customized. An AI appointment setter that books in the meeting for you. Right now, you're not involved. The meeting's in your calendar. What happens is you can nurture leads. So what happens with, for instance, property market? A lot of mortgage brokers take 6 months or 8 months with the clients. You can just nurture them for the whole 6 months and then book the appointment in. And then get a business development representative to do the sales on your behalf, right? The whole end-to-end process could be used across every industry, even if it's e-commerce, hospitality, anything, but it's all customized, right? In this whole section over here that I showed you, there is no business owner involvement at all to generate the sale. And this is how a lot of business owners that are starting to growing to scaling has created a structure for themselves. Next slide, please. And finally, with a system like this, the main goal you would have is to have a business that, one, runs without yourself, but secondly, have the freedom, because we all started a business for freedom. Time freedom, financial freedom, and location freedom. So if that's the end goal, there are different ways out there. You can start implementing 8 out of the 10 things I told you today. It's just about making sure that you have the right systems in place and you can start making money. And this can be applied across all different parts of your business. Next slide, please. And that's it. Yeah, so if you want, that's my QR code. That's going to book a direct meeting with me. So if you guys want, I can do a meeting with you and have a discussion about everything about AI, automations. I can do a custom solution for you, all for free. And this is only for the next 2 weeks. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your time. If you need anything else, ask me. Thank you.
So Soraya, I have a question for you from one of our audience, and he would like to ask you that question if you're prepared for that. Or if you're not prepared for that, then the Gemini can help you, okay?
Let's go.
Hi, Shari, and thank you so much, organizations, for one question. I'll be more direct to it. If an AI chatbot is trained using our organization-approved database, how will it respond when a customer asks a question that isn't covered in information it has from the organization? Will it admit that it doesn't know the answer, or suggest where to find the answer, or escalate the query to staff members to follow up? And it's because of the accountability and responsibility of the information AI chatbot will be providing, basically. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome. No, it's fine. Just clarifying the question, it's about chatbot and then escalations in regards to it, and the issue between when escalations happen and how. Is that the question? Okay, cool. Look, AI right now is not 100%. It's something that learns, right? So with AI, any single time you go through a learning phase, it's like marketing. When you're going through a learning phase, you're constantly training the chatbot. And the chatbot has different reasons to escalate as well. So if you go, biggest example is banks. You can ask frequently asked questions, and that's probably the best way to do it. Create multiple frequently asked questions and plug that into the chatbot. Everything else, you can have another option that says, talk to an agent or talk to a human. If there's different departments, you could get them to talk to different departments, and that AI links to their phone number in different departments itself. So that's going to have a cloud calling system, but that gets very technical in terms of that. If you scan my QR code, I'll help you out throughout in detail, no problem. But I'll talk to you after as well in regards to that. But regardless, it's about automating what you can and then escalating it depending on the department. Okay? Awesome. No problem. Thank you, guys.
Namaste and good day. As Nepali entrepreneurs building the future in Australia.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Soraya Khatter with amazing information, wealth of information on AI and digital marketing. A round of applause for him. Thank you. We have a good news, very good news, that we are just one more presentation away from saying hurrah for the day one. And I'm sure you guys are all excited to be back home or to the after party that I haven't really announced about, okay? You guys tell me where you're going, okay? Simply. Now, I want to leave you with a video, which is innovation in action. We talked about innovation, we talked about AI, we talked about a lot of stuff in digital marketing and stuff like that, right? And also, what we're going to do is we're going to learn something, what's happening in innovation. What is something very different one of our fellow Nepalese person is doing. So, to do that, I'd like to get my attention, get your attention, my organizer people, to play the video for Voxtra Innovation in Action by Ganesh Gautamji. Thank you.
Namaste and good day. As Nepali entrepreneurs building the future in Australia, we know one thing: connectivity is everything. But running a business here means unreliable internet, fragmented services, bills from 4 different providers, teams spread across cities or back home in Nepal, and no clean way to reach them. And every dropped call is a customer you don't get back. Scaling feels impossible when your tech is holding you back. At Voxtra, we're a Nepali-owned Australian telco, and we've built the fix. Business NBN with 4G and 5G backup, so when one connection drops, you don't. Unlimited data, no lock-in. Cloud phone systems that scale with your team. One number, whether your staff are in Sydney, Melbourne or Kathmandu. Business mobile on a trusted Australian network with data pooled across your whole team. And when you bundle internet, voice and mobile, it's one bill, one local support team and one number to call when you need a human. Voxtra is Australian built with Nepali heart. We know what it takes to start something here because we did it too. Reliable connectivity isn't a luxury, it's the floor your business stands on. Visit voxtra.com.au or call 1800 Voxtra. That's 869 872. Let's connect your ambition to what comes next. Dunya Bard and Jana Paul.
Thank you very much. That was quite clearly informative for us to think about this. Now, I want to leave you guys today with one note. We are coming to the end of the program, and thank you so much. Once again, can I say, I've been to a lot of events. I've never seen such an audience who has paid so much attention. Look, I've been guilty myself, going out, talking to my friends, talking about family, talking about friends, and all those sort of things. But today, I see you all glued to the chair, listening to each and every one speaker and welcoming them, and also encouraging them, right? Tomorrow, one day, you guys are gonna be here presenting as well. So thank you so much for being an amazing audience. And I apologize for any inconvenience or any pronunciations on my part that could have caused any harm. But in saying that, can I leave you with one note? Who are we? What are we doing here today? I want to repeat that. Who are we? Can you ask yourself? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you a student of business? Or are you a startup? Or are you a business leader? Because when you ask that question, you know exactly what you're doing here today. What are you doing here today? Are you here just to watch an MC that wasn't really prepared in the beginning, but he's prepared later? Or you're here to watch Sujata Chalisi on the stage? So, please, I would like to ask you to ask yourself a question. Who are we and what are we here doing today? Okay? That will summarize everything about the event. Did we connect? Did we talk to each other? Did we collaborate? Did we go to a speaker saying, I love your idea, can I be a part of your business? Can I do something about it? Or did you go to a speaker or a fellow person saying, I've got a great idea, I want to pitch the idea, would you want to pledge your investment? Have you done that? If you haven't, there's one more opportunity, which is day 2. Tomorrow we come here with all that thought, because you know what? Many times I have been home saying, oh, I should have asked that question. You know what? I should have spoken to that person. I should have done this. I should have done that. That's why the day 2 opportunity is there to crack that. If you missed it today, let's do it tomorrow, okay? So, ask for collaboration with the like-minded people. Something unique about that you want to do that will shape your life for tomorrow, okay? So, this is a legacy that you want to leave. You are here today for a reason on a Friday. It's not a Saturday where most of the people would have a day off. You guys are running a business, or you were working, you took a day off, and you're here today, right? I really thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, that was day 1, setting the tone. What is there tomorrow? You have to be here to witness it. You got to be in it to win it, okay? One more time, if I can ask you all to stand up for me, please. If you could all stand up for me, please. Thank you. I really want you guys to leave this place with this energy.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to repeat it 5 times if you don't do it properly 3rd time, okay? Yes.
Yes.
That's my crowd, that's my audience. Thank you so much. This is Deepak Gimwali signing off today. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow with lots of energy, lots of ideas to come together. Thank you so much. And I'll see you all. By the way, there is an opportunity for you to meet most of our speakers and most of our sponsors at the Maya Lounge. I'm sure you guys know. If you don't know, follow me. I'll take you to Maya Lounge. We can have a drink together and we can have more chat together. But please drink responsibly because we want you all here tomorrow. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Deepak Gimwali signing off for today. Thank you.